Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Ukraine says it struck the base of a Russian missile brigade it claims is behind the deadly attack on Sumy. Sudan's civil war enters its third year as aid agencies say it has caused the worst humanitarian crisis in the world. And the retrial of the disgraced movie mogul Harvey Weinstein begins in New York City today. Now to our top story today. Ukraine says it struck the base of a Russian missile brigade it claims is behind the deadly attack on Sumy. Meanwhile, President Trump has blamed Volodymyr Zelensky for starting the war with Russia. His comments come after a massive Russian attack killed 35 people and injured 117 others in Ukraine. The US president said the Ukrainian leader shared the blame along with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Let's take a look.
But that's a war that should have never been allowed to start, and Biden could have stopped it, and Zelensky could have stopped it, and Putin should have never started it. Everybody's to blame. When you start a war, you got to know that you can win the war, right? You don't start a war against somebody that's 20 times your size and then hope that people give you some missiles. You take a look at Putin. I'm not saying anybody's an angel, but I will tell you, I went 4 years and it wasn't even a question. He would never, and I told him, don't do it. You're not going to do it. And it was the apple of his eye, but there was no way that he would have done it.
For more on this, I'm joined by Ukrainian MP Dr. Alexander Mereshko and Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Ukrainian Parliament. Thank you for joining me, Doctor. What do you make of President Donald Trump's comments?
Well, first of all, let's look at the facts. And the fact is that the Russian aggression, Russian war against Ukraine started in the year 2014 with the illegal occupation and attempt to annex Crimea. I remind you, 2014, under administration of Obama, and the war continued during the administration of President Trump. So he cannot be blamed for this war. He could stop it because it was continued during his presidency, but he didn't do it. So my idea is very simple. No one can be blamed for this war except for Putin and Russia, because under international law, in accordance with the UN Charter and laws of war, the act of aggression against Ukraine was committed by Russia, and Ukraine is the victim of this aggression. So no one can be blamed except for Putin and Russia.
Russia says it's not easy to agree Ukraine peace deal with the US. Is this time for Donald Trump to start putting maximum pressure on President Putin?
Exactly. This is exactly what we expect from President Trump, to deliver on his promise, because he said very clearly and distinctly that he's putting forward this ceasefire proposal, and if someone disagrees, if someone rejects this peace proposal, this ceasefire proposal, he will have to deal with serious consequences. Ukraine has agreed absolutely unconditionally both times when this ceasefire was proposed by President Trump. First, full-fledged ceasefire, second time partial ceasefire. We had agreed without any additional demands or any conditions whatsoever. What happened with Russia and with Putin? Both times, these proposals have been rejected by Putin. So we expect Trump to deliver his promise to punish Putin by imposing more sanctions against Russia, by providing more military support for Ukraine.
Russia currently controls a little under 1/5 of Ukraine. Is Zelensky prepared to hand over territory in order to agree a peace deal?
This is absolutely out of the question for a number of reasons. First of all, it's not possible from the point of view of our constitution. Any Ukrainian government or any president who would do it would be immediately deposed. That's why it's absolutely out of the question. It's also politically impossible because Ukrainian people would never agree to make such territorial concessions. It's morally impossible. It's also against principles of international law and the UN Charter.
Today, Zelensky has announced a Black Sea security meeting will be happening next week with Ukrainian, British, French and Turkish representatives. It's been a real key battleground in the war. Is this a step forward to achieving a ceasefire?
Well, everything depends on Russia because Ukraine has agreed to ceasefire, but Putin is not interested in ceasefire. With regard to Black Sea region, Russia has lost dominance in the Black Sea. And Ukraine has destroyed Russian flagship Moscow, which is very symbolic. So the question is whether Putin will agree to such kind of ceasefire. I strongly doubt it because Putin has proved many times, first of all, that he never comply with any agreements reached. And second, that he is not interested in peace or ceasefire because he is afraid that he can lose power in Russia.
I just want to ask you one final question, Doctor, on what life is like currently in Ukraine as this war does continue.
We have already entered the fourth year of war, and you can imagine how difficult it is for Ukrainian people, for Ukrainian army to continue to fight, being outgunned and outnumbered. But we have no other choice because we understand no matter how tired we are, we cannot afford to stop fighting because if we do, we'll be eliminated, we'll be destroyed as a state, as a nation. So we have no choice but to continue to be defiant and continue to fight until we restore our territorial integrity.
Ukrainian MP Dr. Alexander Mereshko, thank you so much for joining me on the show. Appreciate your insights.
Thank you.
We can now go to Moscow and our correspondent Dasha Chernyshova. Dasha, thank you for joining me. Ukraine says it struck the Russian brigade behind the Sumy attack whilst also carrying out a drone attack in Kursk. What is the latest on this front?
Well, we do know from the Russian Ministry of Defense that indeed the Kursk region in Russia has come under a massive attack by the Ukrainian drones. According to the MOD, 109 drones have been intercepted, but the governor of the region, the acting governor, Alexander Hinstein, has said that that was a very cynical and indeed destructive attack by the Ukrainian drones attack against the region. We know that at least one civilian has been killed, another 9 have been injured. We know that there were more than 36 apartments in the city that have been destroyed because of these attacks. Several houses, multi-story buildings, and several cars have also been burned because of this attack. We're also hearing from the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs saying that this attack has to be condemned by the international community. And Moscow also says that this attack comes against the backdrop of Ukraine, saying that they are willing to have peace in this conflict between Russia and Ukraine. And obviously in Moscow there is lots and lots of criticism against this attack against the Kursk region. And we keep hearing throughout the day that there have been more drones intercepted over the region over the past hours. Also, Moscow has been very clear on its strike against Sumy, suggesting that it was the strike against the Ukrainian military. 60 military, according to the Russian Ministry of Defense, have been eliminated in this strike, and Moscow is accusing Ukraine of using civilians as the human shield.
One of Russia's top diplomats has said it's not easy to agree a peace deal with the US, but has actually commended Trump for trying to solve the problem. What does Russia want Trump to do next?
That's right. In Russia, there is a very strong perspective across the political spectrum that what is happening at this stage is there is an attempt by the new American administration to understand the real causes, the real problems behind this conflict in Ukraine. Moscow says that it is very different from the previous approach. They do know this difference. And the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has most recently been saying that it is indeed very difficult to agree on the peaceful negotiated settlement for the Ukraine conflict because of the very reasons of this conflict. However, we also have heard the Kremlin saying that there is the political will on both sides in Moscow and in Washington, and it is this political will that is basically giving hope that this solution, this negotiated settlement could be found. But we're also hearing from the Kremlin that despite all of those good contacts that have been meaningful and had lots of good positive signals, there is still no concrete outline for any negotiated settlement for the conflict in Ukraine to this date.
Meanwhile, Sergei Lavrov has described European leaders as a frenzy. Why has he used this word? Why is he saying this?
Well, it does seem that in Moscow the political narrative has shifted tremendously, with Moscow suggesting that there is a stark difference between how the United States and how European Union countries are addressing the issue of Ukraine and in general their relationship with Moscow. The suggestion in Russia is that the European countries are not interested in finding a negotiated settlement. What they are doing from the Moscow's perspective is they are pushing Ukraine to continue the fighting. And that does look frenzy to Moscow because the very idea that Russia is located on the same continent as the European countries as well as Ukraine only allows Russia to say that there has to be a negotiated settlement, there has to be the political will to find the root causes to eliminate this conflict. But instead, Moscow is saying that even though there has been the change in tone in Washington, the European countries are not interested, and therefore we are hearing such stark comments by the Russian politicians.
Dacha Chonyshova in Moscow, thank you for joining me. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines today. US Vice President J.D. Vance has said there is a good chance a trade deal could be reached with the UK. He added the reciprocal relationship between the US and the UK gives Britain an advantage when it comes to negotiating new trade arrangements over other European countries. According to reports, a second round of nuclear talks between the United States and Iran will be held in Rome. Iran and the US said they held positive and constructive talks in Oman on Saturday and agreed to reconvene this week. However, earlier today, Iran insisted the next round of talks would be held in Oman again. A sandstorm in Iraq has suspended flights, triggered power outages and left more than 1,000 people with breathing problems. Footage shared online showed areas cloaked in a thick orange haze. Dust storms are common in Iraq, but some experts believe they are becoming even more frequent, and that is due to climate change. Sudan's civil war began exactly 2 years ago today, causing what aid agencies have described as the world's worst humanitarian crisis. The UK is promising an extra $159 million worth of food and medical assistance. Meanwhile, a high-level international conference has taken place in London today. One of its hosts is the UK Foreign Secretary, David Lammy. He said its aim was to find a pathway to peace. Let's take a look.
Very simply, we have got to persuade the warring parties to protect civilians, to let aid in and across the country, and to put peace first. But the biggest obstacle is not a lack of funding or texts at the United Nations. It's a lack of political will. With over 4 million refugees having fled the country and instability spreading far beyond Sudan's borders, it's also strategically wrong to forget Sudan. And that's why, as Foreign Secretary, I refuse to turn away.
I'm now joined by Al Arabiya's geopolitical security analyst, Riyadh Kawaji. Riyadh, great to have you on the show. The war in Sudan erupted in April 2023. What is the situation on the ground 2 years on?
Well, 2 years on, we have today some progress made by the Sudanese army. As we know, the fighting is between the Sudanese army, the armed forces, and a militia, a paramilitary force that is known as the Rapid Security Force, the RSF. These two groups have been fighting the past 2 years. Over the past few months, we saw the army dominating and managing to capture a good chunk of the country, or recapture it, reaching the capital Khartoum, liberating the whole area, and even part of the neighboring Omdurman area. So the RSF is very much now entrenched in this south and the southwestern part of the country, especially in the Darfur province. The war has, as you've noted, inflicted really heavy losses. The casualties, you're talking above 100,000 killed. They don't have exact numbers because of the situation. There's many people missing. You have 14 million people displaced because of this war. That's why it's such a big tragedy down there.
So, Riyadh, as you just sort of outlined to me, the UN also says the war in Sudan has created the largest humanitarian crisis and displacement crisis, as you just explained. Today, the European Union and Britain have pledged more aid to Sudan. Do you think this is anywhere enough money to help the people right now in the country?
There will never be enough money so long as the fighting is continuing. This war has to come to an end so that the killing and the additional destruction and disaster that is being inflicted on the whole nation comes to an end, because right now organizations would say, okay, we need that much to deal with what we have right now. But tomorrow, with additional fighting, additional people being displaced and killed and so forth, you're going to need more and more. So it will never be enough until this war comes to an end.
Is there any talks currently going on about a ceasefire deal or an end to the war? Is there any prospects?
Unfortunately, in conflicts, you start seeing real progress in ending it when both sides realize and conclude that continuing the fighting will not bring him any gains. So long as both sides believe that they can come out victorious from the fighting, that the military option is their best option, the chances of any progress on the diplomatic side would be very low. And this is what the scenario we have at the moment in Sudan. Both sides are still at it, believing that they can achieve a victory. Today we have the RSF making a big move in the Darfur area on the city that on the northern side of Darfur, which is still under the control of the army, trying to push them out of this province, which indicates that the RSF still believes that they can win this war, while the army now feels jubilant that made all these big advances in the past few months, also again is refusing to make any concessions and go into negotiations.
Riyadh, why has the conflict in Sudan not gained as much media attention as the wars between Russia and Ukraine and Israel and Hamas?
Well, it got the attention in the in the region. You know, if you go to Africa today and talk to African leaders, you will hear them voice a concern about the war in Sudan. However, if you go to the bigger picture, which is the world, the global conflicts today, the center of gravity is still very much in the north, on the western side. So we have a war on the European continent, which is a more powerful, a very rich continent, and it has the Russia and the US both involved. All the big powers are concerned about this conflict, and that's taking a lot of attention away. And of course, when it comes to the Middle East region, what has been happening in Gaza and with the Israeli wars and Lebanon and so forth also took away a lot of attention of what's been happening in Sudan. Unfortunately, we have a lot of conflicts, a lot of military conflicts happening on so many places. The attention will always go first to, you know, the northern part of the world.
Yeah, but as we said, it's been a big humanitarian crisis, and I guess as it enters its next year, people are highlighting it.
People are highlighting it. Also, the atrocities that's happening alongside, like today we have the Secretary General of the UN pointing out the rape being used as a primary weapon, especially on the western provinces in Darfur. And this is not something new. It has happened in the previous conflicts in the Darfur area, where tribes down there have used it as a weapon against one another. This is such a tragic, atrocious thing to be happening today. And it is, as you pointed out, it's not getting the attention it needs because of the other conflicts happening all over the world today.
Thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. Al Arabiya's geopolitical security analyst, Riyad Kawaji. Always great to have you in the studio. Thank you very much. Let's take another look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Mark Zuckerberg has taken to the stand to defend his company Meta against a landmark antitrust trial. The testimony is part of a case brought by the Federal Trade Commission in 2020 during the final days of the first Trump administration. Meta, formerly called Facebook, is facing a legal battle over a supposedly unfair market domination with the addition of both Instagram and WhatsApp. El Salvador will not return Kilmar Abrigo Garcia, who was deported to his home country by the U.S. government and is currently being held in a notorious mega prison. El Salvador's president made the comments during a meeting with Trump at the White House yesterday. Last week, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that the Trump administration must facilitate the return of Mr. Garcia, who was granted protection from deportation by a court in 2019. Deadly storms and floods in Europe affected more than 410,000 people last year as the continent faced the most widespread floods for more than a decade. Scientists say climate change, driven by the use of fossil fuels, is resulting in more torrential rain and also extreme weather. The flooding killed at least 335 people. The jury selection for the retrial of the disgraced movie mogul Harvey Weinstein begins in New York City today. It comes 5 years after the film producer was sentenced to 23 years in prison for rape and sexual assault, a sentence that was overturned by an appeals court last year. New York's highest court has ordered a new trial after finding that his original one in 2020 was tainted by improper rulings and prejudicial testimony. Regardless of the eventual verdict, Weinstein will remain in prison after being convicted of a separate charge of rape. Ahead of today's retrial, I spoke to one of Weinstein's former assistants, Rowena Chu. She famously broke her silence about allegations of attempted rape against her former boss in an article for the New York Times back in 2019, a claim Weinstein does deny. I asked her how she felt about seeing him back in court and, as a hashtag #MeToo activist, what change she wants to see in the future.
I would say that I think the wheels of justice grind extremely slowly. When the first verdict came out in 2020, in early 2020, frankly, it was a shock, I think, to many Weinstein survivors. I think many of us never thought we would see the day where Harvey was in court at all, let alone convicted of a crime as serious as rape. And so I think I am grateful that the retrial is able to take place. It is not without huge amounts of pain and trauma and cost. All of the women involved, of course, those that testify are bearing the greatest cost. But the legal system, again, has had to come into the fray because of the legal technicalities that caused the original verdict to be overturned. But I think that the fact that the retrial is happening so many years later is really a testament to the determination of the very many women and the lawyers who've supported them, who spoke out on behalf of the Me Too movement and still continue this day to speak out against injustice.
As a Me Too activist, what do you want to see change in the future? Because obviously I felt the Me Too movement gained a lot of momentum. Harvey Weinstein was at the forefront of that. However, it seems to have slipped back a little bit. Am I right in that analysis?
I would say this. I would say the Me Too movement, when it ignited in 2017, was very much part of the news headlines. But behind the news headlines and behind the media, really the real change was happening in terms of legal reform and policy reform. And I think that all takes time. And I think that the efforts around legal reform and policy reform are ongoing, regardless of whether the Me Too movement is in the headlines, fades from the headlines, or resurges in the headlines, as it has done over the retrial. And so whilst media was obviously deeply important in igniting the movement itself, with the original article in the New York Times and the New Yorker and so on, the media played an instrumental role. I think it is not solely the media that comprises all of the Me Too movement. And so when people say to me they feel like it has slipped a little, to use your language, it has only slipped a little in terms of media attention. But I think media attention comes and goes. What really matters is the long-term legal reform and policy reform, so that we can have laws in place, policies in place to protect the vulnerable and protect women who are vulnerable to sexual assault. And I think that work still continues. It's not glamorous. It doesn't always make the news headlines, but that is where we want real change to take place.
That was former assistant of Harvey Weinstein, Rowena Chu, there speaking to us. Let's take a look at the top business news now. Nissan will cut Japanese production of its top-selling US model, the Rogue SUV, over May and July. This is the latest global automaker to alter manufacturing plans in response to new US import tariffs. America is Nissan's top market, accounting for more than a quarter of the vehicles it sold last year, with many of those made in Japan and also in Mexico. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon has sold about $31.5 million worth of the bank shares. According to a regulatory filing, Dimon also offloaded some shares last year in his first such sale since taking over the top role in 2005. JP Morgan is the largest lender in America. Turning to the sports news now. Newcastle manager Eddie Howe will return to the club when he is 100% ready, according to assistant manager Jason Tindall. Howe was admitted to hospital with pneumonia on Friday and has missed his side's 4-1 win against Manchester United on Sunday. He will also miss the next two games against Crystal Palace and Aston Villa. And finally, US Vice President J.D. Vance nearly dropped the College Football National Championship trophy while trying to lift it at the White House. Vance didn't appear to realize that the top of the trophy is detachable from its base during a photo op with the Ohio State Buckeyes football team on the South Lawn. The footage that's gone viral on social media shows Vance dropping the trophy before picking it up off the ground. We can now go back to Harvey Weinstein's retrial, and I'm joined by correspondent Mitch McCann, who is in New York. Mitch, thank you for joining us. Mitch, what is happening today?
Well, nice to be with you from New York. Harvey Weinstein is back in court today for the beginning of what is his third trial for sexual crimes, having already been convicted in 2020 here in New York and then 2 years later in California. This is a retrial of the 2020 case and will involve the allegations of 3 different women. Now, Mr. Weinstein is being tried on charges of a first-degree criminal sexual act and a third-degree rape charge based on complaints from a former TV production assistant and a woman described as an aspiring actress. Both women testified in the first trial. However, in this new trial, the third trial, Harvey Weinstein is also charged with sexually assaulting another woman, a third woman, in a Manhattan hotel in 2006. Now, prosecutors say they have known this woman for some time, but she is now ready to come forward. So there will be the 2 women we've heard from in the 2020 trial, and now there'll be a separate charge as well. Jury selection, which began today, it could last 4 days, and opening statements are expected to begin early next week.
Mitch, Weinstein has always denied that he raped or sexually assaulted anyone. What cases are being retrialed and why?
Yeah, well, only one case is being tried, but for context here, as I mentioned, there are 2 cases to consider. The first one is the case in New York where he was convicted in 2020. He was sentenced to 23 years in prison. The second is the case in California where he was also convicted on different charges and sentenced to 16 years in prison. Now, the New York case was overturned by an appeals court last April in a 4-3 decision by the judges. They ruled that Harvey Weinstein was not given a fair trial in 2020 because prosecutors called on witnesses who claimed that Harvey Weinstein had assaulted them, but there was no physical evidence by those examples, and those people weren't actually part of the case that was being heard. So in the end, the appeals court ordered a new trial, which leads us to today. Harvey Weinstein, as you mentioned, has always maintained his innocence, and he's wanted this trial to come sooner rather than later in the hope that he can be freed. It's also important to note he's also challenging or he's appealing his conviction in California.
Correspondent Mitch McCann in New York for us. Thank you for joining me. Now, turning to some sports news, and a victory for Saudi Arabia's under-17 national team means they have made it to the semi-finals of the AFC Under-17 Asian Cup. It's a major milestone for the kingdom's youth development. Making the semi-finals puts Saudi Arabia firmly on the map in this age group, particularly as it knocked out 4-time winner and also reigning champion Japan in the quarter-final after a penalty shootout. And the bigger prize is arguably a spot in the FIFA Under-17 World Cup in Qatar this November. For more on this, I'm joined from sports journalist and editor Mark Lomas. Mark, thank you so much for joining me. So how significant is this achievement in reaching the AFC Asian Cup semi-finals and the FIFA Under-17 World Cup?
Yeah, it's a major achievement for the Saudi team led by Brazilian Mario Jorge. Mainly because it's been so long, I think, since Saudi Arabia competed at the latter stages this tournament and competed on the world stage as well at this age group. So yeah, the result against Japan was a big one, as you mentioned, because they were champions. They're 4-time winners. It was a very, very dramatic penalty shootout victory, and means that Saudi Arabia now face South Korea in the semi-finals on Thursday. But it's been a long time. It's been since 1992 that Saudi Arabia made it to the semi-finals of the Under-17 Asian Cup. So it just shows that this age group, these young players, are on a good, positive path.
A penalty shootout is always stressful, but why is there now more interest in how Saudi Arabia's youth teams are performing in international competitions?
Yeah, obviously, because Saudi Arabia is now, the kingdom's now hosting the 2034 FIFA World Cup, a lot of these players now who are coming through at youth level, they could be the players who are the heroes for Saudi Arabia in 2034. So the development of the teams at under-17 level, under-20 level are being monitored a lot more closely. But there's so much positive news because the under-20 team also managed to reach the final of the under-20 Asian Cup in China last month before narrowly losing to Australia. They're also playing at FIFA Under-20 World Cup later this year. Now we have the Under-17s team as well, also playing at the FIFA Under-17s World Cup. It's giving these players valuable experience against the absolute best in the world, and they're going to need that if they're going to be competitive at the 2034 FIFA World Cup.
Can the Under-17s go one better than the Under-20s and maybe possibly win this?
It's gonna be tough. So South Korea have got an excellent team as well, and then even if they get through South Korea in that semi-final, there's the likelihood that they're going to be playing against Uzbekistan in the final. They play North Korea in the other semi-final. Uzbekistan beat Saudi Arabia 3-0 in the final group stage game, so there's a little bit of a rivalry there. So it's going to be a tough test, but yeah, Mario George's side and his players, I'm sure they'll give it their all.
Mark, and this is all positive in light of Saudi hosting the World Cup, of course, in 2034. What's the latest?
Yeah, well, obviously, you know, as I said, every move that a Saudi team makes, whether it's the national team trying to qualify for the 2026 World Cup, whether it's the youth teams developing the players coming through both in the Saudi Pro League and for the national team, it's all eyes on Saudi Arabia at the moment. I know that the men's and women's FIFA World Cup trophies were at Boulevard City in Riyadh today, so it's starting to feel a lot more real, I think, for Saudi Arabia, that this World Cup hosting. Obviously, a lot of work to go still until 2034, but yeah, all of these developments, I think, are positive for the football outlook in the kingdom.
I hope I see you at the 2034 World Cup, Mark Loomis. Thank you very much.
I'll be there.
Great, me too. A reminder of our top stories. Ukraine says it struck the base of a Russian missile brigade it claims is behind the deadly attack on Sumy. Sudan's civil war enters its third year as aid agencies say it caused the worst world humanitarian crisis. And the retrial of the disgraced movie mogul Harvey Weinstein begins in New York City today. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora, that's coming up next, followed by a conversation with Dr. John Golden discussing children's psychology. Then it's the Rail Deal with Tom Burges Watson. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye.
Decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
for in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
The United States presidency, a role steeped in history, tradition, and since 1951, a firm two-term limit. But with President Donald Trump once again hinting at the idea of a third term, a question many thought was long settled is back in the headlines. Can he actually do that? I'm Joanne Soria, and this is Pixel.
Congratulations, Mr. President. Yeah! We're going to beat this coronavirus, or whatever you want to call it. Congratulations.
Let's start at the beginning with George Washington. After serving 2 terms as president, Washington voluntarily stepped down in 1797. It wasn't required by law, but it set a powerful precedent that U.S. presidents shouldn't hold on to power indefinitely. That unwritten rule held strong for over 150 years. Presidents like Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and James Monroe all followed Washington's example. In fact, it became so ingrained in American political culture that no one even seriously tested it until the 1940s. Enter Franklin D. Roosevelt. Elected during the Great Depression and leading the nation through World War II, FDR was elected 4 times, the only U.S. president to ever do so. His extended presidency raised concerns about the concentration of power in a democracy. And so after his death in 1945, Congress acted. The result was the 22nd Amendment, ratified in 1951. It states no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. That sounds pretty clear, right? 2 terms maximum. Despite that, Trump does have a habit of dropping hints about a 3rd term.
So many people are saying, you've got to run again. They love the job we're doing. Most importantly, they love the job we're doing.
In 2018, he praised China's President Xi Jinping for making himself president for life.
And Xi is a great gentleman. He's now president for life. Maybe we'll have to give that a shot someday.
Was the comment on giving that a shot one day a joke? Maybe, but he's kept the idea alive. By 2020, he floated the idea of postponing the presidential election, raising eyebrows nationwide. And more recently, in interviews, he said he's not joking about wanting a 3rd term.
I'd love that. His 3rd term. Boy, I'd love that. That would be a good one. I'd like that.
This has fueled speculation, not just in the media, but among constitutional scholars and political observers alike. So how could this happen? One theory says Trump's running mate, say J.D. Vance, wins in 2028, with Trump as his vice president, then steps down, allowing Trump to return. But legal scholars point to the 12th Amendment, which bars a twice-elected president from being elected as vice president. Could Congress repeal the 22nd Amendment? Technically, yes, but it's a long shot. Amending the Constitution requires a 2/3 majority in both the House and the Senate, plus ratification by 3/4 of the states. That's a steep hill to climb. Over the years, other presidents have hinted at a 3rd term. Ronald Reagan, popular in his day, reportedly joked about it. Bill Clinton once said he thought he could win a 3rd term if it were allowed, but none seriously pursued it. So is Trump actually planning a 3rd term? Or is this just classic Trump keeping the media and his supporters on edge? Some believe he's testing the waters, gauging public reaction. Others say it's all part of his brand, provoking controversy and staying in the headlines. For now, the Constitution is clear. But could Trump try to change it? Maybe. But history and the law suggest he could be up against an uphill battle. I'm Joanne Soria. See you next time on Pixel from Al Arabiya News.
Our allies
in many cases, worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
The World Police. It's a bit of a tongue-in-cheek term thrown around to deride the US, but does the world actually need one strong, capable leader? Without it, is there chaos or greater global cooperation? The rise of China, coupled with President Trump's America First policy, has thrown the current world order off balance. So, are we witnessing a changing of the guard? It's up for debate here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Since retaking the White House, President Donald Trump has made some bold and seemingly irrational moves, upending the global trading system, openly criticising Ukraine and re-engaging with Russia, and even threatening to take Greenland by force. They may appear unrelated, but there is one common thread.
China.
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 China. China.
China.
China
wants to make a deal.
China is the biggest threat to the US as the dominant superpower since the Soviet Union. China's GDP is projected to reach $25 trillion by 2030, second only to the US. America has a larger defense budget, but China's manufacturing capabilities are unrivaled. And then there's China's pragmatism. Unlike previous US administrations, China's global alliances and deals aren't underpinned by ideology. It boasts win-win deals to build highways, high-speed rail lines and other critical infrastructure without becoming embroiled in domestic conflicts, regime change or multi-trillion-dollar wars. Today on Counterpoints, we'll debate if Trump's actions show the US has accepted that China is a real threat to its dominance. What will determine global dominance in the future? And how will the US-China competition affect global conflicts? Welcome to Counterpoints on Arabiya English. Joining our panel on the current US-China standoff and its repercussions globally is Elliot Abrams, Distinguished National Security Advisor, who has served Republican US presidents from Ronald Reagan to Donald Trump, and Dr. Victor Gao, the Vice President of the Beijing-based Center for China and Globalization. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Now, leaders from both the US and China have referred to their relationship with each other as one of the most consequential bilateral relationships in the world. For years, their interconnectedness has allowed both countries to prosper. But recent developments suggest that period is over. Victor, let me start with you. Do you think that recent actions by the Trump administration has revealed what America maybe hasn't admitted for a long time, that it is really concerned by China's rise and perhaps considers it a threat to its global dominance?
Thank you very much for having me. First of all, China's rise is inevitable. No one can stop it. The United States cannot stop it. That's the mega trend. Secondly, this trade war launched by President Trump and his government against the whole world, including China, is the wrong war. And it's not constructive. It throws all the rules of the game out of the window. It damages the free trade. And while different countries need to come up with strategies, how do they want to deal with the United States in this manhandling of mankind, China has decided to rise up to the occasion and strongly defend the free trade. China will fight to the end, as the government has declared, and China has now imposed the retaliatory tariff up to 125% against all U.S. exports to China. Now, if things are not handled well, this means complete stop of China-U.S. trade, both ways. No goods exported from the United States to China, and complete stop of everything made in China to the United States. This is decoupling. If the United States wants to really welcome this, China will reciprocate, and causing the breakup of China-U.S. relations. Whether this will evolve from peace to war, well, let's all be prepared. In essence, what China now declares is that it is prepared to fight to the end. Trade war, tariff war, technology war, or real war. So the ball is in Trump's court. You decide, and I will reciprocate. I will never succumb to the U.S. pressure. And this is the moment of truth. China wants to defend free trade. The United States wants to destroy free trade.
Right.
The rest of the world is watching, and there will be a choice by the end of the day.
Elliot, if we look beyond the trade war onto global dominance in general, do you agree with what Dr. Gao is saying, that China's rise is inevitable and it's unstoppable?
First, thank you for having me. China's rise is inevitable. China's belligerency, and you just heard some of that belligerency, I would have thought is not inevitable. Maybe it is under Xi Jinping. But the problem that the United States has with China is not its rise, it is China's conduct. First of all, China, from the day it joined the World Trade Organization, has never believed in free trade, and it has not practiced free trade. It has taken advantage of the WTO to build up its own economy at the expense of other economies, and it has used its power to threaten neighbors. For example, the Philippines. That's just one very good example. Or Vietnam, there's another example. Or Taiwan, there's another example. The problem is not China's rise, which I agree is inevitable, and which ought to favor the people of China and really the people of the whole world. But it isn't doing so because of the way China is actually conducting itself.
Could the same be argued, though, about the US? When we talk about conduct, a lot of the US's allies would argue that perhaps the US's conduct doesn't represent that of a global leader anymore either.
Well, I wouldn't defend every single thing that President Trump has done. But I think if you look at the Philippines as a good example. There was a point at which the United States had bases in the Philippines. The Philippines told us, you should leave. So we left. Now, the Philippines being threatened by China, the Philippines is asking us to help with their defense. So we're helping. I think that's the way a friend should behave. Now, when it comes to tariffs, I think what President Trump is really saying is, look, China wants to manufacture every single thing that people are buying in the world and slowly but surely hollow out their own manufacturing. It isn't just the U.S. that is saying that's not acceptable. I think you'll increasingly find the Europeans saying that that's not acceptable either. So I think what President Trump is trying to do is to say that unfair trade practices are not going to be permitted. Now, Victor says he wants free trade. I don't really think we've seen free trade on the part of China over the last couple of decades recently, and particularly under Xi Jinping.
Victor, would you like to respond to that? Is China
Well,
interested in free trade?
2 points. With due respect to the distinguished American panelist, the Philippines. Allow me to announce it for the record. To have U.S. operating military bases in the Philippines today is against the Philippine Constitution. So you are engaged in the illegal activity in the Philippines, according to the explicit provisions of the Filipino Constitution. So my advice is go to check out the Filipino Constitution and see whether your operation in the Philippines is legal or not. Secondly, it's very evident that the United States wants to turn the Philippines into a proxy and even wants to go far to provoke some conflict between China and the Philippines so that it can benefit its geopolitical ambitions against China. This is a very explicit game plan. We can see it very clearly. The Filipino boundary is well demarcated by the Spanish-American Treaty 1898. Everything that belonged to the Philippines was handed over by the Spanish Empire to the United States. It was, again, very much declared, very clearly defined when Japan surrendered. Everything belonging to the Philippines was handed over by the Japanese occupier to General MacArthur. So anything which was not in the U.S.-Spanish Treaty of 1898 did not belong to the Philippines. Anything that Japan did not surrender back to the United States did not belong to the Philippines. We do not need to go back to the Congressional Library in Washington or the Naval Archive.
I think we may have lost Victor Gao there for a moment. We'll re-establish that connection and go to you, Elliot Abrams. What do you think about China's activities in the South China Sea? Is this an example of where the US can exert its dominance as a superpower when we talk about global dominance maybe in terms of defense budgets and military capabilities?
Well, the United States is not seeking global dominance. It is seeking to help people who are near China, who fear this new China. Who do I mean? Everybody. I mean, Taiwan, Japan, Australia, Vietnam, South Korea. You can just look at the map. Really, all of China's neighbors now fear its effort to dominate first the South China Sea and the first island chain, so-called, and then all of Asia. And the United States, sure, we're responding because in some cases we have defense treaties. In other cases, we have friendship. I mean, in the case of the Philippines, we had bases, we gave up the bases. Now the Philippines wants help from the United States in defending itself. But so do really all of China's neighbors, except perhaps North Korea, which is a sort of more or less ally of China. So I think the problem here is, go ahead, yeah.
Well, I just was going to ask, that's all well and good if we consider perhaps previous US administrations, even Republican administrations, who had very active foreign policy interventions. Donald Trump, the current US president, seems more keen on domestic focus, America first. So is the US relinquishing their rights and responsibilities as a global leader? They can't complain when someone else steps in.
Well, first of all, this behavior on the part of China, to which I was referring, which belligerent behavior, I would call it, that has led so many of its neighbors to fear it, has been growing slowly but steadily over the last, 15 years, let's say, really since Xi Jinping took over. So it has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It is true that President Trump would like to be able to concentrate more and more on the American economy. But what does that mean? For one thing, it means dealing with China and trade with China. It means dealing with the fact that most Americans, and this is really bipartisan, most Americans have come to the conclusion that China today, under Xi Jinping, is a greatly expansionist military and economic power that is trying to achieve dominance first in Asia, but then outside of Asia. So I wouldn't focus too much on the Trump administration. And in fact, to the extent that we want to, Trump has made it very clear that his main concern outside the United States is China. That's why the tariff policy is focused so much on China rather than, for example, on Europe.
Do you think then that it is realistic that we are moving away from a unipolar superpower system where we have the US at the top to maybe a point in the near future where the US and China are going to be sharing and competing equally for global dominance, more of a multipolar view?
Well, yes, in the sense that there was a kind of unipolar moment at the end of the Cold War when the Soviet Union collapsed. And that's, 35 years ago now. And in those 35 years, China has invested a great deal in its military, vast expansion of its military, in an effort to rival the United States as a superpower. So I think that's right. I think we're in a place where there is no unipolar leadership by the United States. The question is, what kind of global power, what kind of superpower will China be? And I think an awful lot of its neighbors are telling us all that it is a pretty belligerent superpower and that they're afraid of it.
Is competition, though, in terms of global dominance, for want of a better phrase, a good thing? Is it about time that the US needs to accept that it doesn't act alone and in a vacuum?
Well, I don't think the United States ever really wanted that kind of global dominance, unipolar systems. But when you say, is it about time? I mean, the question really, I'd say two questions. One, what are the facts? And the facts are that China, from a military and economic point of view, has been rising steadily over the last couple of decades, or actually several decades economically, since really the arrival of Deng Xiaoping. And that is an inevitability. What is not inevitable is how does this newly powerful China behave economically and militarily? Does it threaten its neighbors? Does it use its economic power to dominate other countries? Does it, for example, does it try to dump massive amounts of manufactured goods on other countries and thereby hollow out their own manufacturing capabilities? A lot of Americans would tell you that's the kind of thing that happened here. And there are a lot of other countries, I think, that are afraid of it. And I think you're going to see more tariffs on China, particularly with the U.S. tariffs preventing some manufactured goods from coming here. There's a great fear, I think, that China will be targeting other economies and trying to move out its manufacturing there, because the fact is they've overbuilt their manufacturing capacity. They have much more capacity than they need to serve the people of China.
Okay, we're going to move on to our second segment about what global dominance looks like. And I see we can welcome back Dr. Victor Gao. Thanks for rejoining us. I apologize for that slight technical glitch. Let's move on to our second sort of segment of our debate. The US under Donald Trump has pursued a more perhaps realist foreign policy. He's interested in doing business with countries rather than lecturing them on how they should govern. So this is something we've been seeing from China in their dealings with foreign countries for quite a long time. So, Dr. Gao, let's go straight to you. Is the US under so much pressure from China that now they're taking a play directly out of China's playbook and operating on the world stage the way China has been?
Well, first of all, doing business is fine, but doing business by holding a gun at your head is not acceptable. Not to China, probably not to everyone else. Different countries may have different views about what the United States is doing, and it wants to tailor-make its response accordingly. That's fine. But for China, you cannot hold a gun to China's head and issue ultimatum and demand all the impossibilities, for example, and ask China to swallow that. China is the country that values dignity and decency and honor more than economic gains or economic losses. So if you want to hold a gun at China's head, China will hold a gun at your head. If you want to strike China in the cheek, China will strike you back. That's the decision and the determination of the Chinese nation. This is not belligerency. This is the minimum decency you need to apply to international relations. How can you demand other countries, I will slap you in the face, don't slap me back, otherwise I will punish you more. That's the law of the jungle.
But does China really have the power to be that sort of bold against the US? They have a much bigger defense budget.
Let me assure you one thing. I studied arms control and deterrence at Yale Graduate School, Political Science Department. By today, China and the United States can both destroy each other and cause Armageddon for mankind. China wants to pursue peace. The United States is advocating for war, tariff war, trade war, technology war, talent war, and possibly a perverse version of the proxy war or Cold War or hot war. China wants to promote peace of all kinds. Now, for your benefit, China is the largest trading partner with more than 140 countries in the world. Can you believe it? We've dealt with countries of all kinds, different sizes, different conditions, and we treat them equal, big or small. And China wants to pursue peace. China wants to be the barrier, standard barrier of free trade. Now that the United States abandons free trade and uses bullying and intimidation to force other countries to follow its line of thinking. No, this is not what China wants to do, and China will not accept that.
Elliot?
This is the moment of truth. Who is the standard barrier of free trade?
Go ahead.
I would say that China does not practice free trade. It is not, and it has never been, the standard bearer for free trade. For example, free trade would not permit the massive, massive theft of intellectual property in which China has been engaging for decades and is still engaging today. That's not part of free trade. The United States, as you should know, under President Trump, above all, wants to avoid war. He is currently engaged in an effort to bring the war in Ukraine to an end, to bring the war in Gaza to an end. A negotiation with Iran has just commenced. So the last thing President Trump wants is foreign wars. But what he is doing is, to begin with, protecting the American economy. And that's not a declaration of war. That is an effort which I think any government would undertake to protect its own people and its own economy from practices that, in his words, have robbed the American people and the American economy over the last few decades. So I think Dr. Gao is being quite belligerent in his rhetoric. I'm not entirely sure why. Donald Trump is not threatening war against China. But the United States does have some treaties with Japan, for example, defense treaties. And we're not prepared to see China run roughshod over the rights of all of its neighbors.
Dr. Gao, the US may not be declaring war on China, but Vice President J.D. Vance recently said, to make it a little more crystal clear, I'm quoting here, we borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture. So it's maybe not a declaration of war, but it's certainly not a show of respect to another global leader. Is this how a world superpower should behave?
Well, J.D. Vance and I went to the same law school, Yale Law School. I was 20 years ahead of him. I'm ashamed by what J.D. Vance said, because he kept talking about the Chinese peasants, etc. Let me make the simple point. The urban population in China is about 3 times as big as the total population in the United States. The middle class in China is more than the total number of the people in the United States. So if J.D. Vance comes to China, he could barely find a peasant at all, because he will see the urban population. And by today, China is one of the leading industrialized nations in the world. Now, talking about intellectual property, let me emphasize one point very briefly. China now has more patent approved every year than the United States. China is a leading nation of protecting IPR. So no more use those misinformation or mislabeling to describe China. China is a fierce defender of the intellectual property rights for its own good, for mankind's good. And the United States has accused China of intellectual theft for something which it does not even have. And Huawei now has more powerful intellectual property rights, creating more wonderful, miraculous products than anything that the United States can dream about. So if you want to talk about RPR, we can spend an hour talking about RPR, but let's talk back about this trade war. The trade war launched by Trump is wrong. It's the wrong war. It's the war against mankind.
Right.
China is fighting back, and China views this the moment of defending open trade and free trade. Leigh Kaiser even said, no trade is free. That means his mind and his soul are not free. He's suffering from demons. He's suffering from all these ulterior motivations. In China, we advocate free trade. China is the largest trading partner with more than 140 countries in the world. This is a convincing evidence that by practicing free trade, China is #1 in terms of international trade with the rest of the world.
Okay, I can see by your face there, Mr. Abrams, that you want to respond.
Well, I just don't think, these statements are persuasive. China protects intellectual property rights for China. It doesn't respect intellectual property rights for others. In fact, most frequently, it tells companies that want to do business in China that they must hand over intellectual property rights. And then what the Chinese do is copy the product and then produce it in massive volumes so as to put that original company under enormous economic pressure. But again, I guess I'm not surprised, but I'm struck by the rhetoric that Dr. Gao is using, which is a rhetoric of war, 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 which is, again, the last thing the United States or Donald Trump, President Trump, wants. But this is, I think, this is indicative of the kind of wolf warrior diplomacy, as it's called, that Xi Jinping's China has adopted. And it is exactly that to which the United States is responding.
We were talking there about intellectual property. So let me ask you both this. What will determine global dominance in the future? It was simply currently or in the past the size of a country's defense budget. If you had big military, you were a big superpower. Will that change? Is it going to be R&D, innovation, AI? I'll ask you, Mr. Abrams, first. Will that play a greater role in the future? Maybe not overtake defense, but is it going to be more important in maintaining global dominance?
I think so. I wouldn't use the term global dominance, but I would use the term economic and military power. Both are much more linked now to high tech. We began to see that in the war in Iraq, which is, 20 years ago now. And we see more of it with artificial intelligence. And I think you can't find a military analyst today who would not say that tomorrow's military power is greatly linked not just to the industrial plant of a country, but to the highest levels of technological advancement. I think that is true.
And what about you, Dr. Gao? I mean, the US still has a bigger military budget. Is China looking at innovation, at artificial intelligence as a way it can counter perhaps what it doesn't have in tanks and missiles?
Well, talking about the military budget, the U.S. military budget is larger than the next 10 countries' military budget combined together. So the United States has a lot of military budget, a lot of equipment, etc. That's for sure. Now, the point I want to make is that if you can destroy the world 1,000 times versus, for example, if you can have the world destroyed 10 times, there is not a lot of difference. Now, in the world of nuclear age, mutually assured destruction is the rule of the game. Between China and the United States, they have already reached mutually assured destruction if any country wants to use war as an instrument to achieve its geopolitical goals. Both China and the United States can destroy each other multiple times, regardless of whether the United States has a larger budget or otherwise. Therefore, from the Chinese view, the world in the future, according to my personal dream, for example, should be a world of peace, a world every country will be treated equal. Every country respects each other, and no country will be allowed to dominate against any other country. MAGA, or Make America Great Again, is fine, but you cannot achieve that at the expense of other countries. You cannot achieve your greatness by belittling, by delegating or relegating other countries to the lowest echelon of the hierarchy. Every country has its ambition. Every country wants to be in the first front, first row, for example, and no country should be allowed to trample rules of free trade, to trample international order, and to dictate to others, to issue ultimatum, to hold a gun at your head, to demand submission to my will. This is the law of the jungle, and China will never have a part of that, and China will fight to death to oppose that.
Before we move on, Mr. Abrams,
it's interesting. Can I just say, if that were the policy of China, then first, China would not be massively expanding its nuclear weapons, which the United States is not doing. But China is. It seems to want to be able to destroy the world over 10 times, 50 times, 100 times. Secondly, China would not be massively expanding its conventional strength, which won't really have any effect on the United States and our nuclear standoff. The purpose of that is to intimidate neighbors.
All right. Well, we sort of are linking in. Oh, go ahead.
Can I add a point? Everyone knows that the United States has the largest, if not one of the two largest nuclear arsenals in the world. And China's warheads added up together only account for a fraction of that of the United States. That's number one. Number two, in terms of conventional weapons, China is a complete match against the United States. And China does not want to look at its neighboring country. We have 14 land neighboring country. We have 6 maritime neighboring country. No one is a match against China. China's military buildup, if it is real, is basically to prevent the United States using war as an instrument, try to surprise China and try to wrestle China down, or to delay China, to derail China's peaceful rise. That's the only purpose. China is making sure that the American gets the message. If you want to impose war on China, you get war. If you want to destroy China, you get destroyed. If you want to bomb China out with nuclear weapons, you will be wiped out with nuclear weapons. That's the mutually assured destruction theory, mad theory, that everyone in Pentagon, everyone in Washington, D.C. should fully know about. China is not going to be pushed around, and China will fight to the end, one way or another, peacefully or otherwise. So the choice is in Washington. China wants to be a partner of the United States, rather than being a slave of the United States or being a subordinate of the United States.
Jesus.
Trump said one thing.
Does that sound like the words of a partner, Mr. Abrams?
No. I mean, again, the belligerence of this rhetoric, war and attacks and nuclear war, it's really quite striking. About the United States bombing China, I'm not quite sure where this is coming from. Well, it's coming from Beijing. And it is this kind of rhetoric, but more importantly, this kind of policy that has led the United States and others to be fearful of the direction in which Xi Jinping is taking China.
Well, we are talking a lot about conflict, even though we've been hearing that China wants peace, the US wants peace. The Cold War was obviously one of the arguably most dangerous periods in history, with two nuclear powers hovering their fingers over the big red buttons. And now it sounds like there's an allusion to maybe the same period happening now. Elliot, do you think that we are actually heading to a turbulent period of conflict because of this US-China competition, or is this just bluster?
Well, I think it's more than bluster. I think we're seeing actually Chinese actions in the South China Sea. We're seeing actual preparations for an invasion of Taiwan. We're seeing China taking territory maritime territory that belongs to others, that is in their economic zones. So I think it's more than just bluster, and I do think it's dangerous. I think this is not what the Chinese people want, but it is the policy of the Communist Party and of Xi Jinping. So yes, I think we are in for a period of greater danger for all of those who are neighbors of China and for the United States. And why? Well, we see it in this kind of remarkably belligerent tone that Victor Gao is taking.
Dr. Gao, do you want to respond? Is this a period as dangerous as the Cold War?
Well, first of all, since the end of the Cold War in 1991, how many wars has the United States been involved? The world knows. If the Americans pretend not to know, the world knows. How many wars has China been involved in? Zero. Let me emphasize, zero. This is the track record of China defending peace. And that is the track record of the United States being involved in war after war after war. So I think while the American policymakers in Washington may pretend that they don't know the truth, mankind as a whole knows about the truth. They know China today is the most important stabilizing force in the world. Washington is the most disruptive force in the world. China stands for peace. The United States is eager to use war to solve its geopolitical problems in one region after another. No one can hide away from the hard truth and hard data. That is the world we are faced with. China wants to promote peace. China wants to promote peace with the United States. But if the United States dares to impose war, any kind of war, tariff war, trade war, technological war, Cold War, proxy war, hot war, China will fight back. That's not belligerence. That's the Chinese people's determination to anyone trying to impose war on China.
Mr. Gao, do you agree? I mean, if you ask some of China's neighbours, India comes to mind, would you say that China hasn't provoked any conflict?
China has never provoked the conflict. Even if you look at the 1968
I'm going to ask Mr. Abrams to respond to that. My apologies. Go ahead, Mr. Abrams. What do you think about what Dr.
Well,
Gao
I think if China and India have fought, China and India have fought, China and Vietnam have fought. China is today supporting Russian aggression in Ukraine, Putin's war in Ukraine. China is today threatening all of its neighbors in the South China Sea. So I think a peaceful China would not be speaking the way Dr. Gao is speaking today.
Dr. Gao, what do you think about that? We have heard in the news recently about Chinese fighters being captured in Ukraine, fighting for Russia. China may not be there as an official military boots on the ground, but obviously China behind the scenes is lending support.
Come on, China has a population of 1.4 billion people. You have read reports about Chinese nationals fighting on the Ukrainian side, being killed on the battleground. Now you talk about an arrest of a couple of Chinese nationals fighting on the Russian side. I haven't verified all the details, but assume it is true. It is not surprising. The Chinese people have freedom of movement back and forth across the border. And I would not be surprised if there are Chinese nationals fighting either on the Russian side of the war or on the Ukrainian side of the war. This is natural. There are lots of mercenaries, one kind of another, fighting on one side of the war or the other side of the war. If you go to Kyiv, you see national flags of almost 100 countries honoring the dead soldiers killed in the battle. So let's be honest, let's be realistic. We are talking about a war. And you are talking about 1.4 billion people in China. Some love Russia, some love Ukraine. And if, as the American panelist, with due respect, said, if China is really involved in the war, supporting Russia, the war would be over immediately, because no one can fight against the military might of China if China supports the military operations by Russia.
Okay, well, let's turn our attentions to the Middle East then. And let me ask you, Mr. Abrams, first. We have seen China trying to take on a mediating role, bringing together the disparate Palestinian factions to try and get agreement there, to provide a suitable alternative during the peace negotiations. Do you think that the US has languished its role as a global diplomat, and now China has had to pick up that mantle?
No, I think, in fact, the Chinese role in the Middle East has not been particularly strong, neither militarily nor diplomatically. The United States is working now with the new government of Syria, with the new government of Lebanon, working with the Israelis, Palestinians, Jordanians, Egyptians to try to get some kind of peace agreement in Gaza. I think, in fact, China's influence in the Middle East, diplomatically and militarily, is quite limited.
Dr. Gao, does China have the ability, if you say it wants peace, why hasn't China maybe done more, played more of an active role in trying to mediate the situation in the Middle East?
Well, first of all, everyone knows that China brought the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Iran together, and they shook hands and they agreed to peaceful coexistence. This is one of the most important breakthroughs in human diplomacy. And I think both countries count on China as a guarantor for that peace accord between Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Iran. And this actually is a cornerstone of peace and stability for the long run in the Middle East. Now, there is a war involving Gaza, involving parts of West Bank, involving southern Lebanon, involving Syria, etc. China's position is very clear. China always supports the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people. China always demands the two-state solution. China will always oppose very vehemently against any Israeli attempt to seize the land of the Palestinian and to damage and undermine, sabotage the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people. So whatever China is doing as a permanent member state of the United Nations Security Council, as one of the largest economies in the world, is for record of mankind. China is doing the right thing in opposing injustice and violation of the Palestinian people's rights, and China will continue to do that. And in this process, you do not know how many people in the Middle East, for example, the Palestinians, they basically say they can only trust the Chinese. They cannot trust any other country because other countries have their ulterior motives, their own agenda. Talk to the Jordanians, talk to the Lebanese, talk to the Syrians, for example, talk to the Saudis, talk to almost all the Arab countries. They see China as a country without vested interest. And they want to rely on China to achieve the legitimate goal of the Palestinian people. That is their own homeland. That is their own sovereign country. That is becoming a full member state of the United Nations. China is behind all these policy initiatives, and China declares to the world, China is the staunchest supporter of the Palestinian people's legitimate rights.
Mr. Abrams?
Well, first of all, that reading into what Arabs think is something I would never dare to do, and I don't know how Dr. Gao or anybody else can do it, and I think it's false. But with respect to Israel and the Palestinians, it's interesting because China's views, China's rhetoric have risen and fallen. China's relationships with Israel have risen and fallen. They've been closer and more distant. And it has nothing whatsoever to do with China's policy toward the Palestinians. That's completely derivative. What the Chinese have done is move closer to Israel when they thought there'd be maybe some high-tech benefit. Now they've moved further away because they've moved further away because they seem to think that the most important thing is to be on the side against the United States. So if Israel is going to be allied with the United States, they'll drop it. But if you follow the rise and fall of China's relations with Israel and the tone of its rhetoric on the Palestinians, it has nothing to do with Palestinian rights.
Dr. Gao, is there a lack of sincerity to China's actions?
Allow me to. Absolutely not. China has the unique and extraordinary skill of having good constructive relations with Israel on the one hand, as well as with Palestine and all the Arab countries and Muslim countries in the world. China now deals with Israel as it is for those bilateral relations for the mutual benefit of Israel and China. China continues to pursue that. For those actions committed by the Israeli government, Israeli National Defense Force against the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people, China rise up to condemn, regardless of the constructive bilateral relations between China and Israel. Therefore, I think most countries find it puzzling. How can China maintain good relations with Israel on the one hand and be the staunch advocate of the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people on the other hand? That means China does not have a vested interest in this whole war. China supports whichever party which is the right party and condemns whichever party which commits atrocity and denies the people of their legitimate rights. This is what China has been doing for decades, and this will continue to be done by China in the coming decades. China is the strong supporter of the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people from the very beginning till eternity, period.
We're almost out of time, but
I wish you were equally, I just want to say, I wish China was an equally strong supporter of the legitimate rights of the Chinese people, who have no civil and political rights whatsoever under Xi Jinping.
I did want to ask you, though, Mr. Abrams, what did you think about what Dr. Gao said there? Do you think that perhaps China is able to mediate, to have a distinct and special relationship with both sides that the US no longer can because it has a vested interest?
No. China does nothing for the Palestinian people. Take a look, for example, at the aid that it gives the Palestinian people. Pennies, nothing. No, I think it's false. That is, what is China's influence in Syria? Basically none. It's Israel, Turkey, the United States. What is its Syria, Lebanon, the Palestinians? There's actually rhetoric. There's no real influence. When peace is made in Syria, when peace is made in Lebanon, when efforts are made for peace between Israel and the Palestinians, Egypt counts, Jordan counts, the U.S. counts, the EU counts. China these days does not.
Gentlemen, I wish we could continue, but we are out of time. I thank you both for your respectful and insightful comments. Thank you for being part of our panel on Counterpoints. Mr. Elliot Abrams, Republican Presidential National Security Advisor, and Dr. Victor Gao, the Vice President of the Center for China and Globalization. And thank you to you at home for tuning in to Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. You can catch all our episodes at Al Arabiya English's YouTube channel, and of course follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, Make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello, I'm Joanne Surya. From the pressures of social media to the long shadow of the pandemic, young people today are navigating a mental health landscape unlike any before. And it's not just Gen Z. Millennials are also dealing with rising levels of anxiety, burnout, and emotional stress. So how did we get here? And more importantly, how do we move forward? To break down what's really going on inside the minds of today's youth and young adults, I'm joined by Dr. John Golden, consultant in child and adolescent psychiatry. Dr. Golden, thank you for joining me. Over your career as a child and adolescent psychiatrist, how have you seen the mental health landscape shift for young people?
Yeah, I mean, I've been a consultant child and adolescent psychiatrist for over 25 years. And during that time, I think it's fair to say that there has been a very clear increase in mental health difficulties amongst children and young people. Now, there's various reasons for that. One thing is that we are recognizing things more, we're picking things up more. And I think young people are also more open to talking about their difficulties that they're facing. So rather than kind of suffering in silence, young people are seeking help, or they're talking to their parents or their friends or teachers at school. So we're more aware of the kind of difficulties that young people are facing. So that's one of the factors. But I think in general, it's quite hard being a young person in today's society. I mean, from a sort of political point of view, there's greater gaps between rich and poor, and there's bigger socioeconomic divides, certainly in the UK and elsewhere in the world. And we know that poverty is associated with poor mental health. And when your parents are struggling to pay the bills and there are socioeconomic difficulties at home, that can be associated with poor mental health. Another big factor is social media. And we know that social media puts pressures on young people. There are good things about social media as well. But we do know that in the last 15 years or so that smartphones and social media have become more part of young people's lives. We know the kind of increased pressures that they're under, and I'm sure we'll talk about that in more detail in a little while. I think also, just getting back to the economic side of things, it's the first time that young people, certainly in the UK, are less well off socioeconomically than their parents. And I think also young people look to the future and they think, what kind of future world am I going to grow up in and live in? Politics is very divided. Things are getting very polarized. In that kind of way, we see a lot of wars and adults, doing things that young people think, why are they doing that? What kind of future am I going to have? There's the issue of things like climate change that is very important to young people, but they probably feel that adults are not taking it as seriously as they should do. So there are various things that are quite stressful for young people when they look to the future that can make them feel quite pessimistic, and maybe the rise of AI and worries about what kind of jobs they're going to be able to do in the future. So quite a few different things are making things difficult for young people today.
You did mention social media. I do want to talk about that for a bit. TikTok and similar platforms are designed to be highly addictive. What kind of impact are you seeing this have on children and teens in terms of attention span, sleep, and overall mental well-being?
Yeah, I think in terms of attention span, social media does not help people sustain their attention. So young people these days are not reading books, for example, as much as they used to, I don't think, because they're more likely to be looking at, short form videos, as you say, on TikTok or on Instagram. And so their brain is not being trained to sort of sustain attention in the way that hopefully it was in the past when, young people were doing things like reading more. So they're used to, seeing something that's kind of entertaining for like 20 seconds, and then the algorithm that you mentioned shows the next thing immediately. So they're moving from one thing to the next. It's designed to keep them on the platform. These social media companies, they basically want to get our data, and they want, the more time we spend on their platforms, the more time young people spend on their platforms as well, the more data they get, the more revenue they get from advertising. So I do think that social media companies should prioritize the mental health of young people much more than they do. And I think their real priority is the bottom line, making money. And unfortunately, they're making money often at the expense of young people's mental health.
Another big concern with social media, I would say, on platforms like Instagram, for example, they create this culture of comparison, right? Then you have users mostly sharing their best moments and not much negative content from their own personal lives. How does this shape self-esteem and identity in adolescence?
I think it's hard when you're a young person sitting at home looking at images of, glamorous men and women doing exciting things, and then you compare your life with the images that you see online, and it compares unfavorably very often because, as you say, people put their sort of best foot forward when it comes to social media, and often things are photoshopped that young people might not be aware that they've been photoshopped. So people look, in a way, their image is kind of unrealistic for young people to achieve in a sort of day-to-day sense, and so they compare themselves unfavorably. This affects their self-esteem, and they feel that they're not good enough, that they don't match up. And often this is happening, when they're on their own in their bedroom, looking at this through this screen at this world that's out there. And it can make them feel quite low and quite depressed and quite anxious that they can't keep up with what they're seeing. And it's not good, obviously, for their mental health to have that unfavorable comparison.
Given the digital world isn't going away anytime soon, what practical steps can parents and schools or even these platforms take to better protect young minds without completely cutting them off from this online social life that they have?
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to be able to put the genie back in the bottle, as it were, so we can't turn the clock back. So we do need to learn how to manage social media. And I think it's very important that parents and adults and educators know what young people are looking at online and leave the lines of communication open for young people to talk to their parents or their teachers or trusted adults about what they're seeing. They might be seeing things that are quite upsetting for them. Young people as young as 7 or 8 might be looking at quite graphic pornography. I mean, that is happening way more than it should do, and that's upsetting for them, and that will affect their views of relationships between men and women and so on. So it's very important that when they're concerned or worried about things that they're seeing, that they do have the opportunity to talk to adults about them. As I say, the lines of communication really need to be open. Now, one of the ways that social media affects the young people's mental health in a detrimental way is through sleep and lack of exercise. So if you're spending a lot of time online looking at your phone, especially if it's late at night, you're not getting the sleep that you need. And we know that a good night's sleep is very associated with good mental health. So I often recommend that young people should put their phones away for at least an hour before bedtime. And I say this to parents that maybe it would be helpful if the whole family does that. So the whole family can charge their phones in the kitchen or something like that from a certain time in the evening, 9:30 or 10 p.m. or whatever is decided in that particular family. And the parents can model that. I mean, young people look to their parents as role models. And if their parents are looking at their phone late at night in bed and so on, the young people are more likely to do it themselves. So if you do not look at a screen for at least an hour before bedtime, that's likely to increase your chances of having a good night's sleep. So that's something I recommend. The other thing we talk about is green time rather than screen time. So green time means time out in nature, walking in a park, getting some fresh air. And we try to encourage more green time rather than too much screen time. Young people will look at screens, but we need to try and find a balance. The other thing I want to mention as well is in the UK, we have an online harms bill that has gone through Parliament and is currently being implemented. And the government are trying to put pressure on social media providers to take, for example, graphic images of self-harm or references to suicide or sites that promote eating disorders, these kind of sites that are unhelpful for young people's mental health. They're trying to encourage Instagram and Facebook and TikTok and so on to take down these sites and to police their sites more carefully. And they certainly are capable of doing this. They have the technology. Currently, they don't do age verification adequately. These companies can certainly police who is on their sites, but they're not doing it adequately. So, for example, we need much better age verification on TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, and so on.
I think we can shift a bit from social media and briefly touch on the COVID-19 lockdown experience. When it comes to the younger generation, how did years of these types of restrictions and sometimes even long isolation periods affect their mental health and in terms of social development and anxiety?
The COVID lockdown was a very difficult time for many young people and families across the globe, obviously. And I think one of the things that was particularly difficult in the UK for young people and elsewhere was missing out on school. So schools were often shut for quite prolonged periods of time, and children were not able to go to school. They weren't able to get the normal education that they needed to receive, and they also weren't able to socialize with other young people. So quite a few of the patients that I see nowadays, they look back on those couple of years of the COVID time, the COVID pandemic, and they think that really was not helpful for their mental health. They were stuck at home often. They were not able to see their friends. They were not able to get out to school, as I say. And it was a very anxious time as well. Relatives might be unwell or even dying. You know, the numbers of people that were dying at the time were very inflated, sadly. And many children and young people knew someone, perhaps a close relative even, who had died. And they also pick up on the anxiety of their parents. So fathers and mothers, their jobs were at risk. They weren't earning money in the same way that they normally might do when there is not a pandemic. So there was a lot of anxiety, and also, of course, anxiety about the pandemic as well in itself. So there was a lot of anxiety nationally and throughout the world, and young people picked up on that. So it was a very difficult time for a range of reasons, missing out on education, missing out on socialization, and great anxiety all around us.
How does this phase of missing out on so much, whether they're missing out on school or they missed out on social experiences, how will that affect these children from this generation in the real world as adults?
Well, we hope that there's not lasting damage done, but the reality is it does increase challenges for young people when they've missed out on a year or two of their education. So we know that, you know, young people who are doing exams and studying at a later stage in their school career suffered because they missed out on education during the COVID pandemic. So it doesn't necessarily have to mean that there's long-term damage done, but, you know, children and young people develop, and to some extent that period of time, their opportunities to develop were restricted. They didn't have, you know, if you were age 3, 4, 5, and normally you'd be in a play group, learning how to play, learning how to interact with other young people of your age, you were stuck at home usually at that time for that 2-year period, or much of that 2-year period. So normal opportunities to develop and socialize were missed out on, which means that young people have to catch up at a later stage. So one hopes that for the majority of young people, it doesn't affect them in a major way into their adulthood and into their, you know, professional careers and so on. But I do think it makes it more stressful to, for example, you know, study at the age of 11, 12, 13 when you've missed out on school at the age of 5 or 6. So, you know, there have been significant impacts, but we also don't want to be too pessimistic and think that it's, you know, caused definite long-term damage, because I don't think we can say that for sure.
We've been talking about younger children, so let's shift a little bit to talk about millennials. Why do we hear so much about this generation as being more anxious compared to others, whether they're younger or older?
As I said earlier, I do think that young people are talking more openly about their mental health challenges, and it's really good that the stigma has reduced. We have more actors and sports people and, you know, well-known celebrities who are talking more openly about if they feel depressed or anxious. And I think that's a positive thing. I think it's particularly important for males to feel that they can, I mean, it's obviously important for females as well, but I think males struggle with this more sometimes. Saying when they feel down, when they need help, when they're feeling anxious. And males, to some extent, are getting better at this. There's obviously a lot of challenges that boys face, in particular, in relation to what it means to be a male in today's society. But people are talking more openly, and I think that's a positive thing. So I think that's one reason why we might say this is the anxious generation, because people are talking more openly about it. But I do also think that the things we've talked about already, like social media and comparing yourself unfavorably with people that you see online, and the kind of pressures to get lots of likes when you put a post out there, these kind of things are putting increased pressure on young people, and I think it makes them anxious. And I think that's one of the reasons why we have a more anxious generation of young people at the moment.
So you're saying millennials and younger generations are talking more openly about mental health. Do you also think therapy and mental health tools have become more normalized among younger generations? This is compared to older generations, or are they still facing some stigmas?
I think there's still some stigma associated with it, and we need to continue to sort of challenge the stigma of having mental health difficulties. I mean, everyone is prone to having mental health difficulties at different points in their lives. We need to distinguish, normal unhappiness and sadness and normal kind of anxiety from pathological depression or anxiety disorder. And the ways that we distinguish that are things like, how much is it impacting on your life? And I think it's really important that we do say to young people and to each other that, being anxious sometimes is a perfectly normal thing to do. In fact, it's actually a helpful thing to be anxious when you're facing an exam, because, for example, or a sports event or something that you need to perform at, because anxiety helps increase your performance to a certain extent. But if you have too much anxiety, it can impact on your day-to-day functioning, and it can become a kind of disorder which needs the right help and support. I think young people are more open to receiving therapy, to receiving help than perhaps the previous generation 20 or 30 years ago were, and that's a really positive thing.
With Gen Z coming up behind them, do you think millennials are paving the way for a more emotionally literate generation?
I think the direction of travel is for people generally to be more able to talk about their feelings and as you say, to have a more kind of emotionally literate generation. I think that's a really positive thing. And I think that is one of the positive developments that we've had over the last 10 or 15 years. However, the rise of social media and the way society is moving is also in a more kind of polarized direction. I think we've seen that there's less nuance around, less kind of gray areas, more black and white. You either believe one thing or you believe the opposite thing. And I think that's a real concern, and young people can get somewhat drawn into that. I've seen young males, for example, get drawn into a very kind of polarized view of what it is to be a man, and, very unhelpful influences like Andrew Tate and so on. We can discuss that if you want to in more detail, but following role models who are really not very helpful, and that is a real concern when that kind of thing happens. So I think it's a mixed picture. In some ways, things are really developing in a helpful way. Young people are becoming more emotionally literate, more able to access help, more able to talk about their feelings when they're feeling low or anxious, more able to get support. But at the same time, they're also drawn into this world which is more polarized, and that aspect of society is not a helpful development, I don't think.
I do want to hear more about that from you, Dr. Golden. With figures like Andrew Tate being so popular among young boys and even young men, and then there was the hit show Adolescence on Netflix. Tell me more about how such figures and experiences are affecting this generation.
Well, I think some boys don't know what it is to be a man, or what masculinity involves, and they're struggling with that. And I think it's really, really important that they have positive male role models. And, a significant number of young people grow up without, one parent at home. Often it's the man who's not at home. So we have boys growing up in families where they might not see their father so much, or their father might be living somewhere else, or they might not see him at all in the worst case scenarios. So I think that's really difficult for many boys, that they don't have the opportunity that would be helpful to them to have positive male role models. And then in the absence of that, they might be in their room looking at their phone on Instagram or whatever, and seeing people like Andrew Tate saying, this is what it is to be a man. But, if you look at some of the stuff he's put out there, it's extremely worrying. He's talked about violence against women, and you need to dominate them, and you need to show them who's boss, and all this kind of thing, which if you're a young boy, you might be drawn into that. You might think, oh, okay, this is how I need to be a man. But it's obviously an extremely unhelpful role model to follow. So what we do need is more positive male role models around for boys in today's society.
And what can be done in this case when, as you're saying, some boys don't have these role models in their lives and their only resource would be social media and what's being pushed in terms of content in front of them? What could be done to help this future generation?
Well, I think it's really important that, you know, society provides good facilities for young people. So sport is a really good opportunity to work as a team, to have good positive role models, to meet other people, to be healthy physically and get out in fresh air. So I think, you know, sports facilities, sports clubs should be more widely available at lower cost for young people to take part in. Similarly, youth clubs, opportunities for young people to, you know, get out of the home, meet positive adult role models and meet other young people in a kind of healthy way. Face-to-face interactions, either in the family or in society more broadly, are protective for young people's mental health. Being stuck in your bedroom looking at your phone all the time is not protective for your mental health. So we need to sort of shift the balance in that kind of way. And I think governments and society generally should be paying more attention to the well-being of young people. I mean, after all, they're the next generation, they're the future of our society, and we should be looking after them a lot more than we have been doing thus far.
Dr. Golden, I really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you so much for your time and your insights. And to the viewers, thank you for joining me. See you next time.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome to the Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya News headquarters. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the very latest business news and headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. I'm here with Ali Raza, who is the Chief Investment Officer of the Saudi Arabia Holding Company. Welcome to you.
Hello, Tom. Great to be here.
Great to have you with us. We're going to start by taking a look at the top stories of the last couple of days. As countries around the world weather the tariff storm brought on by the US President Donald Trump, we take a deep dive into the implications of this baseline tax on Saudi Arabia's economy. Coming up, we'll be speaking to the Chief Executive Officer of the Saudi-based clean power generation company Aqua Power. He'll be joining us from Riyadh. And as Tesla opens its first showrooms in Saudi Arabia this week, we take a closer look at the opportunities down the road for electric vehicles in the kingdom. A very warm welcome once again to everyone. I'm here with Ali, who I introduced just a moment ago. Great to have you with us. Really appreciate you coming in to see us. The very first edition of The Real Deal, as we've been saying, a new bulletin in English dedicated to business in Saudi Arabia. I mean, a lot of people seem to be really interested in Saudi Arabia, a lot of appetite for information.
Very much so, very much so. We've got a long string of conferences in Saudi Arabia. We've got a range of investment initiatives. There's industrial development that's taking place. The world is paying attention now. And we see that through the conversations that people start with us. And it's very clear that the world is hungry for more insights on what's happening on the ground in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, well, you and I will be anticipating some of the questions and trying to address that interest. We're going to kick off the very first episode of The Real Deal with the one and only Mr. Wonderful. Aka Kevin O'Leary, the investor and host of the Shark Tank United States, who joins us now from Miami. Kevin O'Leary, investor and host of Shark Tank USA, who joins us now from Miami. Mr. O'Leary, great to have you with us once again, especially for this, our very first episode of the show. We aim to bring the world of Saudi business to a global audience, and I want to start by asking you, what's been your experience of doing business in Saudi Arabia?
Well, it's one of the largest growth areas in the world, and over the last 10 years, the tonality of, investors' attitude has changed completely. I mean, you can see that just by the amount of traffic that any of the trade shows happen or the conventions. It's packed because people really want to understand what the vision is for the next 20 years in Saudi, and it's a very positive tone because there's a lot of stability coming into the way people think. I know the region's been in turmoil, but when you start to hear the vision of the long-term investment opportunity and the growth, it's hard to find it anywhere else in the world. And really, investors pursue growth. That's it. The path of least resistance is the lowest risk with the fastest growth rate. And right now, Saudi's in the top quartile of destinations for that.
I know you don't have a crystal ball, but where do you see the kingdom in about 5 years from now?
I think it's going to get a lot more investment in real estate. There seems to be a pretty big opportunity there. Investors like real estate. It's a hard asset. The challenge in developing real estate anywhere, in any region, are the permits, access to water and power. This is, it's a third of our portfolios in real estate, and we're constantly dealing with the pressures of trying to find locations where you have power and you can get permits and you have access to, people that can build and provide the engineering and everything else. And so I think in the planning for Saudi, what was done right is check the boxes on all those things. I mean, you can't do it without power, and there's plenty of it, and you need locations where you can get permitted, and the government's done a good job in pointing that out, that they're ready to provide that. So I think it's a pretty, and this takes decades to actually work out, and I think it's very positive now. That's why you're seeing a lot of interest in infrastructure funds and in real estate investors to go check it out.
Mr. O'Leary, a few years ago you made a comment that I'd like to revive. You said Saudi Arabia is the most misunderstood country in the world, and I think things have changed since. I'd love to hear your opinion on your impression of how the world sees Saudi Arabia now.
I don't think it's changed that much. I think people have come to the conclusion that trying to understand the kingdom by reading reports, it doesn't work. You have to get on a plane and go there. You have to actually, as I like to say, marinate in it. You have to go there, and that's very, very important. And I think I tell everybody that's interested in it, I say, look, there's only one thing to do. You've got to take 10 days and go to Riyadh and just understand that whatever your perception was, it's going to come back changed. And everybody that's done that I've talked to said you were 100% right. So I would advocate that the government have a policy of making it as easy as possible for investors from every jurisdiction to go there. Because my first experience was completely different than what I thought it was going to be, and it got, reconfirmed every time I go. And what's amazing is there's so much change. Even in 6 months, you can see it. And so, I went to the real estate conference recently. I was blown away. I mean, it was just massive, 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 massive. And I ran into investors that I know from Zurich and Geneva and London and, Abu Dhabi. Everybody's there. So when you get that kind of nexus, when you get enough people, you get, critical mass, because investors are always looking at the other guy saying, where are you putting capital to work? And it was clear from that conference that, I haven't quite seen anything like that in any other real estate conference. I mean, we have one coming up in Washington, D.C., data center world that might be equivalent. It might be. But that's an area of real estate that a lot of investors like me are looking at. There's a tremendous amount of interest in that. And even that was discussed in the conference. Power is everything. I keep saying this over and over again. You can't build an economy without a low-cost, stable, and reliable power source. And I think, the kingdom's done a pretty good job on that one.
While we've been talking, we've been looking at pictures of you on the stage in Saudi Arabia at various events. Clearly, you've been going there for a long time. Just wondering if you could tell us when your first visit was, and you've obviously witnessed all this change. Any anecdotes from that first visit? I mean, anything really struck you when you first set foot in the kingdom?
Well, there was a perception that women weren't part of the economy when I went for the first time, and there's a lot of resistance. And I said, I don't believe that to be true. I think leadership now has understood the importance of that huge part of the workforce, but I'm going to go and I'm going to check it out for myself. I mean, that's the whole deal. You have to go. And it was pretty obvious to me within hours that it was massive change. And so that's very important. That, it's a perception versus reality issue on that. And there's still a perception that that's the case in Saudi Arabia, but it's not true. And I also think Rima has done a good job here stateside in representing the fact that women are very powerful within society, because she herself is so powerful here. She's so well respected. And, she's probably one of the best ambassadors the country's ever had, because everybody knows her, and she's very active, and she's very effective. She can get stuff done, and I think putting her in that position was a brilliant move.
Mr. O'Leary, your sentiment and perception of the kingdom, I think, is appreciated by many. Could you tell us, what do you think is the value of a show like The Real Deal?
Information. It's all about information. It's all about getting facts into the head and hands and eyes of investors. This is a long-term goal. You have to build trust with investors over decades. It doesn't happen overnight. Investors seek stable returns. They would love to get double-digit returns, and they'll go anywhere in the world to get it, because that's their mandate. I mean, the real money is in the sovereign wealth and pension plans where, managers, and I put myself in that basket. Where do we go? And on a portfolio basis, we're all happy to take geopolitical risk. I mean, we don't have to put it all in one place, but you want to check the boxes on the things that really matter. Is there law that you can rely on? Is it transparent? Can you find infrastructure that you can work with? And I say business infrastructure. How do you actually craft a deal? Do you have the lawyers? Do you have the banks? All of this stuff. And that's really what a show like this should be doing, is talking about the vertical pillars of the infrastructure that are available. So, I think people want to know, okay, how does the banking system work? How do I transfer, $1 billion? Where is it actually held? And how do I access it? And all of that stuff is going to matter. It's really going to matter, because that's the nature of what the investment opportunities are. They're multi-billion-dollar real estate opportunities and infrastructure opportunities and energy development opportunities. That's what I seek. I mean, that's what I'm looking for. And so, it's important to get that information out there.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Kevin O'Leary, investor and host of the Shark Tank USA. A real pleasure talking to you. Thank you.
Take care. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Well, as we've just been saying there, it has been quite the roller coaster week for markets right across the globe on the back of those sweeping tariffs, which have also raised some fears of a global recession. Ali, I just wanted to talk to you a bit more about these tariffs. We've got baseline tariffs imposed on all countries around the world at 10%. What's the direct impact, do you think, of those tariffs on the Saudi economy specifically?
Well, Tom, first of all, we've all seen this movie before. There's been many instances of tariffs, embargoes, and other economic fluctuations. So that's the first point. The direct impacts are very minimal to Saudi Arabia, because the reality is that only around 5% of the exports from Saudi Arabia go to the US. In fact, Asian nations are the greatest trade partners. Now, from that 5%, a large percentage is actually crude oil, which is exempt from the tariffs. So the direct impact is quite limited, but this is not to say that there are risks that we don't need to be conscious of.
Okay, so direct impacts are minimal. What about sort of more indirect impacts of those tariffs on Saudi?
The obvious impact is the fluctuations in the oil price And as we all know, although Saudi Arabia is working tirelessly to diversify away from oil, it is largely dependent for economic prosperity on the oil economy at the moment. So there's an inherent risk in that. However, I'll go back to my earlier point. We've seen this movie before, right? 2008, 2016, 2018. I think Saudi Arabia has proven itself to be a very resilient nation. In each instance, we've seen fiscal policy kick in, we've seen austerity measures, we've seen all kinds of economic development measures being put in place. The greatest one perhaps being the launch of the Vision 2030 initiative in 2016. And in each instance, we've seen the nation thrive, prosper, and continue to build. Now, the indirect impact to the oil prices may see some slowdown in investor interest or some economic slowdown in other parts of the world. I think that's a double-edged sword. That could have some impact on the development measures that are being worked on in the kingdom. However, it could also make Saudi Arabia an even more favorable place for foreign investors to come and participate in the economic development.
Okay, so that's the impact of the tariffs. I want to talk a little bit more about President Trump's possible visit to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, his first destination of his first term in office, of course. And it looks like it's going to be the first foreign trip of President Trump's second term in office. Do we know anything more about that, Ali?
Well, so far we can infer what the purpose of the trip will be. We have some record of his previous trip in his first term. And I think if the latest affairs are any indication, it's clear that trade flows and trade relationships are top of the agenda. And they're top of the agenda for both sides, perhaps. Now, I won't infer all of the topics of discussion, but what we have seen earlier this year is His Excellency Minister Al Ibrahim, speaking at Davos, mentioned that that Saudi Arabia is looking to expand trade to $600 billion with the US, and this is between the public-private sectors, procurement, and investment flows. So, once again, if that's any indication, it's compounding or compiling the latest affairs with the whole tariff mess and the discussions surrounding that, taking into account the indications from the Saudi leadership on the appetite for investment expansion, I would predict that this is going to be a major focus of his first trip.
Okay, well, we'll come back to you in just a moment, Ali. Thanks for that. We'll be right back after this. Well, let's take a quick look now at some of the other major business stories from the kingdom. The General Authority of Civil Aviation officially grants Riyadh Air an air operator's certificate. This confirms that Saudi Arabia's newest carrier is fully compliant with necessary regulations and safety standards. Well, the company's CEO, Tony Douglas, says that the airline will be ready to begin operations later on this year. The Saudi oil firm Aramco says it has discovered 14 oil and natural gas fields and reservoirs. This in the kingdom's eastern region and the Empty Quarter. Well, the oil is reported to be of varying grades, totaling more than 8,000 barrels per day, while the natural gas could total more than 80 million standard cubic feet per day. Tesla has this week started selling cars in Saudi Arabia with the opening of its first showroom and service center in Riyadh. There will also be showrooms in Jeddah and Daman. While Tesla's Model 3, Model Y and Cybertruck will all be on sale. And this marks a new chapter in the company's global expansion. It comes at a time of falling global sales for Tesla. Well, Tesla's Saudi debut comes roughly a year after that of the Chinese giant BYD, which opened its Riyadh showroom last May. Well, electric vehicle sales in the kingdom totaled just 2,000 last year, so clearly there is scope for major growth, not least because people in Saudi Arabia cover more kilometers per year than people in many other markets. This is what the Saudi Arabia general manager of BYD, Carlos Montenegro, had to say.
The Saudi market is also very particular because the amount of kilometers per year that the user does is significantly higher than other markets. There is also a lot of intercity trips, so it would be very normal that a consumer will do, in a year 40,000 kilometers on its car.
Well, in line with Vision 2030, which will see the Saudi economy diverse away from oil, the kingdom is investing heavily in developing the EV sector. Ali, I just wanted to ask you a bit more, because it seems like there's a serious opportunity here for EVs in Saudi Arabia.
Absolutely. It's one of the biggest items of the agenda, industrially speaking. And I think we've seen enough examples of the fact that when the Saudi leadership gets behind an industry or an objective, it mobilizes, pardon the pun. And the electric vehicles have been, they've been one of the main focuses of the economic development agenda that's been set in motion by Vision 2030. Lucid vehicles being one of the largest investments in the automotive space that PIF has made, north of around $8 billion so far, with a manufacturing plant now in Kingdom. This is in addition to Seer, which is Saudi's first homegrown electric vehicle brand, partnering with the likes of Rimac and BMW to bring technology in what will become a premier vehicle. And with the entry of Tesla, BYD already being dominant, in addition to that, EV charging infrastructure being rolled out at rapid pace by PIF entity, EVIQ, amongst others. I think this is an industry that's going to flourish very quickly, very rapidly, and we'll see this become a dominant space in the near future.
All right, so a lot more EVs on the roads across Saudi Arabia by the sounds of things. Well, as Saudi Arabia works its way towards its renewable energy goals, one locally bred firm has been playing its part in the country's green energy success ever since 2004, in fact. Aqua Power, a developer, investor and operator of power generation and desalination plants, now has a presence in 13 countries across the Middle East, Africa and parts of Asia. Well, I'm joined now by the CEO of Aqua Power, Marco Arcelli. Marco, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us here on The Real Deal. Let's just start by introducing Aqua Power to our audience. You've been at the helm for just over 2 years, I believe. Tell us a bit about the structure of the company, and tell us as well what your main revenue streams are.
Aqua Power is one of the big success stories of Saudi Arabia and Saudi entrepreneurship. It's a company that was founded 20 years ago, and the founding members are still part of the shareholder structure. And they were joined a few years ago by PIF when Saudi Arabia launched this big decarbonization program and assigned to PIF and to Aqua Power on behalf of PIF the responsibility of building 70% of the renewables in the country, which means about 130 gigawatt between now and 2030. So it's a massive effort that we're doing to take out 268 million tons of CO2 equivalent emissions by 2030. It's phenomenal what's going on. And then a few years ago, about 2.5 years ago, the company was listed on the stock exchange. It's been a very big success. Of course, we're now facing some volatility in the market, but the stock price multiplied in the last few years. So today we have roughly 80% owned by PIF and the founding families, and the rest as a free float on the stock exchange. We have about $100 billion of investments that we have made and we are making in projects that are about 60% in Saudi Arabia and 40% in 13 other countries that go from Morocco to China, from Uzbekistan to South Africa. And that is telling you how basically this excellence of Saudi Arabia in renewable energy, combined cycles, water desalination, and green hydrogen and green ammonia, we're turning Saudi Arabia from the largest exporter of oil to, inshallah, the largest exporter of decarbonization and water desalination technologies.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about water because, I mean, we tend to think, don't we, of places in Saudi Arabia, the Arabian Gulf in general, as being arid and having water supply issues. It is so simple and such an important building block for a thriving country. Just tell us a bit about desalination. I mean, are we seeing the technology behind it evolving? What's going on? What's exciting in that line of your business?
Our company, Aqua Power, has been a leader in driving efficiency in desalination over the past 20 years. And in particular, I would quote that in the last 15, we were able to decrease the amount of electricity, the amount of energy that is required to produce 1 cubic meter of water, of potable water, by more than 80%. So we went from more than 15 kilowatt hour per cubic meter, a cubic meter is 1,000 liter, to less than 3. We're today at about 2.7 in the plants, the newest plants that we operate. So that is one thing. The second thing is to employ renewable energy. So increasingly, I'm calling it green water, what we're doing. We have a very large scale, I think the largest scale application of 100% green water application at the Red Sea Global Development on the west coast of Saudi Arabia. But increasingly in our plants, included in Dubai and in Saudi Arabia, we employ solar panels next to the plant so that about a third of the power need is generated locally, so you don't have to rely on the grid, so you don't put pressure on the grid, and you can reduce the amount of electricity and the cost of electricity to generate 1 cubic meter of water. That is why today, with this in mind, with artificial intelligence that we are applying basically to the process, so that the use of all the additives and chemicals that are needed to be put into the water, you know, to all the minerals like calcium, magnesium, to make it potable, are reduced by more than 30% through these artificial intelligence instruments that we are using, and also through a greater emphasis on analyzing all the distribution of the water and the discharge. We're making this one of the most sustainable technologies we can employ.
Okay, so it sounds like AI is helping you to generate much greater efficiencies. You're already on track for a much more efficient process in desalination of water. And it sounds to me very much like aqua power, and you said this you alluded to this in your first answer, is really central to those renewable goals that Saudi Arabia has set itself.
It is indeed. So as the provider of 70% of the renewables under the PIF program, that means on average we're going to build 14 gigawatt per year. As a matter of fact, today with the backlog that we have, we already have more than 20 gigawatt under construction. We already have 4 gigawatt in operations, and that's just a few years since we started. So the ramp up is phenomenal, and this gives us also great opportunities to leverage the relationship with the key supply chain contractors, OEM suppliers, to be able to achieve the lowest cost. We recently declared the low bidder on 800 megawatt in Morocco. We expanded in China. We're the biggest investors in Central Asia. We're also the biggest investor in Africa. We have $15 billion in Central Asia, $9 billion in Africa. So you see how this volume, this scale, the ingenuity that we put, the optimization that we put along the value chain, including financing, allow us to bring the most competitive solution to the countries that need it the most. 80% of the new energy demand is in emerging markets. 3/4 of this is going to be renewable. So we are a big part in providing support to the local communities with affordable, secure electricity and water to stabilize economies and to foster local growth.
Okay, so clearly aqua power is absolutely central to many of Saudi Arabia's ambitions, and providing water such a key role that you are fulfilling. Just tell us how that fits in and how aqua power fits in with the mega projects, the projects like NEOM, for example.
Typically, we supply the grid, and so the two buyers, SPPC for power and SWPC for water. But we have two notable exceptions. One is in the NEOM area, we're building together with NEOM and Air Products the world's largest green ammonia plant, with the lowest cost, arguably in the world, because it's the only large-scale project that is under construction today in the world. It's 2,000 megawatt of electrolyzer. To give you an idea, the largest plant in operation in Europe today is about 20. So that is 100 times bigger. So it's a technological marvel. I was just visiting the site a few days ago, and I'm really pleased with the process and the progress. The second is in Red Sea Global. We are providing all the utilities. So the power generation, we're providing the water desalination, we're providing wastewater treatment, and we're providing district cooling. There we have a phenomenal solution where basically we're taking the wastewater from all these resorts, and then we are letting the nutrients, so the ammonia that is in this wastewater, deposit and grow mangrove forest. Basically, we're turning the desert green, and then the residual water goes to the local nursery, where they're growing more than 30 million trees and bushes for the landscaping of the magnificent resorts where tourists will go. So those are the two biggest involvement in the giga projects.
Okay, then when you mentioned hydrogen, I mean, hydrogen looks like it's on track to become perhaps one of your most important, one of the most important pillars of aqua power.
Correct. I think we're a big believer. Hydrogen is, and green hydrogen, probably the only way other than electrification where we are going to be able to decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors. The carbon content of power generation by more than 60%, but arguably very little was done on hard-to-abate sectors, fertilizers, aviation, mobility, refineries, and so on. So we believe in this technology to address this need. Then, of course, there is a question today with all the volatility that you see around the world, and people are saying, well, should we still pursue that at scale, considering that it might have a cost, and can we afford it in the short term? And I view it slightly different, because it not only brings decarbonization, but it also brings security of supply and stability of prices. So effectively, if you are bringing and using green hydrogen in Europe or in Japan today, effectively, you are reducing gas consumption. And that goes to the stability of your supply, the security of your supply. We have seen the big shocks that Europe observed with the Russia-Ukraine war. The other thing is it brings stability of prices. Some people are questioning and wondering, is this more expensive than gray hydrogen? And I say it depends on the commodity price. So if you have very high gas prices in Europe, there are times when producing gray ammonia is more expensive than producing green hydrogen in Saudi Arabia. So what this product gives you is a different type of product, not volatile, with a fixed price, which is something that I think increasingly industries and investors want to see to be able to take industrial decisions to site investments.
Okay, so clearly renewables are a huge segment of the economy there in Saudi Arabia. Where do you see it heading to? And just give us a sense of the size potentially of the market.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia in this big decarbonization program has a target of moving to a 50-50 gas and oil and gas-fired generation and renewable by 2030. It's well advanced. The renewable part will be about 130 gigawatt, of which, as I mentioned, 70% will be realized by aqua power. And you see the progress. There's announcements month after month. So the speed has really reached a cruising speed, and the program will be delivered soon.
Okay, and just lastly and briefly, if you don't mind, I mean, clearly lots of regional successes to aqua power's name. Are you seeing any big challenges on a sort of at a global level? And how is aqua power managing to navigate those challenges?
As I mentioned, 80% of the global energy needs are in developing economies and emerging economies. So of that, 75%, 3/4 are renewables. Renewables are not built today because of ideology. They're built because they're the cheapest, the fastest, the simplest technologies to install. So the growth of these technologies will happen if the economy will grow, as we expect that it will, except for any short-term volatility that you may have. The more you're able to lower the cost, the more there is adoption. So if you go to emerging economies, for instance, in Africa, and you connect people to the grid or industries to the grid, first they light up, lights, then they charge the phone, and then they install a refrigerator, and then pretty soon the per capita consumption increased a lot. And so that's a natural virtuous cycle. So I'm not worried about the growth of renewables. And increasingly, I see finally a pragmatic approach to growth in energy and to energy transition. So if you want to install more renewables, you need to have more resilient grids. To have more resilient grids, it means that you need to have ways to store it. You can use battery storage, but also combined cycles that are gas-fired. Emissions that you get from these are way lower than any other alternative and certainly lower than the energy that they displace from coal and oil-fired. So those two technologies, together with batteries, we see that are going to be centerline in the growth in the world and very solid for the remaining decades.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time, but a real pleasure talking to you, Marco Arcelli, and hearing all about Aqua Power and its ambitions. Thank you very much indeed for being with us on The Real Deal. Okay, so really interesting talking there to the CEO of Aqua Power. And it sounds, obviously like a really key entity and a real engine in Saudi Arabia's future in terms of powering all of these big projects. And hydrogen really stood out for me as being a massive potential opportunity as well.
Yeah. So, by now we all know that the power requirements of societies, economies, anywhere in the world are increasing at breakneck speed, and Saudi is no exception to that. The vast amount of data center facilities, the infrastructure, the urban development that's taking place is going to require significant amounts of power infrastructure. And moving forward, Saudi Arabia has an intention to continue to be a supplier of energy to the world, but perhaps start increasing more of the sustainable energy supply of the world, and hydrogen is a big part of that. Aqua Power is one of the enterprises playing a significant role in that development, and I think we'll see much more to develop in that area going forward.
I think we will. I think we're going to be hearing a lot more about Aqua Power in the future. Well, that brings us towards the end of this, the very first edition of The Real Deal. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. If you've got any questions or comments, we'd love to hear from you. Please do reach out to me or to Ali on X or on LinkedIn. But for now, that's goodbye from me.
And goodbye from me.
Thanks for watching.
Rio de Janeiro. It's a chill, fuss-free Southern American city where anything and everything goes. You'll get a taste of the old and the new, fast and slow, and the luxurious and the modest. It is called Cidade Marvelosa to its local inhabitants. It is also known as a super city, with practically more than 14 million people residing in it. It is a city of history, culture, and tradition, as well as hip, flair, and style. The city is known for its picturesque views. The jaw-dropping beauty of the landscape is all thanks to the Atlantic Mountains nearby, with flourishing rainforests. These mountains actually play a big role in the city's population. It makes up most of the area in the south. Relaxed and carefree, tourists get to go on peaceful nature trips where they can make the most out of the postcard-worthy views. Meanwhile, the north area is slowly getting crowded, with sprawling suburbs rapidly taking over. And the west is quite busy too, with huge malls being built alongside highways and multi-lane roads. But the cool, carefree vibe remains thanks to the beaches nearby. And Rio's golden beaches are a marvel too. But the things to do in the city are endless, no matter the weather, because the city is teeming with infectious cheer and creativity that's definitely attractive for tourists. There's the famous Copacabana, which has everything for you. Like the locals, walk by the beachside in the early morning and sneak in some exercise, or perhaps play some football, enjoy the sunset, or dance to the samba music that's sure to be playing nearby. Then visit the Copacabana shopping district, Take a commute to the town's known historic center, to the city's stunning architecture and structures that won't fail to amaze you. The buildings are known to be influenced by a blend of historic Portuguese colonial architecture. It blends well into Rio's modern city lifestyle and the famous Brazilian atmosphere. Finally, cap off the day with an unforgettable sunset experience. In the early evening, get back near the beach to watch the sun set. Rio is truly a city that's sought after for its tropical weather and laid-back charm, which never fails to lure travelers who decide to stop by.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hi Scott, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. So we're here at the Festival of Golf. As you can hear, it's all lively in the background. The Live season opener in Riyadh. What are your expectations for this weekend?
Well, first starts with fun and probably ends with families. And so having our first round last night, which was so exciting. It is my first Live event. And just to walk the course and see people smiling, you might hear the music in the background. We have music playing. We have DJs in our neon forest. And we have a fan zone that's to the likes I've never seen before. And the Backstreet Boys are playing tonight. So, I mean, when are you going to come to a golf tournament? See the greatest stars in the world. You got DJ, you got Brooks Koepka, Bryson DeChambeau, Waco Neiman. I mean, it is a who's who of golf and pretty fun.
There's something for everyone, as you said, at the Backstreet Boys. I know a lot of the non-golf fans who are here are looking forward to that as well. There's also another first here. The tournament is being played under lights. What was the inspiration for that?
Well, you know, we have an incredible leader in His Excellency, Yasser Al-Rumayyan, and he thought, hey, what an incredible opportunity to play at night. It'd be the first time it's ever been done before. We're in Riyadh, which is wonderful for television back in the US. You might know we have a new deal with Fox, so it puts the broadcast times in the right zone. It gives the players kind of an opportunity to test and try something new. And we have stars in this league that want to do something different. And I think it gives us an opportunity to showcase innovation, do something new and fun, and hit some broadcast windows in the US that are helpful.
Of course, absolutely, and we'll get to that point on Fox in a moment. So here it is, it's growing as a golf hub. What is the main driver behind that? Obviously, Liv is hugely involved in this. Where do you see the game growing over the next 5 years?
Well, there are so many incredible golf projects in the kingdom. I mean, you have Dariyah Gate, the project Greg Norman designed. You have what's happening in Qadiyah with those two beautiful courses down there. And it was just with a gentleman from Neom, which seems like that's going to be incredible too. So first off, it starts with the quality of golf courses. You clearly have commitment in this market. They continue to showcase, as we have here, a spectacular golf course and continuing the fandom to build. And I think that momentum is really going to help us for the next 5 years.
Absolutely. What are your favorite aspects of the Live model? Obviously, like we've got the music here behind, the team aspect. Why do you think that is growing at such a fast rate in comparison with the PGA? Average age of the fans in the PGA is in the 60s. Average age of Live fans is now in the 30s. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I mean, my favorite aspect is the team aspect. I was with Sergio Garcia yesterday having lunch, and he was talking about how passionate he was about helping his guys, Luis and Puig and Abraham, kind of emerge and develop. I mean, and that to me is the specialness of this model. You have the greats of the game with an opportunity to kind of carry forward this next generation and help them emerge not only as professionals and elite golfers, but also as human beings. And I think that's what brings me the most joy.
And kind of speaking about the human being aspect, I was lucky enough to walk the course behind Bryson DeChambeau last night, at Cameron Smith, at Dustin Johnson. These guys are just incredible.
You can't believe how athletic they are, right?
Yeah.
Like Bryson's drives, DJ's raw athleticism, and Cam's short game, you actually got to see it all. Like that is the best of the best on display.
Yes, and that is why, so like in terms of viewership, obviously you're competing against the PGA. As you mentioned earlier, you've just signed the deal with Fox as well as ITV in the UK.
It's a wonderful
You're
deal.
really starting to compete now for viewership with the PGA. This must be very exciting.
Yeah, I prefer like kind of co-opetition. I mean, I think all of us in the golf ecosystem, a rising tide lifts all boats. I don't think we're getting anywhere near scratching the surface in terms of the opportunity we have to drive more fans, golfers and non-golfers alike, into this golf family. Our household viewership opportunity in 100 countries where we're broadcast is almost 800 million homes.
Wow.
And so, yeah, so we have such opportunity ahead and such good momentum so far. And I'm rooting for the PGA Tour to do really well. I'm rooting for the DP Tour to do really well. And Live is what I'm really passionate about.
And you yourself have had an incredible career, obviously, in the States. You've managed some of the biggest sports franchises in the world. What fundamentals from managing those are you going to bring into Live to help further the game for Live?
Well, the fundamentals are very similar. You know, if you look at the business model here, it's TV. And so we've made some good progress as of late. We have a ways to go, but incredible progress with Fox and ITV, among others around the world. Our sponsorship base, if you don't have to look too far, then over my right shoulder to see Madden come in as one of the top, it's one of the 6 largest mining company in the world with a world-class CEO, Riyadh Air, Roshan, and our good friends in Bahri. So we have a great sponsorship base, and that's going to have to continue to grow around the world. But we've had such incredible support from the region here, which has been great. And then, you know, look, we need more people coming. We need more people watching, reading, wearing our merchandise. Get this vest at a store near you, and experiencing this incredible hospitality. So I would just encourage you to give it a try. If you have a chance to come out and see a Live event, it is probably like no event you've ever been to in your life. It is fun, it's engaging, it's family friendly, and you get to see more stars than you see in any constellation in the sky.
Agreed about that. It was incredible last night. So you have come into Live at somewhat of an interesting time. Obviously, there's a lot of talk of allegiances with the PGA as well as the DP World Tour. Are you the man to achieve that goal? Is that something you want?
This is not, it never has been, never will be, it never could be about any one person. This is led by our incredible chairman. We have an incredible staff, and we have a golf industry that, as they say, inshallah, is actually pulling together and wanting to do what's best for the game of golf, to grow the game of golf, to come together and to make sure that everywhere around the world, golf fans are satisfied with what they're getting in terms of coverage and access to events.
President Donald Trump has recently met with the PGA Commissioner as well as Adam Scott, who also works for the PGA, to discuss a potential merger. There has been a lot of talk about this. Donald Trump has said on his campaign trail that in 15 minutes and one phone call, he could get a deal done. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, my thoughts are that if the leader of the free world is spending his time on golf, I am very happy. This game matters. It's one of the great life teachers in the world. It gives values that this world needs more of right now. It brings us together with connectivity. It gets us outside. It gets our phones in our pockets. It teaches us integrity and resilience and consistency, all things we all need to be successful in this world. And if there's commitment for all sides to bring the game together, which is good for the game of golf, I couldn't be happier.
Have you spoken with Trump?
I have not.
Okay.
But we are playing at his golf course in Miami in a few weeks. So you know.
And he is a fantastic golfer, obviously, with kind of break 50 with Bryson, who's obviously doing huge numbers online. That's been incredible to watch.
Yeah.
Another point, the US Championship announced on Wednesday that it will accept players from LIV. This is a huge coup, isn't it?
Well, I don't know if it's a coup. The RNA announced this similarly today. So for the Open Championship, we'll see the same in Northern Ireland this year. So very exciting. For us, is, when you look at, when you consider the majors, the biggest stage in the world for the biggest stars in the world, and that's obviously the Masters at Augusta and the PGA of America, PGA Championships, and then the US Open and the Open Championships. They want the best stars in the world, and we have quite a few of them. And so I think when there's an opportunity to put those two things together, good things will happen. And we're really pleased and grateful and appreciative of this, the olive branch and the step forward. We've got great leaderships in the organizations that matter, and we're thrilled to be a part of it.
I'll just end on quickly. Do you have a favorite golfer who plays elsewhere that you would like to see in LIV?
No. I have one favorite golfer. That's my father-in-law. I have to love him for something.
Yeah. Well, we look forward to seeing him on the course soon.
Okay, good. You will soon.
Thanks so much, Scott. A pleasure.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Sudan's civil war enters its third year as aid agencies say it has caused the world's worst humanitarian crisis. Ukraine says it struck the base of a Russian missile brigade they believe was behind the deadly attack on Sumy. And the retrial of the disgraced movie mogul Harvey Weinstein begins in New York City. To our top story, Sudan's civil war began exactly 2 years ago today, causing what aid agencies have described as the world's worst humanitarian crisis. A high-level international conference has taken place in London today. One of its hosts, UK's Foreign Secretary David Lammy, says its aim was to find a pathway to peace. Here's a reminder of what he said.
Very simply, we have got to persuade the warring parties to protect civilians, to let aid in and across the country, and to put peace first. But the biggest obstacle is not a lack of funding or texts at the United Nations. It's a lack of political will. With over 4 million refugees having fled the country and instability spreading far beyond Sudan's borders, it's also strategically wrong to forget Sudan. And that's why, as Foreign Secretary, I refuse to turn away.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hayes and Al Arabiya's senior presenter Rauya Alami. Thank you so much for both joining me. Rauya, let's just begin with you. The UN has called the situation in Sudan the world's biggest humanitarian crisis. Can you remind us of how many people are affected and exactly how we just got into the situation?
Well, Leigh Ann, it is indeed, as the UN calls it, the worst humanitarian crisis in the world, simply because we're talking about half of the population. They have a 50 million population. Half of those people are facing famine now. Throughout the 2 years of this conflict, 12 million people have been displaced. Tens of thousands have been killed. There have been allegations of war crimes by both sides, or by both sides against both sides, committed during those past 2 years. And we are talking about also reports of sexual violence and genocide in Darfur. Now, we got here. Well, the conflict started, or the war started 2 years ago between the Sudanese army and the rapid response forces after the leaders of both sides basically fell out on, they couldn't disagree on the future, the political future of the country. A lot of fighting, as we said, caused a lot of people being killed, tens of thousands, millions have been displaced, and now half the population is facing famine.
And also, Jono, we just heard there a little bit earlier from the UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy. He's been speaking, but what exactly are they promising?
So 12.9 million is the 120 million pounds is the initial give up from the UK government in order to fund some of the humanitarian efforts which are taking place right there now. Now, this is in addition to another £113 million that was given last November. So this is actually the second instalment of funding, but we did not hear much about the first round of funds, so to speak. Now, it does pale in comparison when you take it towards what they've given towards Ukraine, which is in the region of 12.9 billion British pounds. So it is a small amount. But that small amount, unfortunately, is not going to go a very long way. About 600,000 people likely to benefit from this. That's 600,000 people who are currently in desperate need of food, in desperate need of water and medical assistance as well. So that's in the next 3 months that the government of the UK have promised and pledged to help those people. However, it is indeed just a tiny blip in what is required to try and assist the people of Sudan.
If I may add to that as well, that the problem doesn't seem to be just providing the aid to Sudan. It's actually delivering it to the areas that need it the most, because other institutions have been trying to raise funds to send aid to Sudan. Yet the problem seems to be that because of the fighting, they're not able to deliver it to where it's most needed. So this is one problem. And probably also, Yeni, if we talk about the London conference that's supposed to also raise a lot of money, the root problem is the actual fighting. That I wonder why all of these international, big forces, they're not trying to solve this problem at the root, which is try to mediate a political solution to this war, rather than just, sending aid or collecting aid where they're not even able to deliver it to where it's needed.
From what we know about it currently, and this is that the RSF and the military from Sudan don't want to go to the table on this situation. Currently, we know that there can be no mediation when there is no compromise between both parties. However, I feel like what perhaps has not happened is that it's been covered up by the fact that there's been so many other things happening that this has been lost out. 13 million people have been displaced, which is very close to the 14 million from Ukraine that have been displaced. However, this has not received the media attention. So
nor the efforts as well to try and solve it.
Nor the efforts. Again, once you can then, perhaps when humanitarian effort goes across and starts arriving to the country, then we can have that conversation where we go by to ask the RSF and to ask the military in Sudan if they would come to the table and have a conversation. But right now it's not being given the global stage that it requires in order for that to be the case. Not enough people are paying attention to what's happening in Sudan, and I think that's why 30 million people are displaced. And now we've started to make a small bit of an impact, and I can only hope that maybe perhaps the rest of the world will then listen and that will have a sway to perhaps make some efforts and make some changes. The UK is obviously one of the powerhouses. You would think that they will sit up and listen when the UK starts to speak, but until the US finally intervenes or says
Or
something.
has the political will to actually do something about this.
And we might be waiting a while. There are bigger fish to fry than there are
absolutely.
for this right now, so I think we'll have to wait a little while for that to happen. But we've just started, and we haven't seen the pictures on TV. We haven't seen what's happening at grassroots level in Sudan, and I think that's where the issue really is stemming from.
Yeah, well, actually, it's really interesting because earlier I did speak to Al Arabiya's geopolitical security analyst, Riyad Kawaji, who told me why Sudan's conflict hasn't been given as much media attention as the other ongoing wars. Take a listen.
It got the attention in the region. You know, if you go to Africa today and talk to African leaders, you will hear them voice a concern about the war in Sudan. However, if you go to the bigger picture, which is the world, the global conflicts today, the center of gravity is still very much in the north, on the western side. So we have a war on the European continent, which is a more powerful, a very rich continent, and it has the Russia and the US both involved. All the big powers are concerned about this conflict, and that's taking a lot of attention away. And of course, when it comes to the Middle East region, what has been happening in Gaza and with the Israeli wars in Lebanon and so forth also took away a lot of attention of what's been happening in Sudan. Unfortunately, we have a lot of conflicts, a lot of military conflicts happening on so many places. The attention will always go first to, you know, the northern part of the world.
So there we are. We had just heard from Riyad Kawaji speaking to me a little bit earlier, and I think that's exactly what you both touched on, wasn't it? That the fact that there's so much going on and the world is almost kind of not being the focus point when it comes to something like Sudan. How much sway does America have to get things on the agenda and to get ceasefire talks up and running, do you think, Jono?
I think that they are... Obviously, as we said, the UK and the US they hold the cards in this situation. And until they sit up and pay attention, and until at the top level of this, and until the administration listens and says, there is an issue, please let's interject here, then we will be sitting here for a long time looking at the issue in Sudan, and we'll be 2 years further down the line with no further resolution, which of course is the issue. The images are harrowing. To see the images coming from Sudan, they're on par with the rest of the world and what we're seeing taking place right now that are atrocities. There is famine that is taking place there. And until we get someone to listen in the US, I feel like we are going to continue to slam our heads against the wall and not reach the people that need assistance and not get mediation here.
I completely agree with Jono, to be honest with you. It's definitely the US or the UK have a lot of sway, and I think they can exert pressure on both parties to sit at the table and negotiate and probably try and find a peaceful solution to this war. But the question is, are they interested in doing that? I think this is the real question.
Yeah, that's the real question, and it's getting everybody to agree on mediation and moving forward. But thank you so much for that discussion. Stay right there as we take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines around the world today. US Vice President J.D. Vance has said there's a good chance a trade deal could be reached with the UK. The global stock market has been shaken since Trump announced sweeping tariffs. The unpredictable US trade policy maneuver included a 10% baseline tariff on all imports from the UK, France, and other long-standing trading partners. El Salvador will not return Kilmar Abrigo Garcia, who was deported to his home country by the US government and currently being held in a notorious mega prison. El Salvador's president made the comments during a meeting with Trump at the White House, and that was yesterday. Last week, the US Supreme Court ruled that the Trump administration must facilitate the return of Mr. Garcia, who was granted protection from deportation by a court in 2019. According to reports, a second round of nuclear talks between the United States and Iran will be held in Rome. Iran and the US said they held positive and constructive talks in Oman on Saturday and agreed to reconvene this week. However, earlier today, Iran insisted the next round of talks would be held in Oman again. And a sandstorm in Iraq has suspended flights, triggered power outages, and left more than 1,000 people with breathing problems. Footage shared online showed areas cloaked in a thick orange haze. Dust storms are common in Iraq, but some experts believe they're becoming more frequent due to climate change. Now to another story making the news today. And President Trump has blamed Volodymyr Zelensky for starting the war with Russia. His comments come after a massive Russian attack killed 35 people and injured 117 others in Ukraine, with Ukraine striking back at a Russian missile brigade earlier today. The US president said the Ukrainian leader shared the blame along with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Let's take a look.
But that's a war that should have never been allowed to start. And Biden could have stopped it, and Zelensky could have stopped it, and Putin should have never started it. Everybody's to blame. When you start a war, you got to know that you can win the war, right? You don't start a war against somebody that's 20 times your size and then hope that people give you some missiles. You take a look at Putin. I'm not saying anybody's an angel. But I will tell you, I went 4 years and it wasn't even a question. He would never, and I told him, don't do it. You're not going to do it. And it was the apple of his eye, but there was no way that he would have done it.
So, Jono, there we are, Donald Trump. But he called out Zelensky's so-called incompetence. What do you make of that?
So I guess the question is, did he call the previous administration incompetent and then as a result just say that Zelensky was part of the problem with that? And that's the first time I've heard the headline being referred to correctly, because the entire narrative all day has been that Trump has said that Zelensky started the war, which of course, once we've heard there, that's not what he said. Mm-hmm. What he said is that Biden was in charge, he should have stopped it, Zelensky should have known better, and that Putin shouldn't have started in the first place. So it's actually quite the opposite is what was said by Trump. Did he say he was incompetent? No. What he said was that he went to a sword fight with spoons, loosely giving you the quotation of what he said. So he didn't say that he was incompetent, he just said he bit off more than he could chew, which I don't think there's anyone who would sit down and say that that's not entirely correct. The arsenal and the weaponry that they have in Ukraine does not match close to the powerhouse that is Russia. I think what he said was being cautious to say, I don't want to upset Putin, so I'll put everybody into the same thing and say it was Biden's fault. Along with Zelensky, along with Putin, you guys are all to blame. So I don't think he necessarily called him incompetent. I think he questioned the ethics behind the start of the war.
He said actually that you don't pick a fight with someone who's 20 times your size and then ask someone else for help, basically.
Yeah.
Effectively, that's what he said.
Exactly. Ukraine is the Jack Russell of Europe, effectively, in this situation. It went in with German shepherds, and you just think this is not going to benefit anybody in this situation, because you now have ended up in a situation whereby you don't have the arsenal and the weaponry without assistance from the US and the UK and from the UN in order to take on that powerhouse. And I think that's what the point he was getting at is. What's been taken as the headline is something slightly different.
Yes, it has been. And we know that is just something that does happen in the media landscape. We can't deny that. But also another thing is, where are we at with all these ceasefire talks, Rawiya? And I just feel like we hear about talking, there's a lot of talking about talking, but are we going to see Donald Trump actually put more pressure on Vladimir Putin? He's touched on it, but he hasn't actually done it.
Okay. I think one thing we should not forget, that ending the war in Ukraine was one of the most important, or the main campaign promises that President Donald Trump did during his campaign. He actually boasted at some points and said that I would finish it in 24 hours. Of course, that didn't happen. But we heard it actually yesterday from his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who said, and I quote, about the ceasefire talks, he said, I think we might be on the verge of something that would be very, very important for the world at large. He said it took a while for us to get to this place, but he said that he saw a deal emerging after 5 hours of talks as well. He's referring to the latest talks because he met with President Putin on Friday.
Yeah.
And by the way, that was the third talks they held. One of them included the talks on the 18th of February in Saudi Arabia. Now, the Russians said that the contacts with the U.S. were positive and useful. So there is an overall positive vibe to the talks, but no real progress yet. And especially if we talk about what happened on Sunday in Sumy, the deadly attack there, and the U.S. Refraining from condemning that attack, we can probably get the gist that the likelihood of the U.S. exerting pressure on Putin is quite small.
Well,
because
actually,
they want those talks to stay on track.
Yes, of course, and it's important to Donald Trump also for his Nobel Peace Prize. But earlier I spoke to the Ukrainian MP, Dr. Alexander Mereshko, who told me Putin is not interested in peace and is calling on President Trump to fulfill his promise to Ukraine. Take a listen.
This is exactly what we expect from President Trump, to deliver on his promise, because he said very clearly and distinctly that he's putting forward this ceasefire proposal, and if someone disagrees, if someone rejects this peace proposal, this ceasefire proposal, he will have to deal with serious consequences. Ukraine has agreed absolutely unconditionally both times when this ceasefire was proposed by President Trump. First, full-fledged ceasefire, second time partial ceasefire. We had agreed without any additional demands or any conditions whatsoever. What happened with Russia and with Putin? Both times, these proposals have been rejected by Putin. So we expect Trump to deliver his promise to punish Putin by imposing more sanctions against Russia, by providing more military support for Ukraine.
So I think that was an interesting conversation I had earlier, but Putin has also made it clear that he wants Western sanctions eased if he is to go into a ceasefire proposal. He also wants Ukraine to drop its ambitions to join NATO. There's a whole lot that Putin has put on the table.
He also wants to retain control of the 4 Ukrainian areas that he annexed as well.
And I was speaking
and
to...
resizing the Ukrainian military.
Yeah, exactly. I spoke to the Ukrainian MP earlier, and he actually said it's constitutionally impossible to redraw the map. So I don't know, Jono, where do you lie on this?
So I think we're not going to see, and as much as I appreciate the calls for more weaponry to be sent to Ukraine and more funds and more sanctions to be placed on Russia, I don't think we're going to see a situation like that. I think Donald Trump is going to play this very safe and make sure that he's not going to upset the apple cart too much. If you want to have peace talks, the last thing you want to do is to upset Russia in the first place. If you're going to have any success in the ceasefire negotiations, there needs to be a commonality between all parties concerned. I think today, even I'm surprised that he in the first place denounced and said, you know, Putin was wrong to go in there. It is a surprising statement from him to say that, because that in itself pins the blame entirely on Russia. I think what we'll see now is a bit of a stalemate, whereby we'll have a couple of weeks, or this may even drag on for months, where we're not entirely sure who's going to make the next move on this. But this tit-for-tat, back and forth across the border that's happening right now is benefiting nobody, and all it is killing civilians. So until we finally find a middle ground on that, I don't think we're going to have much more of a progression in the next couple of weeks on this.
But that's a reality, isn't it? It's still that civilians are losing their lives. There's troops who are fighting who are also losing their lives. And I think Donald Trump said he wants to end the bloodshed as soon as he can. So maybe, Johnny, you're right. He's playing the long game when it comes to this with Putin and Zelensky. But we're going to do a little bit of a gear shift, and we're going to move on to another story. And the jury selection for the retrial of the disgraced movie mogul Harvey Weinstein began in New York City today. It comes 5 years after the film producer was sentenced to 23 years in prison for rape and sexual assault, a sentence that was overturned by an appeals court last year. New York's highest court has ordered a new trial, finding that his original one in 2020 was tainted by improper rulings and prejudicial testimony. Earlier, I caught up with our New York correspondent, Mitch McCann, who gave me some insight into this very case.
Harvey Weinstein is back in court today for the beginning of what is his third trial for sexual crimes, having already been convicted in 2020 here in New York and then 2 years later in California. This is a retrial of the 2020 case and will involve the allegations of 3 different women. Now, Mr. Weinstein is being tried on charges of a first-degree criminal sexual act and a third-degree rape charge based on complaints from a former TV production assistant and a woman described as an aspiring actress. Both women testified in the first trial. However, in this new trial, the third trial, Harvey Weinstein is also charged with sexually assaulting another woman, a third woman, in a Manhattan hotel in 2006. Now, prosecutors say they have known this woman for some time, but she is now ready to come forward. So there will be the 2 women we've heard from in the 2020 trial, and now there'll be a separate charge as well. Jury selection, which began today, it could last 4 days, and opening statements are expected to begin early next week.
So, Arabiya, is there any likelihood that Harvey Weinstein is ever going to be a free man and released?
Well, we're talking about retrials for 2 charges, basically. The retrials that are about to happen. They are regarding 2 sexual charges. The first is sexually assaulting an ex-production assistant, Mimi Haley, in 2006. And the second one is raping former actor Jessica Mann in 2013. Now, he was sentenced to 20 years in prison and was sent to prison in 2022 in Rikers Island prison. He's been there ever since. But there is also a third case. So let's assume that the retrial's verdict was not guilty and the sentence was overturned. Regarding these 2 cases, there's a third case that he was involved in and was convicted in, and that was basically he was found guilty and was sentenced to 16 years in prison, and that was in 2023 when he was found guilty of raping an actor in an LA room in 2013. So according to the sentence, he's supposed to serve these 16 years after he finishes the 23 years sentence. So if the 20 years sentence was overturned, he still has the 16 years to serve. These still stand. If another retrial happens for that case, then that's something else. But we're talking about a man who is 73 years old, who has multiple health problems, including cancer, diabetes, heart problems. So I don't know what are the likelihoods, to be honest, that he will be released anytime soon.
So, Jono, the Harvey Weinstein accusations spawned the hashtag #MeToo movement. Remind us of how that all came into the fore.
So, unusually, I think that's what a misconception that exists, that it's Harvey Weinstein first, then the Me Too movement after. And in fact, it was the other way around. Alyssa Milano in 2016 had tweeted this out to say if all the women who'd been sexually harassed or assaulted wrote Me Too as a status, it might give us some sense of the magnitude of the problem. Now, Harvey Weinstein was a 2017 case which followed afterwards. The tweet then gained traction and hashtag #MeToo became the movement. So actually it was Alyssa Milano's tweet first, then the Harvey Weinstein. But what it did is put a spotlight onto the proliferation of this and of how absolutely shocking this behaviour that was taking place is not just in Hollywood but in many other industries as well, and therefore it gave us a grand scope on this. So it catapulted it into the limelight and gave us what we now know to be probably one of the biggest movements in recent years on a topic that very rightly so deserved to be highlighted and deserved to be focused. At the time, the argument is that now his trial could not have been fair and that the basis of the jury must have been exposed.
And it must have been, very difficult. And I think that's what they're talking about now when it comes to this retrial. How are they going to get a jury that's impartial?
I think it's very hard, to be honest with you, in this case, especially after we're talking about 7 or 8 years have passed, with also taking into account the Me Too movement. His legal team, this is what they're hoping for. They're hoping for a different kind of trial with a different judge, different political climate, and probably a different atmosphere than what ruled at the time with the Me Too movement. Now, how much of that is possible now? Has it all these factors have changed dramatically so that he would get a different verdict? I'm not sure, to be honest.
With jury selection taking place today, I don't know how, and we've seen how jury selection takes place.
Yeah.
I don't know how you can find an unbiased jury.
It's hard.
It's almost impossible.
Of course.
There's no person that either works in our industry or any that doesn't know who Harvey Weinstein is, that doesn't know of the allegations that go before him. And so it's a difficult situation. Is a retrial the right scenario to a man who is, at this age, 73 in his life and is, as he says himself, and although it may not be mentioned in the trial, is on the verge of death, from what we're led to believe, to bring the three ladies who've already had to go there and give testimony back to the court once again? It seems very unfair. Although to have justice for the lady who has now brought those claims to the fore is perhaps the win out of this situation, but he's not getting out of prison. The conviction from California will remain regardless, so he's not getting out of prison regardless of the outcome of this retrial.
Well, actually, ahead of today's retrial, I spoke to one of Weinstein's former assistants, Rowena Chu. She famously broke her silence about allegations of attempted rape against her former boss in an article for the New York Times back in 2019, a claim Weinstein does deny. I asked her how she felt about seeing him back in court, and as a hashtag #MeToo activist, what change she wants to see coming ahead in the future.
I would say that I think the wheels of justice grind extremely slowly. When the first verdict came out in 2020, in early 2020, you know, frankly, it was a shock, I think, to many Weinstein survivors. I think many of us never thought we would see the day where Harvey was in court at all, let alone convicted of a crime as serious as rape. And so I think I am grateful that the retrial is able to take place. It is not without a huge amount of pain and trauma and cost. All of the women involved, of course, those that testify are bearing the greatest cost. But the legal system, again, has had to come into the fray because of the legal technicalities that caused the original verdict to be overturned. But I think that the fact that the retrial is happening so many years later is really a testament to the determination of the very many women and the lawyers who've supported them, who spoke out on behalf of the Me Too movement and still continue this day to speak out against injustice.
As a Me Too activist, what do you want to see change in the future? Because obviously I felt the Me Too movement gained a lot of momentum. Harvey Weinstein was at the forefront of that. However, it seems to have slipped back a little bit. Am I right in that analysis?
I would say this. I would say the Me Too movement, when it ignited in 2017, was very much part of the news headlines. But behind the news headlines and behind the media, really the real change was happening in terms of legal reform and policy reform. And I think that all takes time. And I think that the efforts around legal reform and policy reform are ongoing, regardless of whether the Me Too movement is in the headlines, fades from the headlines, or resurges in the headlines, as it has done over the retrial. And so whilst media was obviously deeply important in igniting the movement itself, with the original article in the New York Times and the New Yorker and so on, the media played an instrumental role. I think it is not solely the media that comprises all of the Me Too movement. And so when people say to me they feel like it has slipped a little, to use your language, it has only slipped a little in terms of media attention. But I think media attention comes and goes. What really matters is the long-term legal reform and policy reform, so that we can have laws in place, policies in place to protect the vulnerable and protect women who are vulnerable to sexual assault. And I think that work still continues. It's not glamorous. It doesn't always make the news headlines, but that is where we want real change to take place.
There we are. So that was me speaking to Rowena yesterday, and I think she quite eloquently described exactly why the Me Too movement isn't so much in the focus anymore like it was before, and how these victims have never given up, really.
What I think the Me Too movement did is it's never going away now, if that makes sense. It's now in the human psyche, and it's there permanently. It was such a big movement that it's impossible to ignore it going forward. I think what it's done has been tremendous. What it has done is it has added some level of regulation to an industry that was, unbeknownst to all of us, unregulated. We didn't know what was going on here. We hear the stories, but nobody knew what was actually going on behind closed doors. And I think what it's done is brought it to the fore, so much so that it's impossible now to ignore it.
And given women a voice, really, in many respects.
True, and I mean, they also changed the laws as well regarding in such sexual cases. For example, the law of restitution has been also extended to give women more chance, even after years of being, exposed to such sexual harassment or violations. She would still come up and basically make her case. There's also some reform to the law regarding the NDA, because apparently Harvey Weinstein used that a lot in his, in his life.
Yeah, as a defense,
sexual
almost.
encounter.
Yeah,
to
keep everyone quiet.
Yeah, and apart from the sort of the legal results or the progress that they've done in this field, also, as you said, it's in the human psyche. I think it kind of shifted the culture of regarding thinking about these issues, and also gave women more confidence to come up and talk about it.
Yeah, I think it's done its job. I think that's what #MeToo set out, and Alyssa Milano probably had no idea that this was going to be the repercussions afterwards. It has done what it set out to do, which was to create awareness for something that otherwise would have been silent, would have been shameful, it would have been unspoken. And now it's no longer that. There's no longer a sense, or so much of a sense, of shame, and it's no longer felt that maybe you won't be listened to if you come forward with these stories. Absolutely. And I think that's the important part of what it was, and it's done that.
And also support for the women who come out and talk about things like this, because obviously they might need some help psychologically or a support network to get through. So those are very good points. But we're now going to go to some other top news headlines that we're looking at today, and we're going to start off with the business news. Nissan will cut Japanese production of its top-selling US model, the Rogue SUV, over May and July. This is the latest global automaker to alter manufacturing plans in response to the new US import tariffs. America is Nissan's top market, accounting for more than a quarter of the vehicles it sold last year, with many of those made in Japan and also in Mexico. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon has sold about $31.5 million worth of the bank shares, according to a regulatory filing. Dimon also offloaded some shares last year in his first such sale since taking over the top role in 2005. JP Morgan is the largest lender in America. Turning to the sports news now, and Newcastle manager Eddie Howe will return to the club when he is 100% ready, according to assistant manager Jason Tindall. Howe was admitted to hospital with pneumonia on Friday and missed his side's 4-1 win against Manchester United on Sunday. He will also miss the next two games against Crystal Palace and Aston Villa. And finally, US Vice President J.D. Vance nearly dropped the College Football National Championship trophy whilst trying to lift it at the White House. Vance didn't appear to realize that the top of the trophy is detachable from its base during a photo op with the Ohio State Buckeyes football team on the South Lawn. The footage that has, of course, gone viral on social media shows Vance dropping the trophy before picking it up again off the ground. Easy mistake there, J.D. Vance. And finally, we've reached that point in the show where Jono and Arawiya, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories for the day. Jono, I want to start with you and tell me all about this. It's about surnames and marriage.
I love this story. So now it turns out that about 30% of young women actually want to take their partner's surname when they marry, which is great. But what's on the other side of this is about a third of men also think they're okay with taking their wife's surname, which is a whole new dimension.
Right,
yeah, which is a new dimension in this.
That's only fair.
However, it does beg the question of who wants tradition over who doesn't want tradition. When they asked people, only 5% of people said, no, the wife should not take her husband's surname going forward. Personally, I think this is a great excuse to get out of a surname that you might not want if you've already been stuck with one your entire life. You might think this is a great reason to change it. Otherwise, it's a great reason to keep your own name if you want to keep the family heritage and tradition going and you actually like your surname. But I know plenty of people who would be more than happy to take a name change, be it for wedding-wise or otherwise, just to get out of what name they have currently.
I think it's a personal choice, to be honest with you. I mean, some people, like in the Middle East, for example, it's quite common, as everywhere else in the world, that the wife would take her husband's surname. But recently, actually, there's, like in the new generation, a lot of them don't.
So what
women don't. But the kids have to take their father's.
So again, and it comes down to the kids. And I said this a while ago. I've got a godson who's got a double-barreled name, and now it's become so long it's almost laughable because it no longer fits on any documents. So I think you end up with this situation whereby what is the best thing for the kids in that situation, and that's to take one name, and be that the mum's name or the dad's name.
It's their choice. It's a family's choice.
It really is a family's choice. What I like about the situation here is that if you have, and as I said, you've been given a name, and I do know people who are called Brian O'Brien, or they're called something. And I think your parents did that in the first place, which was very unfair. This is finally an opportunity to change that by taking your wife's surname when you get married. And I don't see anything wrong with that. I think it's 2025.
Would you do that,
It
Jono?
really depends on what the name is. Because it does.
Not depends on the wife. The future
No. It depends on the name.
Bias.
I feel like that. This is name. We all have name bias. We know this, right?
Yes,
for
yes,
sure.
True.
We know, like, there's a lot of names out there, and bless, but some of them I just think, oh, I wouldn't be okay if that was
It's
my.
not posh enough for me. I'm moving up in the world.
Or it's difficult to pronounce, or it's confusing.
Or the worst, it's got a meaning in a different language, and you just think, I can't. We can't do this.
I know.
So there is a situation whereby you think, okay, I'm gonna stick with it. But I would have no problem if it was a very cool name. I've always thought the surname Power kind of eludes that it's a cool surname.
Power.
If you were marrying a lady whose surname was Power, I think that Jono Power sounds
We're
amazing.
going to hold this against you. We're going to check once you get engaged or you have a future. You have
I will
a wife.
say one thing. My surname is not going anywhere. Arabiya Gerrans. I've always said that. Always said that. It's who I am.
What if your husband said no? What if your husband said, I am a traditionalist, I think you need to change your name? Is that a deal breaker?
I think I would just be like, oh, we can just live together forever.
Actually, to be honest, my husband is watching, and I hope he's not upset if I with what I'm about to say. I didn't even ask him I didn't even.
Oh my God!
Tell him that I'm
we
not
love
taking
your
name. No, he was so nice about it, and yeah.
But
he has his name, I have my name, the kids follow his name, and that's good enough.
It's 2025. Is that a discussion you need to have going into a marriage where you say, well, I don't know if I need to have this
I got
chat.
married a while ago.
It was yesterday. Let's not worry about it. And then, Rawiya, what about your story? It's about something called a polar bear dip, but it's got nothing to do with polar bears, right?
Actually, we're talking about 2,461 bathers. They were very brave to jump into the second largest lake in the Czech Republic in order to break a previous Guinness World Record. Now, and they did actually break it. We're talking about waters that are about 50 degrees Fahrenheit, which is less than 10 Celsius. So it is quite cold.
Very cold.
Yes. And they managed to actually break the Guinness World Record. The previous one was in 2015, when 1,799 cold weather swimmers took the plunge in the 8th, I think, Ice Swimmers Convention in Poland. Ooh. I don't know. I don't do very well with cold water.
I just don't know why.
I don't know why
you do it to yourself. It's just awful. A cold shower is probably as much as I could push it for, and even that is a tricky one.
The thing is, I mean, they say it's really healthy. Don't they say it's really healthy to do these cold dips? And
they say it's invigorating, and I think there has been like a bit of a social media trend about doing the cold plunges, ice plunges, haven't they? They were like a really big thing because apparently they bring up inflammation in the body, and if you're exercising lots, it helps with that. But I just wanted to ask Jono, only because he's told me this before, you've tried to get some world records into... What's the story?
I've tried but failed. So it's been one of those...
At least you tried.
At least I tried but failed miserably. It's been one of those things when you say there's lifelong ambitions, and one of them is to be able to get a Guinness World Record. But the easiest ones to break are the ones for eating challenges, and they always sound surprisingly easy, like eat 8 saltines in 1 minute, eat 7 Ferrero Rochers in 1 minute. And that all sounds very doable, right? until you try
not?
it. It's
Oh, really?
impossible.
7 Ferrero Rochers? That's not hard.
I know, right?
Are they quite dry?
It's just you can't use water. You have to just try and.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes,
It's
that's
next
hard.
to impossible.
That's hard.
It's next to impossible.
It's messy.
And so any of those, and it's the saltines one. Don't even put yourself through it. It's absolute torture. I prefer to jump into the cold water. Thank you very much.
I have a better chance of survival.
I've got a better chance of getting the record. So I've tried but failed. I think I've tried 4 different attempts, and every one of them has been a fail.
The next attempt, I'll try it with you, as long as it doesn't involve eggs.
Raw
eggs,
for
raw eggs I
example.
can't deal with, but as long as it's something like... I saw one that you could run 100 metres in high heels. I thought that would be quite fun.
Seriously,
I was
would you
thinking
be able to
100
do
metres
that?
is Usain Bolt's record, and I don't know if that's one you want to take on. In high heels seems doable.
I think I'm good. I don't need to break.
You don't need one?
I don't need to break any records. I'm good.
Because the issue is, you have the record for a very limited time, because as soon as you do one that's quite easy to break,
Everybody would try to break.
somebody comes in and snaps that
Yeah,
record off you.
that's
So you got to pick something that's going to have some longevity. So it's a
Which
work.
means it's going to be really hard.
It's a long project. It's a long
work in
task.
progress,
This one.
yeah, but I love that story too. And the Guinness World Records has always fascinated me. The books have always got fascinating pictures. So thank you for both of those stories. And thanks to today's guests, of course, Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hays and Al Arabiya's senior presenter Rawia Alami. Here's a reminder of our top stories. Sudan's civil war enters its 3rd year as aid agencies say it has caused the world's worst humanitarian crisis. Ukraine says it struck the base of a Russian missile brigade they believe was behind the deadly attack on Sumy. And the retrial of the disgraced movie mogul Harvey Weinstein begins in New York City. And that's all from us on W News. G&T with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next, followed by The Dressing Room. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya News. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, the US President Donald Trump says he blames the leader of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, for the Russian invasion, accusing him of having responsibility for millions of deaths. The Florida governor, Ron DeSantis, signs bills implementing President Trump's directive that the Gulf of Mexico be renamed the Gulf of America. We ask, why is this significant? And a senior Hamas official says the Palestinian group is prepared to release all remaining Israeli hostages in exchange for what they called a serious prisoner swap, and as well as guarantees that Israel will end the war in Gaza. Hello and welcome to the programme. The US President Donald Trump has taken a fresh swipe at the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, stating that he and the Russian President Vladimir Putin share the blame for starting the war. Well, that statement came just a day after a Russian attack killed 35 people in the Ukrainian city of Sumy.
But that's a war that should have never been allowed to start, and Biden could have stopped it, and Zelensky could have stopped it, and Putin should have never started it. Everybody's to blame.
Well, let's get more analysis. We can speak to Tobias Ellwood, former UK Defence Minister, who joins us now from the south of England. Thank you very much indeed for joining us once again, sir. Do you think President Zelensky should shoulder any of the blame for the war in his country?
No, not at all. And it's really quite shocking to hear the American president choose to recalibrate the blame here, to actually get us to perhaps unpick what has happened and reinterpret it in a different way. And the constant domestic agenda that Trump is following to try and blame his predecessor, rather than recognizing that this was a full-scale invasion by Putin, by Russia. We saw the buildup of the troops 3 years ago when Putin absolutely said, no, I'm not going to attack, I'm not going to cross the borders and so forth. And then we saw this unfold in slow time. The whole of Europe has lived and breathed this. And now we're witnessing Trump trying to convince us that absolutely none of that happened, that in fact it is Zelensky, it's the Ukrainians to blame. And this is very, very worrying indeed. It shows that there's a bigger picture at play here. There's a bigger agenda that President Trump is following to try and bring President Putin in from the cold. And it shows just how divided, I'm afraid, the transatlantic view is on what to do next as instability increases. America clearly is dialing back from its interests in Europe, blaming Zelensky, Ukraine, for what's going on here, wanting to withdraw, but absolutely ignoring where President Putin will take this. It's a very, very dangerous time indeed for Europeans as we see Trump pursuing this very, very worrying agenda indeed.
Just to be fair on what the president said, I mean, he did say that President Putin and President Biden were also to blame. In fact, I think he said President Putin was more to blame than President Zelensky. So, I mean, he didn't exactly pin the blame solely on the Ukrainian leader.
But how can there be any misinterpretation as to what the Russian troops did? They invaded another sovereign state, another democracy in Europe. And I have to say that NATO, that is the biggest, largest, most advanced, most capable international security organization in the world, stood idly by whilst something on its doorstep then inflamed itself. We could have actually put this out, there's no doubt about it, straight away. But we had this constant international debate. Should we or shouldn't we arm Ukrainians? Will we spook Putin into using nuclear weapons? We lack that Cold War statecraft, if you like, that ability to look at our adversary in the eye, conscious of the escalatory ladder, but actually to stand up to the aggressor. And what President Trump is inviting us to do today is actually join in appeasing President Putin. I was saying, well, actually, we should just allow the bully to continue. And this is where Trump has got it so wrong, because if you did have some sort of peace deal today, that everybody went back and the ceasefire was in place, President Putin will simply use the time to rearm, to regroup and advance even further, because that is what his long-term vision is greater influence over Eastern Europe.
Yeah, we're just hearing that, in fact, the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte is in Odessa today. He's been visiting, saying there that NATO support for Ukraine is unwavering. I mean, that's going to be an important morale boost, isn't it? Because those comments by President Trump with regards to apportioning blame for the conflict came after one of the most devastating attacks of this whole war, the attack in Sumy.
Yes, and a great example of what Putin is actually doing. He's actually taking the fight away from the front line and trying to attack the Ukrainian civilian population themselves, the infrastructure that Ukraine depends upon. That's what Putin is targeting. That breaches international laws. It goes against the Geneva Conventions and so forth. But that's exactly what Putin is allowed to do with impunity. And usually it is America, the leader of the West, that stands up to wrongdoing across the world. And yet here we have, bizarrely, President Trump actually courting a relationship with our adversary, and also at the same time trying to then label President Zelensky as the enemy. At one point, he switched off sharing of critical intelligence with Ukraine, and also holding back weapon systems too. In some degrees, Trump is correct that had Biden and others, the international community, stepped up much faster, we certainly could have pushed back Russia in quick time. That didn't happen. As I mentioned, there's the hesitance, the risk averseness, if you like, in dealing with a nuclear power. That, I'm afraid, simply gave Putin more confidence. But he's now even more encouraged to continue his attacks on Ukraine because he feels he's got America's back.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering whether you think perhaps this approach of blaming Ukraine for being invaded by Russia, I mean, I just want to understand it a bit better. I mean, do you think there is a strategy here? I mean, could this be part of a negotiating technique that will become clear and make better sense perhaps as the negotiations continue? I mean, what are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, it's such an important question because when you speak to Republicans, you speak to Americans, they say, don't listen to the rhetoric. There's something behind this. There is a strategy. He's going to knock heads together. It's the art of the deal and so forth. No, there is something bigger going on, which is simply this is all about what is it best in America's interests. And Trump views the world in a very different light than his predecessors that had some sort of duty, if you like, to uphold and defend the international rules-based order. That's gone. Trump's not interested in any of that at all. What Trump wants to do is whatever is in America's interest, including deals with adversaries. So friendships, allies, and so forth, the traditional relationships that we've seen between America and Europe, they're gone. They're completely gone. This is now about a world in somewhat chaos. It's where big beasts roam and each have their spheres of influence. And Trump has no interest in taking any views on European security. From that perspective, absolutely right, and Trump was correct on this point too. For some time, we should have been investing more in our own security. That said, whenever America has asked for support, whether it be in Iraq or Afghanistan, actually nations didn't hesitate, regardless of what their defense budgets were. But certainly, there's now a requirement to recognize that America is dialing back, and Europe's interest in looking after its own security must increase.
Yeah, I mean, we're now 6 weeks on from that famous Oval Office encounter. I mean, it needs no further explanation. And just going back to why President Trump might now be lashing out once again at the Ukrainian leader in terms of trying to understand the backstory and the logic, the rationale for it. Could he be angered at the lack of progress on the minerals deal? Because as you've been saying, he's got very much America's interests, first and foremost on his list of priorities, and that's understandable since he leads the country. But do you think he's angered that minerals deal isn't perhaps shaping up as quickly as he'd like it to?
I have to say, I think this minerals deal was a complete red herring. The only minerals deal that actually Trump is interested in is potentially one with Russia. Make it clear, and I've spoken to some Ukrainian MPs about this. There is a lot of mineral wealth in Ukraine, but a lot of it is now in parts of the country which are underneath ordnance, underneath munitions and so forth, unexploded bombs. So, and also Ukraine went through a long period, decades, where it was run by oligarchs, and their vision was simply to make more money. The idea that they would miss an opportunity to dig down in the ground, to take advantage of that mineral wealth, it means that any extraction today would be very, very costly indeed. There'll be no minerals deal that is likely to come out anytime soon. And the idea somehow that was put forward, if you have American workers, contractors operating in Ukraine, that will provide some sort of security. I worked visited Afghanistan, where I bumped into some contractors there looking at exploring mineral wealth and so forth. As soon as the bombs started dropping, they were out of there. So this is all, I think, smoke and mirrors. So the fact that there is a higher agenda here of America seeking to extract itself from any support, any interest for Ukraine, but building a relationship, bizarrely, with our adversary, with our Cold War adversary, with Russia.
Yeah, I mean, people we've spoken to have also pointed out the fact that once you've set up the mining infrastructure and, you've got your American geologists and mineral experts in place, I mean, we're talking about several years down the line before any of that extraction from the earth is translated into money for America, aren't we?
Completely, which is why I think we should stop even sort of talking about it or taking it seriously. I go back to the point here. What is Putin's vision? What's his objective? he sees Ukraine as a territory that ultimately is part of Russian history, and to some degree, there's a little bit of truth in that. Kiev Rus, for example, is very much in the 10th century, 9th, 10th century, very much all part of this Russian motherland. But today, Ukraine is accepted by the international community as a standalone state where Putin has invaded. And from that perspective, it is absolutely right, the international community to support Ukraine in its hour of need. And the big question now is whether we have the political will. We have the military capability in Europe to stand up to Russia. There's no doubt about it. It's whether we have the political collective will. I'm actually pleased that Britain has stepped forward with this coalition of the willing, this plan B, if you like, because as more time progresses, less and less respect is given to any deal Trump might come forward with. Don't forget, he actually promised to solve this in the 24 hours of his inauguration. Clearly that hasn't happened. Nothing's advancing forward very quickly. No chance of any ceasefire. Both sides are still at it on the front line. We're in a very difficult place here, but Europe needs to recognize it must start looking after its own security.
Yeah, I mean, we're 85 days into this second Trump administration. The talks with Russia began in February. I mean, has there been any progress? I mean, do you think anything has come out of those talks up until this point that's worth noting?
No, I think quite the opposite. And this is perhaps to the frustration of Trump. I think he thought he yielded this power, the might of America, to knock these heads together. But Putin is a wily operator. I mean, he's dealt with presidents such as Trump in the past. He knows exactly what's best for Russia's interests, for his own interests. And he's not going to play along with Trump. If he doesn't like what Trump is doing, then he will pursue something very, very different indeed. But his objective, as I stress, in taking Ukraine and beyond, I should stress, these other countries that are in the Baltic region, that's what he actually wants to do, regardless of what Trump is up to. He's not scared of Trump at all, but he enjoys having Trump's blessing, which, again, is bizarre. We, as an international community, need to stand firm, not be spooked by any of this, and continue supporting Ukraine. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't simply end there. European security will continue to be challenged, as will the European economy as well.
One thing that stood out for me in what President Trump said last night, and we listened to a clip before we crossed to you, is that President Trump said that millions of people were dead because of 3 people. I mean, in terms of my understanding of the death toll, it's in Ukraine, we're not in the millions, are we? We're far from that number.
No, and the numbers are high, and it certainly is concerning, the loss of life on the front line. But again, Trump tries to use these numbers to say, let me come in and stop all this, not realizing that there is no depth, I think, as you've implied in your previous questions. What is on the table? What is America offering that's going to offer long-term peace? What is the strategy? There is nothing there. All he wants is to be able to confirm he has some sort of deal. The fact that he's even let out that he is seeking a Nobel Peace Prize shows he's not got his eye on the ball of what is best for Europeans' interests. This is all about Donald Trump himself. And the fact that he weaves in this narrative to blame the previous administration shows that he's constantly looking at one thing, which is his own polling numbers in the United States, and how best to confirm and advance the current administration's cause to hopefully stay in power. That is what focuses Trump's minds and his team.
President Zelensky's urging President Trump to visit his country. He made that appeal once again on Sunday on US television. That would change his perspective, wouldn't it? Do you think it's likely to happen?
Well, it's interesting who is advising Trump, that he believes that his advance on global tariffs, that his views on European security, or perhaps getting closer to Putin, is in America's long-term interests. I say this very clearly, that Britain and America, seen from the same song sheet, is so important and has benefits on both sides. So were President Trump to visit Ukraine and realize that actually the folly of somehow getting closer to Putin is not in even America's best interests, that might change things considerably. But as things stand at the moment, I can't see that happening. But I would encourage 100% that President Trump to visit Ukraine and to see for himself exactly the sacrifice that's being made by the Ukrainian people, what they're up against, how Russia is dealing with warfare itself and breaking all the international rules, and has no intention to stop.
We'll certainly suggest it to people we speak to in the Trump administration from here on after, that he does go and see it. And perhaps seeing will be it will be a case of seeing is believing. But where do you think this leaves the British government? I mean, Sir Keir Starmer's in a tricky position, isn't he, having to navigate this one? You know, he's quite a new Prime Minister. He's only been in the job less than a year, and he's having to deal with a very unpredictable second-term President Donald Trump, who doesn't seem to be at all aligned, as we've been saying, on very key geopolitical issues such as the war in Ukraine. How's he doing, do you think?
Well, I have to say, I can't fault him at the moment. This is a very difficult act. And I touched on the importance of this transatlantic relationship, not least the special relationship, as we call it, this bond between the United States and Britain. And I think he's done well to avoid the obvious criticism, to say the sort of things that I've been saying, which perhaps could be interpreted the wrong way. So he stayed well back of that, but recognizing also that there needs to be this plan B. It was America that has triggered Britain and France to look at an alternative plan, to create this coalition of the willing. And I'm very pleased that Britain has now perhaps rekindled the sense of European leadership. Dare I say that we've been off reservation for the last 5 or 6 years internationally because of Brexit. And here we are actually forming the sort of security arrangements that absolutely are needed for Europe at the moment. We've even got, as we speak today, a summit on the future of Sudan, and being led, co-chaired by Britain and the European Union. This is Britain stepping forward, using its connectivity, its convening power to bring the stakeholders around the table, to recognize the dangers that are coming over the hill, but also crafting a plan of how we move forward. I think that's exactly what Britain has done in the past, and we're starting to do it again. And as I say, I think it's exactly what any Prime Minister should be doing at this point.
Yeah, so the UK divorced from Europe and sort of straying from the United States. I mean, you'd have thought the UK was looking and feeling somewhat vulnerable at this particular moment on the world stage, but you're saying, in fact, it's turning everything into a series of opportunities here.
I think so. We absolutely want to keep that relationship with America going. We've an awful lot of back channels. They remain our closest security ally. We're part of that, the Five Eyes community, certainly that NATO relationship as well. We've actually got senior American generals embedded in our military construct here in the UK. Ultimately, though, President Trump has chosen a different interpretation of America's place in the world at this moment. And that does raise lots of questions, as we've just been discussing. Who fills the void? Who actually steps into that vacuum? And I'm pleased that that's exactly what Britain is doing. And it's not a moment too late, given the fact that I say there's the resurgent Russia seeking to take advantage of perhaps this increasingly chaotic global order that we're now witnessing.
Just lastly, and briefly, if you will, I mean, one of the things that President Trump said last night again, he said, when you start a war, you've got to know that you can win the war. Just circling back to our conversation right at the beginning of this interview, I mean, is there anything you think President Zelensky could have and should have done to prevent this war?
Nothing. I think Putin was determined to attack. And let's just confirm that sentence that you just read out absolutely applies to Putin as well. He started this war hoping to take all of Ukraine, just as he did in 68 with Czechoslovakia or in Hungary in 56, and he's not succeeded. And the more we stand with Ukraine, the more we can prevent that actually from ever happening.
OK, Tobias Ellwood, former UK Defence Minister, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you.
Well, let's get another opinion. We can speak to Greg Swenson, the chairman of Republicans Overseas UK. Thank you very much indeed for being with us here once again, Mr. Swenson. We were just talking there to the former British Defence Secretary Tobias Ellwood, and I put this question to him after we listened to a clip of President Trump partially blaming President Zelensky for the invasion of his own country by Russia. Let me put the same question to you. Should, in your opinion, President Zelensky shoulder any of the blame for the war in Ukraine?
So, Tom, it's a great question. And I think the answer is yes, with some caveats, right? You know, he has been put in a really difficult position. He has bravely fought off the Russian invasion in February of 2022, the invasion of Kyiv. And I think the Ukrainian people should be very proud of that. But in 18 months ago, his leading military, basically the general who's the equivalent of the U.S. chiefs of staff or joint chiefs of staff, he approached Zelensky and said the same thing that Mark Milley said to Joe Biden. Mark Milley, the U.S. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, went to Biden and said, again, the Ukrainians bravely fought off and defended Kyiv, but this war is at a point where it's not winnable. It's a stalemate, and we should negotiate now. Now, that was 18 months ago, probably more like 20 months ago at this point. And so, you know, in that sense, I think Zelensky does deserve some of the blame because he was approached by his senior military advisor, basically the chief of the Ukrainian military, and was told the same thing that Joe Biden was told, that this war is a stalemate, it's not winnable, now is the time to negotiate. And he failed to do that. He fired that minister, and I apologize, I can't remember his name, and I probably couldn't pronounce it anyway. So, and Biden did the same thing. He didn't fire Mark Milley, but he just ignored him. And so I think it's not really productive right now to just constantly blame Putin. I agree. Putin is the bad guy here. He is the loose cannon. He's the one who's delayed the ceasefire. And I think, you know, that's the great question mark right now. But I think provoking him is just going to be counterproductive at this point in the situation. The time for deterrence was in 2021 and early 22, and it's too late for deterrence.
It is, and we're a few years into this war now, and hundreds of thousands of lives have been lost, not the millions that President Trump spoke about. But I mean, we have to ask ourselves, this peace process is underway. The Trump administration has reached out to Moscow, and yet on Sunday, Russia carried out a devastating attack on the city of Sumy in northern Ukraine, killing 35 people, most of them civilians. I mean, who's not being serious about peace here?
Yeah, I think Putin is not being serious about peace, and it's really starting to annoy President Trump. And President Trump has authorized the shipments of F-16s and other lethal equipment. A number of U.S. military cargo planes have landed at the U.S. Air Base in Poland in the last few weeks. So there is an understanding that the best place, you know, the best position to be in terms of negotiating is not just letting Putin run over Ukraine in the spring offensive. So, you know, I think Putin or the Russians are confident about the spring offensive. That's why the U.S. is quietly moving some equipment there to help Ukraine. But again, you know, calling out Putin at this point, it's, you know, the time to do that. And I'm sure, you know, most of the West was calling him out before he invaded, but perhaps didn't take him seriously enough. So, you know, I think, you know, the time for peace through strength and deterrence was in, you know, again, before the invasion. President Trump was very aggressive against Putin in the first term, sending Javelin missiles and other lethal materials to Kyiv after Obama and Biden were sending, you know, helmets and ready-to-eat meals or blankets to a U.S. airbase in Poland. You know, that he called Putin out for killing his own people in 1999. To win the election. 3 presidents before Trump refused to do that, even though they knew that was true, and the CIA knew it was true. You know, he pulled out of the medium-range missile treaty. He put sanctions on Nord Stream 2. And then, of course, Biden took off the sanctions when he took office in early 21. So this is a president who's shown how to do deterrence and how to do peace through strength. Unfortunately, it's not the right time for that. He just wants to end the war. He doesn't want any more body bags. So he is an anti-war president. He wants peace. Unfortunately, there's going to be some unhappy negotiations. And I just wish that Putin would finally, understand that there's no outcome here that doesn't include high casualties for the Russians, too. Unfortunately, he doesn't have to really run for re-election. There are no elections, arguably. And of course, he doesn't care how many of his young men and women are killed. So we're dealing with a difficult adversary right now. And I think the consensus would be very much against Putin. But the problem is we're trying to get to the peace negotiations right now, and it just might not be productive.
I mean, the messages we heard from campaign President Trump were twofold on Ukraine. One, this war would never have started if he'd been in the White House in 2022. Well, we don't know if that can be proven right or wrong, because we can't bring about the alternative scenario. But what we also know he said on the campaign trail was that he could fix this with a telephone call. 24 hours after that call took place, there would be no more war. I mean, do you think he's realizing that this is an awful lot more difficult and a lot more complicated than he had perhaps imagined it would be?
Yes, of course, Tom. And, he knows that. And again, the wild card here is Putin. I mean, Zelensky has had his wild card moments, notably in the Oval Office when he flipped 3 times in 1 week on the minerals deal. But other than that, we've got Zelensky, or the president has got Zelensky to the peace table. And it's Putin that's the wild card. So yeah, it's probably frustrating for President Trump. Again, he just wants to end this thing. Perhaps saying it could happen in 24 hours. That was a bit of hyperbole. That's okay. He's a confident president. He's an alpha male. He thought he could get this done. He's probably right that it never would have happened, in 2022 if he was president, because none of these wars started while he was president in his first term, going back to peace through strength and deterrence. And that's not something the Biden administration embraced, nor did the Europeans.
But why do you think he's lashing out at Ukraine at this particular moment? I mean, it's not the Ukrainians that are stalling, as far as I can see. I mean, the Ukrainians have said they're ready for peace. They've played ball, I think it's fair to say, from the Trump administration's point of view. I mean, there's another party that's not playing ball here, and it does seem to be Russia, doesn't it?
Yeah, I agreed. I think it is Russia, but I do think there's some frustrations. I think when Zelensky comes out and says things that are critical of J.D. Vance or the president, they're going to push back on that because those comments are also not productive at this time. So, the time for that is a quiet phone call and not in social media or in a public forum. So I think the president is frustrated with that. And I think the things that he said specifically about Vice President Vance were really unhelpful. And I don't think that's, we're talking about a very delicate moment in this. And the alternative is all-out war. If the argument is we, the West, need to beat Russia or beat Putin, because if we don't, he's going to keep going, or we're not going to have that kind of deterrence. It'll enable bad behavior. Well, that's fine. It's a great conceptual argument, but I haven't seen anybody in Western Europe agree to send soldiers to Ukraine. I missed Tobias's comment, and Tobias is a friend of mine, but we just disagree on this particular issue. So, I don't think there's a real understanding, or better put, I don't think there's any interest in boots on the ground in the West. And so the only alternative is to negotiate. Unfortunately, that's going to require some cooperation from Putin, and we're not getting it right now. It's very frustrating for all.
There is another scenario, which is that, with the right equipment, with the right munitions and the right level of support, and some of that's got to be moral support as well, I'd have thought, the Ukrainians have proven that not only can they prevent Russia from capturing Kyiv, they can go far further than that, and they can actually take some territory from Russia themselves. So, I mean, isn't there, the Russian threat, if they can be staved off by a much smaller country like Ukraine. I mean, isn't there an argument that actually if the collective West throws their support behind Ukraine, actually Ukraine can achieve a huge amount, that it doesn't turn into World War III?
Tom, I think that is a valid scenario. And if there was a massive commitment from the West, from the U.S. and the West, and I don't think that's likely, but I also think that it would result in a lot more death. And the problem here is, even with better equipment, even with even properly armed, the Ukrainians just don't have enough people. And again, Putin is willing to lose as many as it takes, as many Russians and North Koreans as it takes. That's just cannon fodder. And so that's the problem here is, I would argue that the Ukrainians are underarmed compared to the Russians, who've basically turned their economy into a war machine. But I do think that they have another advantage, as sad as it is, that they have many more people. And so that kind of scenario, while valid, is I think would be a real disaster, and unless it's the only option, and I'm not sure we're there yet.
Yeah, but to be fair on the Ukrainians, I mean, they're not just fighting Russians; they're fighting Iranian munitions. It would appear some Chinese soldiers, and a good number of North Korean soldiers as well. I mean, these are all traditional adversaries of the collective West.
Yeah, that's right. And I think we have to look back and learn some lessons here. And one is that both the Europeans and the United States are funding both sides of this war, okay, by Joe Biden, by basically funding $60 billion or so in dollars for the regime in Iran, who's sending drones to Russia, and at the same time helping with, sending $100 billion or whatever it was to Ukraine. So the U.S. was funding both sides. The Europeans have recently, 2024, long after the invasion, bought $22 billion of oil, gas, and coal from Russia. That's going right into Putin's pocket, or right into the military's pocket. And so, this is a really difficult spot to be in. And I'm just confused at why, with all these. I don't want to pick on net zero. That's a different topic for a different day. But this obsession with climate, and yet, to a great degree, putting a lot of pressure on European economies, and reducing their ability to develop their defense and security capabilities, and at the same time they're buying fossil fuels from Russia. So this is difficult. Both the U.S. and Western Europe are funding both sides of this war. It would be better to end it peacefully. I hope that's the outcome. That's what the president wants, and I'm sure it's very frustrating for him to have this thing continue.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much. Great to have your opinions. Greg Swenson, Chairman of Republicans Overseas UK. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks a lot, Tom. Thank you. Good to be here.
In other news, Florida has become the first U.S. state to officially recognize the name change for the Gulf of Mexico. Well, the state will now officially refer to that body of water as the Gulf of America. Well, this move follows a directive from the U.S. President Donald Trump. Well, the Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed two bills, one that updates state laws with the new name, and the other which directs state agencies to revise all official maps and geographic materials. Well, Florida schools will also be following suit. Starting from the 1st of July, any new instructional materials adopted or purchased must reflect that name change, the Gulf of America. Well, Republicans, including the state president, Ben Albatron, celebrated the signing. Albatron said that he was proud of the move, calling it an example of American exceptionalism. While Senator Joe Grutters filed the Senate version on academic materials, he thanked President Donald Trump and DeSantis for signing that bill. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Angie Wong, a Republican committee member and Republican strategist, who joins us now from Miami. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. The Florida governor, Ron DeSantis, has signed these bills now, changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. I mean, is that significant, would you say?
Well, absolutely. It's following a federal directive from President Trump to federalize that name. And it seems as though state by state this is happening. The first to do it would be Florida. And Ron DeSantis is playing the political game. He wants to be part of the Trump administration. He now knows that his future has to be in line with the Trump administration. And so do the Florida State House Reps, which passed these two bills 28-9. So it's a very small symbolic thing, but a big win for America and certainly a big win for President Trump today.
Now, I was doing a little bit of research, going back to some history books before I crossed to you. And that name, the Gulf of Mexico, has been on world maps since, I think, 1550, which is really going back a very long way. And of course, as you say, the Sunshine State becoming the first state to officially recognize it at a local or state level. I mean, do you think people there in Florida have felt very strongly about this for some time?
Well, I'm not really sure about that, but I certainly think that President Trump has felt very, very surely about naming it the Gulf of America. And quite honestly, it surrounds our southern states. So it makes perfect sense. It is symbolic, but at the same time, when you federalize it and when Florida passed it, it changes all the school textbooks. It changes the signs. It changes the maps. Even Google Map, which is a big authoritative here in the U.S., it is certainly, it's now reflected on Google Maps. So, these are the symbolisms of when there's an America First policy being taken place. And it's going to be these details that is going to drive us forward, that we're going to be an American agenda, American First policies surrounding America. And I think that's what President Trump wants to do. Again, highly symbolic, doesn't really change the way we live here, but it is a little bit of patriotism.
Okay, so it's a little bit more symbolic than anything else, as you're saying. And there are people on the other side of the aisle, and they're saying, there are quite a lot more important things to be discussing. And this is a distraction from much more pressing issues rather than symbolic issues. How would you counter that?
Well, you don't counter it. I mean, this was a very easy vote, right? I mean, if they're in the middle of a legislative session, this is an easy vote to take. But also, I'm sure President Trump and his supporters, they want to see who was on his side in Florida. They want to see who was pro-Trump versus not pro-Trump. And that is something that's definitely dividing Florida as we speak, as we roll into a governor's race later on this year. So I think all of these things kind of just align with President Trump. We hope that other states will take follow. We hope Texas will be the next one to go. Eventually, hopefully, California will also adapt the same measures. One by one, these things happen. And earlier, I think it was last month, AP did not adapt to the name Gulf of America, and they were taken to court because they weren't allowed to come into the White House press room because they wouldn't adapt to that name. So all of these are just like small little power punches, but it does show that, hey, are you on Team Trump or are you not? And we need to know who you are. I think that's what this exercise is about.
I mean, do you have to be on Team Trump and agree with everything that President Trump says? I mean, wouldn't it be more healthy for the sake of democracy to be in a team where people were allowed to, veer from the party line on certain issues?
Well, certainly. I mean, this is not a cult, right? This is not like you have to be 100% completely totalitarianism to Trump. But I will tell you, there is a divide in this country, and Trump wants to know early on who's on my team, who's not on my team. And these are some of the things that come around. Well, a very simple exercise of, do you believe in the Gulf of America? Well, why wouldn't you believe in the Gulf of America? And I think those are questions that, have to be answered. And they're all nuanced, but it does reflect your own personal philosophy. Are you going to help Trump or are you going to hinder Trump? And I think these are the small little exercises that we're seeing right now. But again, I don't agree with everything the Trump team does, but I am, very much for my president, and I want to see him succeed. And I would love to see an America First policy taking place over the next 4 years and hopefully beyond that.
Going back to the example of the Associated Press, their journalists have found themselves unable to enter certain press conferences, media events, notably in the Oval Office. We had a case of a reporter being barred from the Oval Office on Monday, just because, as you say, they're standing by their style guide, which is Gulf of Mexico, not Gulf of America. I mean, some would say this is an affront to freedom of expression, and that the Associated Press, if it has a style guide, some countries say Myanmar, other outlets say Burma. Why shouldn't a press agency be allowed to call a stretch of water what it wants to?
Well, in the U.S. anyway, and U.S. publications, this was an executive order by the president to federalize this particular name change. So if the Associated Press does not want to abide by that, well, maybe outside of the U.S. in their publications, they can call it other things. But if they don't call the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America here in the U.S., well, then they're not playing by the executive order. They're actually challenging it, which is what they did. They brought it up to the higher courts to make sure that they were allowed back into the press room, but calling it something else. Now, obviously, this is a tit for tat. They're allowed into the press room. They're going to get a little bit of slack for it. But it is an executive order, and hopefully our press will follow the law.
The Guardian newspaper, which I'm sure you're familiar with, and for the benefit of our viewers, it does have a left-leaning standpoint. They have an opinion piece which reads as follows. This is about Donald Trump's wide-ranging effort to control the media, it says, and interfere with the flow of accurate information. I was wondering if that sort of line of argument is one that is being used in the United States as well. President Trump wants to own the narrative and control the media. Are people saying things like that there?
It certainly feels that way. A lot of our media feels much more controlled than when I was a newspaper girl back in the day. Look, this is the president of fake news, fake news, fake news. He's gone pretty much his entire life having to deal with the press and deal with tabloids. And the Guardian News, as much as I respect it, does have a bit of a tabloid aspect to it these days, which I find very entertaining. Here's the problem, right? You do have to report the news, and you do have to have your sources, and you have to use the word allegedly when you don't know, etc. Those are the journalism guidelines. I think that's what he's asking for. He's just saying, just report the news as is without the activism. And what we're seeing more and more here in the US and perhaps overseas to our friends in the UK is that there are more activists than there are journalists in the newsroom. And that's what we want to eradicate, because we just want some pure news, just so that you and I can make informed decisions every day based on real facts.
Sure, but that's not unique to the left of the political spectrum, is it? There are quite a few outlets, I would say a growing number in the United States. A couple of names spring to mind that peddle opinions on at the other end of the political spectrum, aren't there?
Yeah, and that's a real war that we're facing in modern times, right? Because the media is owned, and given social media on top of that, it echoes things that may or may not be true. And what is the old marketing saying? You see it 7 times and it becomes true. I think that's what we're battling all the time. I mean, unless you're media literacy and unless you have time to actually deep dive into that story and fact check, you don't know. You're just regurgitating things that you read online. And I think that's a lot of the problems. And unfortunately, there are companies, especially marketing and branding companies, that have monetized on this, pushing out fake news and echoing it to the point where it moves markets and it moves human behavior, and it affects all of us. So I think that is something that we have to be very, very careful of. And, you know, it's who has the time other than to read the headlines and a few paragraphs these days, right? So, you know, all of us, you know, we all fall into this, and, you know, every single country, I think, is kind of looking at this going, well, how do we get back just to straight reporting, straight journalism? It's a very difficult thing, not just for the U.S., but certainly it is a problem here.
Just going back to the Gulf of America or Mexico, whichever side you want to see it from, Sunday marks a pretty unfortunate anniversary, in fact, for that stretch of water. The 15th anniversary of the Gulf of Mexico oil spill. Is that devastating incident going to be known, do you think, from now on as the Gulf of America oil spill? Or do you think that perhaps people will be a little selective and decide that that's perhaps not on brand?
Well, I think the history books has recorded it as the Gulf of Mexico spill, and it was a very unfortunate event. And I do hope that the president acknowledges, all the devastation from that. Ultimately, the books were rewritten very, very recently. The textbooks will reflect that, and it will reflect the executive order that was put out by President Trump, and then Florida being the first state to adopt the new name. So I think all of that doesn't erase history, it doesn't erase what's happened. It just moves us forward in a more America positive light. And that's what we're hoping, right? We're not trying to really cause too much rift with this. We just want to show our dominance. This is the Renaissance for America. And that's what we're hoping to see over the next 4 years in every single industry, everything that we do, every budget line item is America first.
Does that perhaps threaten relations with Mexico? I mean, do you see this? It's hardly going to help, is it? Ties between Washington and Mexico City?
We haven't heard anything from the Mexican president regarding the name change from Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. If anything, they should speak up. But I don't think anything has been said, not to my knowledge anyway. They haven't made an uproar, and I don't think they're changing their textbooks either. So we may have to live with two names. It may be in brackets in Mexican textbooks. Who knows? But all we know is we have to make these small changes moving forward, because that's the only way we're going to start changing the perception of the U.S. and where we are in the place of the world. I mean, we want to be respected, and what better way of putting our logo everywhere, right? So I think this is a great branding exercise. It's a very, very small symbolic thing, but big for Americans and big for President Trump.
On a more on a slightly different note, and a serious note, you've taken to X, or Twitter as it used to be known, in the last 24 hours or so, talking about racism. And I'm just wondering what prompted you to do that. Is there a specific incident, or are you noticing a change in the climate in Florida or more broadly across the US?
Well, I mean, most recently, there's been a lot of targeting of Asian Americans, and especially those of Chinese descent, mainly because of the trade wars that have been stirring up between the U.S. and China. And we're seeing a lot more racial slurs, and even to the point of doxing, which is both against the law. Here's what I have a problem with. We have protections for online harassment and online racial slurs, etc. But if these same things, these same incidents were to happen offline, well, those would be crimes. You could get arrested for that. But because we protect our social media companies a lot more than we do our citizens, they get away with it all the time. There's a blanket get out of jail free card in that. So that's what we're trying to change here. I'd like to just note that, we are in changing times. Our own laws on the books don't reflect always what is happening online. And I think those are things that I would like to see changed in this incoming administration, or rather this current administration, and also with our new Congress, is to really address our modern day problems, especially with online harassment, doxing, and any of the things, again, that if these things were to occur offline, people would be in jail by now.
Have you fallen victim to that yourself, Angie? I mean, have people been making racially unpleasant comments to you? What can you tell us?
Yeah, multiple times. In fact, I have actually taken to court some of the perpetrators who have come after me and my family online. And I said to the judge, I'm very lucky to be able to have the resources to do so, because so many online victims do not. And it was great to actually have it played out and make sure that the person who was putting out a lot of the online harassment of me and my family members, that he had to face the music. So again, I was very lucky to do so. I have found other victims in the same sphere. We had started a group called Operation Bully Proof, and we're here to protect both adults and minors online, because this is going to be an ongoing problem. And we don't really have a solution yet. We have to stop protecting all the social media companies and allow to pierce, victims like myself and my family members to be able to do something about this, rather than spend lots of money in courts. But, this should be something to be looked at by Congress, we hope.
And I just wondered, given that you are of Chinese heritage, how you felt when you heard the Vice President of the United States referring to Chinese peasants twice in one statement in a rather, well, it did sound pejorative, at least when you saw it written down. I don't know if you heard it and thought perhaps that's just the Vice President being, perhaps a little careless. What went through your mind?
No, it was not very statesmanlike. If you want to negotiate with Chinese leaders or any world leaders, you don't resort to language like that. And I hope that J.D. Vance would apologize for saying such a thing, because that is not what statesmen do. We understand that we're in a tariff war. We understand there might be future wars with these countries, but you have to learn to actually speak with other world leaders. And I think that comes with respect, and that comes with language that both sides can hear. If you're going to start off with schoolyard words, well, the other side may just shut down or call you the same or worse. So that's just not a fight that you want to play out on national television, right? Or international television. And it's just not a good basis for any sort of debate. So if both sides, the US and China, wants to get serious about settling things and maybe making trade deals and working together going forward, well, it can't start off with just high school bully words, right? So I think that has to change. And of course, this morning, China retaliated back, saying the peasants of the United States. So, you see how silly this is at this point, where there's going to be a war of words, where we've stooped down to a very, very low level that I hope the U.S. can crawl out of, because there's just no good to come from this. And I just wish people would be statesmen again.
Yeah, I mean, you and I have both lived in Hong Kong for at least part of our lives. And one thing I've noticed on social media accounts, people that I am in touch with still in Hong Kong, they're boycotting US goods. And it seems like this is directly linked to how they perceive those comments by J.D. Vance, not just the economics of the tariffs war, but that language. I mean, is that something that you've heard? Have you got anecdotes to suggest that indeed this is a widespread thing and that people will boycott American goods in Hong Kong and in the mainland?
I have heard that Chinese consumers are boycotting U.S.-made goods. I have not heard specifically from Hong Kong. But, ultimately, I wish more and more members of the Trump administration would actually understand China and would understand Hong Kong to know what you're dealing with. When you resort to, just name calling, it just shows that you don't really know who your adversaries are. You don't really know who you're playing with, and you don't know who your audience is. So it would be great if they actually had some on-the-ground experience dealing with citizens, businesses, and even U.S. Business people working in China or Hong Kong. It would be nice to have more of a global perspective. And I just don't feel that this administration knows what they're talking about, because what they're doing is just regurgitating other people. Right. And that doesn't, creating that echo chamber doesn't really help you understand the real situation at hand. It just gives you more and more noise in the TV, radio, newspaper world. So I don't doubt that there's going to be, from both sides, people trying to band each other. But, you and I know that that's not how the global economy works. Right. We know that the Nike sneakers that we buy here, even though they're supposedly from Vietnam, well, that's a Chinese company that owns that factory in Vietnam. So I think, those things need to kind of be dissected a lot more. It can't just be, I need to buy everything from made in America or made in this country or that country, because the world economy does not work that way. And our packaging comes from all around the world, right? So, it's just one of those things where it becomes moot point when you actually understand what you're talking about. And that's what I would like Team Trump to understand a lot more, is the totality of what they're doing here. And name calling, bad look, guys.
Yeah, and I guess someone has been having a bit of fun, poking some fun at America with those memes and those AI-generated videos of people in what look like sweatshops that you would see, or large factory floors that you would see perhaps more typically in places like Vietnam, where they have production lines that look like that, but with Americans superimposed in their places. I mean, I don't think very many Americans want to be stitching sneakers together on a production line, do they?
No, and quite honestly, American kids are not going to be pattern makers. They're not going to be sewing Levi's jeans. That is just not how they were brought up. And I hate to say it that way because I just don't see my own kids doing it. And I don't know what the path forward is going to look like in that respect. What we do see is that, you know, I think at the end of the rainbow here, we're going to see that we actually need to coexist together. A lot of these countries, whether it's manufacturing companies or consumer countries, we do need to find that medium. What we're now seeing coming out of the Trump administration is that they're now giving exemptions for certain tariffs because at some point they realize, oh, we do need semiconductors. Oh, maybe we do need, you know, computers and phones and electronics, and we can't produce those yet. So you're starting to see the cracks of the Trump tariff. And I wonder if it was really thought out, because you don't make a big, you know, proclaim a big statement like we're going to tariff everybody and then say, whoops, we're going to just exempt this, that, and the other because we still need it here in the U.S. So it looks a little bit sloppy from my point of view, but I hope we do get it right because, look, Americans are consumers. We're the largest consumer base. We need stuff. We need stuff to survive our day-to-day lives. So I think Trump is understanding that, but I wonder why he understood that, you know, weeks after he announced tariffs on everybody.
Well, this is why we like speaking to you, Angie, because you give both sides of the story and you do raise some important questions. Just lastly, and looping back to what we were talking about at the beginning about the Gulf of America, I've just been sent a poll done admittedly in February that says the vast majority of people in Florida are opposed to the idea of the Gulf of America being named as such, and they want it to stay Gulf of Mexico. Just lastly, I mean, maybe you could tell us, are people in Florida on the whole quite conservative and resistant to change? What would you read into the fact that the majority of people, 58%, don't support a name change?
Yeah, I don't know about these polls. I do polls myself, and I will say I could buy polls whenever I need to and poll people the way I need to get the results that I want. Ultimately, I don't think a lot of Floridians are going to be too bothered by this name change. I wouldn't understand why Americans wouldn't want the Gulf of America to reflect them. I think that's a great thing, like the American flag, to have flying on your signage all over the highways and on maps and textbooks. I think it's a good thing. Now, maybe they don't enjoy change. Maybe they enjoy Gulf of Mexico, but there's really no reasoning for it. Ultimately, this is a good day and definitely a good way forward for America. It might just take some getting used to.
Okay, that poll was in the Florida Phoenix, in case you want to check it out. And just lastly, Angie, if I say Gulf of Mexico on this channel, or you hear me say it anywhere else, will you be sending me a sternly worded letter?
No, I might just correct you. The same way I still use Twitter instead of X, I may just say, look, this is the new lingo now. We should probably get on it, right? But I still say Twitter all the time. And it's just a matter of getting used to things. It's going to take some time. But, you know, I promise you, Tom, in a few years, we're not even going to remember the Gulf of Mexico. We're only going to be saying the Gulf of America.
All right. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Angie Wong, Republican committee member in Florida. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the dressing room with our Arabiya news. We've got Carlton back.
Yes.
What happened, Geese? What happened?
Listen, mate. I've had a Freddy Krueger, innit? Proper nightmare. So I was due to come in at 7 a.m. that morning when we was actually going to film. And it didn't happen for some reason or the other. Apparently, the plane that was coming in to take us back from Atlanta, after I'd done all the promotional gig for West Ham, because I was out there promoting the Premier League series for the Premier League summer series. And there's teams like Man United, Everton, ourselves and Bournemouth. We're playing Bournemouth out in Atlanta, so I was promoting that tour. Anyway, on the way back, it was such good weather whilst I was out there. I was like, I thought I was in Barbados. Then, all of a sudden, I look at my phone in the morning and I'm thinking, it says, thunderstorm due. And I was like... Thunderstorm what? It was due.
Oh, right, okay. I thought it was like a name, because they sometimes give them like Hurricane Carlton or Hurricane Buff.
Well, it must have had a Hurricane Buff, but Hurricane Carlton. But there must have been a storm coming somewhere. Anyway, as we get into the taxi, it starts pouring it down, and I'm thinking, oh, here we go. Then I'm hearing of, like, as we're going, I'm hearing of cancellations. But our ones were straight. Oh, we were fine. So I was thinking, the long haul journey, definitely I'm going to be good. So plane flies in, and then obviously, they were supposed to do a switchover, but apparently, as the plane was flying in, a thunderbolt clipped the wing. So obviously, I'm there, I'm thinking, and I didn't know this at the time, and it got delayed, and I was like, why is it delayed for? We just might be waiting for the storm to calm down, then we're going to take off. Then they called our flight out and says, cancelled. So everyone was trying to rush around, getting on the next plane, One I could have got on would have taken me to New York, then I'd have to wait like 6 hours there, then get on another one to London. And then I would have been in London for about 11, 12 o'clock anyway. I said, well, I've missed the pod, innit? So I might as well just wait for the one next day. Right. Same one. And, so I'll get on the Tuesday morning. But the thunderbolt put a hole in the wing.
Yeah, you don't want to get on that plane.
So I'm thinking, all right, we're going to get a new plane now. Like, obviously, come on. Like, get the new one in. They said, nah, we're fixing this one. I'm thinking, hold on a minute. Nah, what do you mean we're fixing this one? And listen, is it tried and tested? Like, when you fixed it, if you've repaired it or whatever it is, has it been up in the sky and has it been, tested again?
Yeah. No.
Well, I asked the stewardess, and she goes, nah, they probably just patched it up. And I said, what do you mean patched it up? No. So what they do, they got spare parts in it. Right. So obviously there was a hole in the tip of the wing, they said. So they just had to cover it with a bit of paper.
Bit of filler. Bit of paper. You just say paper. Bit of paper.
Bit of metal, whatever it is, masking.
Yeah.
And I was like, is that all it takes? He goes, yeah, that's it. And I said, what? Have you ever been... So those people in the plane, when it was coming down, and they say a thunderbolt hit the wing, what are they feeling like? Then, so you know what so I was looking at, I was thinking, so I'm going back on this plane, and I'm thinking, oof. Well, every kind of turbulence, I was like that on my seat. I'm bracing myself just in case the wing fell off.
Mate, you'd be pretty unlucky for a plane to get hit twice, though.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but there was a storm when I was coming out.
I used to be a really bad flyer. That reminds me of a story. DiCanio was the worst flyer I've ever played with. Right, every away game, he was doing the cross. He was like nervous, right? And same thing. Like the plane had a little bit of a technical issue. But we're on the plane getting ready. I think we're playing Liverpool away, and he's like, he's sweating, like, and everyone's like laughing at him, like, and he's gone. But they've gone. No, we just need to check something, right? And we're at Stansted Airport, and you can see out the wing, and the geezer who's come to check looked about 14, right? So this geezer looks about 14, he's checking the wing and doing, just doing that, and he's just lost the plot, Paolo. He's like getting more and more panicky. Yeah. And he just like, get me off the plane. I had a proper full-blown panic attack. And we had to go taxi back in.
No way.
Yeah, mate. You don't mess about with planes.
Yeah, that is one thing I can understand him with. That's a lot.
He got off the plane.
Yeah, he got off the plane.
Did everyone else stay on it?
We stayed on when?
Oh, mate, I'm not being funny. If someone else gets off, I'm thinking, I've got to get off here.
Yeah,
because we could all be gone as here. There's only one.
We should have
and he was right. Yeah, mate, I think I'm getting in the car with. I'm getting in the car with him.
Have you ever been in any Because I remember we coming back down from Newcastle. I was with Chelsea.
Yeah.
And we coming back down from Newcastle, and I think it was freezing or something like that.
Yeah.
And something to do with the propellers or something like that, freezed up, froze over, and or it was, I can't remember, but I just remember we had to go up in the air and we had to come back down and land.
Oh no, that must have been before my time. I don't remember. That.
I think it was before your time. We had to go up in the air and we had to turn around and come back because the plane couldn't hack it.
No, you don't
See,
mess with that.
like things like that. I'm thinking, this is not working.
Yeah.
And there was another one from London. Yeah. Up to Newcastle again, actually.
This is starting off as an aviation podcast.
up from London all the way up to Newcastle, and there was a storm, and we had to fly through the storm to land.
Yeah.
But it was turbulence all the way from London all the way up there.
Oh, no.
That was so hard. Like people puking up. There was just going in. Remember those small planes that we used to go into? Just going like that all the time. I thought, we were God's basketball.
God's basketball.
Just bouncing along in the air.
just to give you a frame of reference from here, me and Bridgie are in the studio, right? And then we got the message, Colton, on the group chat. He's not there, right? And he's like, you know when you're trying to get a day off school, right? You've got a headache. Like you just, if you try and over-egg it. Right? So we're thinking, like, just say, like, oh, my plane's been delayed, and that's cool, but you were talking about tornadoes. And
Mate, go on the news, it was on it.
And even put a letter up. A letter from Virgin.
I had to.
No one sends a letter these days.
No, I got the letter from the desk. They gave us all letters. And it said, no. Because other people on the plane, businessmen and everything. Yeah. Like, it was not a Mickey Mouse plane, you know what I mean? It's Virgin. So they gave us a letter, so just in case you do have some business the next day you're missing, they put us in a hotel and everything for the next day anyway. But lovely hotel, by the way. I enjoyed myself. Enjoyed a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Used it.
Yeah, I used it. But yeah, we had a good time anyway whilst we're there. And I'm here now, man.
We're glad to have you back.
Yeah, get over it.
Let's get on to some football.
Let's talk about football. Champions League. Arsenal.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. We've not discussed that.
We need to.
How has Declan Rice got to 27 years of age without realising he can take a free kick? That's unbelievable.
Mate, the curl on it.
Oh.
Do you know what it is? What he said? He said that Saka told him, if you feel it, do it.
Really?
That's a new quote, you know. If you feel it, do it. That's what he said. That's where he got the inspiration from. And he done it. And it's gone in. But do you know what? I always said to... because I was even explaining to Freddie Potts when I was speaking to him. He came in the other day. And I was like, mate, you need to start scoring from some outside the box. I said, look how Declan Rice has moved on a little bit now. He starts scoring. And so when he started scoring... when you see... Dex, when he strikes the ball, you don't strike it with his laces. It's not like a ping. It's like more. That's a different technique. He does like that. I always said I had it as well. The side foot, the hard foot, hard side foot slap.
Drogba had that, didn't he?
The hard
free kick.
side foot slap. Like
I'm pulling my groin if I open my foot up like that.
Yeah, and that's the kind of way Dex kind of wraps his foot around it, so he gets that lovely spin on it and curl. And that's a natural movement for him. And
it was lovely, wasn't it?
And the way he done it so nicely. Like, but you got to look at the keeper as well a little bit on that first.
Mate, it started well outside the post, mate. It started
the wall
far out. Yeah, it became round the wall. Looked like it was miles out. Just curled right back in. It was like the Roberto Carlos one years ago. Remember that bend on it? I know it was miles out, but it was so much bend on it.
You know because I'm coaching the under-18s at Brentford. You know that when I went in the next day, when something big's happened in football. Because all the kids were trying the free kick.
Same here. That's what happened. I saw that as well. My son.
So that was a massive goal from Declan Rice. You know what I thought was quite naughty watching it on telly, and I don't know why the TV companies do this. Straight away, Declan scored, and he's running away. It's his moment. They panned away to Jude Bellingham like that. Did you not see? Did you notice that?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Like, as if to say, like, oh, look at Deck, he scored, and now look at Jude, he's really sad. I'm like, it's not so drama, mate. Declan Rice just put one in the top bins.
Top bins, man.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
do you know what they've done that with as well? They've done that with Mbappe for the second one, and then they're looking at Mbappe's reaction. He goes, and it's like fair play. He put it top bins, and he couldn't even get more top bins than that, man. Let's define top bins. all of these boys that are scoring goals, it's not really top bins.
No.
That stance and the ball is like that, right? Ooh, that is top bins.
That's it. That's it. I think top bins is stanchions. Like for all the youngsters out there, we used to have these things called stanchions.
Yeah,
the
little triangle
bit. And if you hit the stanchion
and it hits it, everyone's going,
mate, it's chills down my spine.
That is like sexy, isn't it? If you hit that stanch, on a half volley or off the crossbar goes in,
proper turns me on. And
man.
even better than that, this is it. Do you what about when it's stuck in the stanchion?
That's even worse. That's like, this guy meant it. This guy meant to put the ball in that stanch.
I even remember at Lillishall training, used to go out, right, and there was no warm-ups. There was none of this activating your groins. You'd go out and you get balls, and it'd be like you'd be trying to get a stanchion. And if someone stuck it in the stanchion, it was like running off, celebrating.
Those are the days, man. That's what turns us on as footballers, isn't it? The ball off the crossbar, when it goes bing, bing. That's the best sound in the world for me. Not coming off the crossbar. That's why people still get like goosebumps when you hear, when someone hits the crossbar, everyone goes, and it goes boing, and everyone goes, the whole stadium goes, they love it. There's something about hitting the woodwork. I don't know what it is. It didn't even go in.
Do you know with the balls though? I don't know what the balls are like these days. You remember I remember Chelsea, when we used to have a Champions League game, we'd all be out on the pitch, smashing balls. That Champions League ball used to move all over the shot. It used to just move more, didn't it?
It did.
What? See, so that's you lot's experience. I only played a couple of Champions League games, but I didn't get the experience you lot did. I don't even remember the balls.
Do you know what? That reminds me of when we done the Champions League final a few years ago to TNT.
Yeah.
And one of they put on loads of shows before the game, right? So one of the shows was okay, we're filming us lot getting ready, like all of the pundits, right? So I'm in the hotel and it's like behind the scenes, right? Makeup girls, and this is what we do. We're preparing for the Champions League, and so I get Steve McManaman on, right? And he's like, when I scored the winner in the final and all that, and then it'd be Rio. We were chatting about Moscow and then Colton's going. And I don't know if you had a few drinks by now, and you went. And I'm talking to you, and I'm like, how about your Champions League experience? And you just went, mate, I can't even remember if I played it or not. I'm just happy to be here. Enjoying the vibes.
Enjoying the vibes, man. Do you know what it is? Because when you're an imposter, innit? Like, how am I doing it? What am I doing it? I didn't even play that, but I think I played 2 games.
It was in Paris, wasn't it, right? And I think they were trying to figure out things for me and him to do, right? So at one point we was like going around Paris, doing like a I wish you were here tour thing, like we got like it
was just to justify what we're getting paid. Why are we here?
Like, we're going to go to see the Eiffel Tower, then we're going to go see the Louvre. The Louvre. He's on there calling it the Louvre.
The Louvre. It's spelled Louvre though, isn't it? It's Louvre. So wait, I'm English.
I'm with Carlton.
I'm not going to go try and spice up and put Louvre or whatever it is.
It was underwhelming as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't great.
It was.
Louvre. Put it in the Louvre. Put it in the Louvre.
Back to the game, though. I was watching it and I was like, Real Madrid just looked dangerous every time they were attacking.
Yeah.
It reminded me like when they played City a few years ago where they were just soaking everything up. Don't get it wrong, I think Arsenal dominated the game, but every time they broke, I think, I can score here.
Yeah.
Just quick, powerful, direct.
Bridget, do you think, because I think the game's done, I think Arsenal will be able to go out there and not concede three. But what do you think? You sounded to me like you might think it's still in the balance.
No.
And do you know what?
Look, do you know what it is? Arsenal fans are just celebrating too much.
They
won it already, innit?
Okay, so that's not the question, yeah? The question is, do you think they could go up there and win the game and win the whole tie? Because
I think, Real Madrid have been off it a little bit. If you look at the last load of games they played, they've been off a little bit. But, mate, they're dangerous.
So
they've got players in it that can go and do it.
So you think Arsenal fans are already celebrating too
They're celebrating too soon, I think so.
Okay,
I think that, there is a chance. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. But they played well, mate. They played really. I thought Saka played well on the wing. Like, they dominated, do you know what I mean? But it was those times where as soon as Real Madrid broke, like Mbappe broke, I think his finishing was there was a chance. I thought it was a bit bit poor of a attempt at goal. Just did it straight at the goalkeeper. You know, he could slot it in the corner. They were dangerous, mate.
Yeah.
It ain't over. It ain't over.
Just put it this way.
Lenny Kravitz, it ain't over till it's over, mate.
Well, put it this way. This guy, man.
He's saying Villa have got a chance the other week. I think that could be over. My God.
Put it this way, yeah.
Listen to Lenny, Arsenal fans.
If Real Madrid can go to Arsenal and get beat 3-0 at Highbury, Emirates, at the Emirates, then the other way round, at the Bernabeu, Arsenal can get beat at least 3-0 too.
That is some.
So if you look at it like that,
right there,
so they're more than capable with their players they've got of beating Arsenal 3-0 too.
You can never write them off. You can never write them off.
So that's the way I've got to look at it. So don't get too happy. Although yes, true. Arsenal, you've got something to defend, but. Mate,
how do you go and play? They can't just go and sit there.
Can't sit there. You can't be a sitting duck.
No, very, very true.
You get picked off.
You know what? You've just made a lot of Arsenal fans listening to this very, very nervous in their car. They're strutting into their car, listening to the podcast, getting out, confident. I'm not sure about this now.
Yeah, it's not. This is Bernabeu you're talking about. Ain't the walk in the park.
That's going to be a great game, whatever. Another really interesting game at the weekend for many, many reasons. Newcastle outclassed Man United with a 4-1 win. Harvey Barnes scored twice. Tonali and Guimaraes. Newcastle are absolutely flying, but I think we were talking about the collapse of Man United is unbelievable, isn't it? And they've got
Roy Keane summed it up really, didn't he? Labelled them physically and mentally weak.
He's the last few known players.
You're going out as a United player and thinking, I hope Roy's not on TV again.
Roy's always on TV. Mate. He's always there looking. He's always watching you.
He's always
This one bad move. He's on to you.
He's right though, isn't he? I just think, Bridgie, right? We get onto that was a nailed on Newcastle win at the weekend. They was like in between these two European games, right? The pressure's mounting. Now they went away from home in Lyon. Oh, here he goes.
I'm sorry.
What is wrong with you? What kind of...
Siri must have heard something it like.
It perked up straight away, didn't it? What's it perking up for? Put Siri away.
What type of operation is this? Get yourselves together. Right, Man United, right? They've gone to Lyon.
Yeah.
The late consolation. Now they've had a dreadful result. Everything's against them. It's all on this game. Quarter-final. They have to win the Europa League. Onana causing carnage. Dropped at the weekend, Bridgie. What do you make of that? Because
he didn't cause anything, I don't think.
Yeah? Go on.
Bridgie, do you think he caused anything? He was just being...
He said...
He's just being... I know what he said.
Yeah, I'm with you. But he's basically come out in a press conference and said that he thinks they're the better side over two legs. Not too bad, is it? It's not too bad.
What you're supposed to say,
The journalist has then gone to Nemanja Matic, who's probably come in straight away and gone like... He's like that kid at school who said, have you heard what he said about you?
He's bought
I can't believe
into
he
it.
said this about you. Matic has bought and then just gone...
He's just opened him up.
He's opened him up. Journalist is sitting there, he's like that. I've got these
Bingo.
two here. Like, got these
Bingo.
two. He's got
Bingo.
the story. And then it's ended up with Onana being dropped. Do you think...
And what has Matic said,
to be fair...
Matic has said that he thinks Onana is statistically one of the worst goalkeepers. He's gone hard.
He says it's a fact. He said it's a fact.
And what would you say? How would you rank him in that? Put you on the spot again.
I think Nemanja... He's right, isn't he?
Yeah,
he can't stand next to De Gea, Van der Sars of this world, or any of the other ones that have come before him. So he's right, but you don't say it.
You don't say what you think these days.
Only on here you do. But in the press conference, you got to be smart.
Do you know what he is? What Onana is? He's one of those... He's an outfield player played in goal.
Yeah.
All I know, if I'm a Man United player, I ain't wanting to do any interviews, mate.
Yeah.
I'm not wanting to speak.
Onana.
All you can say is, I'm sorry. I'm sorry we've been so bad. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
But Onana's is a centre half with goalkeeper gloves on.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Colin,
I'm sorry.
You're not sorry.
I've got listen, mate. He's actually a good goalkeeper. Sometimes I've seen him when he's been at his best.
It's the standards, mate.
It's just he just needs to be consistent.
Yeah.
And
what it is, and it's all these Man United fans will be they're pulling their hair out. But ultimately, you've just got a group of players who are just not good enough for your standards of what you're used to.
Yeah,
but that's where
what
you
you've had
are
in
now.
the past.
So listen, it's
pass
like,
being the biggest
it's like
word,
when
mate. It's pass.
It's when you come home from a night out and you want to cook yourself something. You want all of the ingredients, the fresh stuff, but you've got to work with what you got in the fridge.
That's a good analogy.
You've got to work with, you know what I mean?
Hold on
And
a
if it's a
minute.
bowl of corn,
But usually you've got a lot in the fridge, by the way. So for you to say that, what about the geezer that lives on the estate, geez? Like you just got Dairy Lee in there, geez.
Well, Man United have got Dairy Lee at the moment.
That's what they've got,
and they've got to work with it. And but I can see them winning this game and going through.
Yeah,
I think.
Look, they should do. Look, but it doesn't help when the goalkeeper throws one that for like that was it the second goal?
Yeah,
it comes out to him and he palms it back into the guy's path, and he goes and finishes it.
They have this thing, mate, where they get battered a little bit by people, and then they have a good game, don't they? Or they surprise you and they're at it mentally, and they do it. So it might be one of them moments.
I wonder what Amorim
thinks. Moments have been quite. Like they're familiar with those moments.
Yeah,
so it's not good to be familiar.
There hasn't been loads, but
there's been loads.
Yeah.
Should we listen, Man United? I still think they win. Do you think they win?
Yeah, I think they'll bounce back.
I think they'll get through.
To be fair, Xerxes out, man. He's just done his hammy.
Yeah.
Yeah, last night, the other day, he's just done his hammy. So I'd like to see what they're gonna do. They've only got Højlund.
No pace in it.
Xerxes not really got pace, but at least Xerxes was coming into some type of form.
He
scored a great goal against Lyon as well.
Yeah.
So big respect to him because remember we were talking to him at one stage when his own fans were booing him.
True.
And he's come up trump now. They've used him and he's just got injured at the wrong time. The backstage of the season, the business end, where he could go out there and be a hero, go and get his team into a final, and he's injured now. So it's going to be hard for him. It's going to be hard for them as well because I don't think Højlund's climbing up any trees at the moment. Is he?
No. Climbing up trees and pulling them up.
well, he's climbing them. Obviously, he's not pulling anything, is he?
Right, moving on. Right. Liverpool.
You lot miss me, innit? You lot miss me.
He don't work without you.
You lot miss me.
Right, okay. Right, listen. Liverpool. The title procession continues with a 2-1 win against mine and Carlton's ex-club. And yours, all of our ex-clubs, West Ham. Mate, listen. Van Dijk scores the winner. What do you say about this? I mean, you was interested in how West Ham approached the game.
I thought, listen, the first half wasn't great. Second half, we looked really good. I thought the boys were really, really going at it. Should have got something out of the game.
Yeah.
I thought it was a little bit unlucky for the lads because they've been working hard. Every time I've gone to the training ground, I see how hard they work. They're really putting in the effort right now. But then it's just, you see in football, it's always moments, isn't it? It's moments and games that win it.
Yeah.
And
mate, when you're at the top, you get a lot of them moments as well. You know, them moments where you pipping games at the end, or you get that little bit of luck.
Yeah, and
that's what happens when you're at the top. You create your own luck.
You get to 1-1, and everyone's thinking, "Oh, we might even go on to win."
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, one moment where we could have had a foul, Paqueta gets pushed in the back.
Yeah.
But his reaction, because I think he does this quite a lot, to be fair to the referees, they must have looked at that and thought, he's probably a dive. Let's play on. You know, because he's done it quite a lot. He tries to buy
theatrically
tries to buy the foul.
Yeah.
But by doing that, it leaves it open because now we're a man down.
Yeah.
And he's tried to buy a foul. He stayed on the floor. He doesn't get up to run back or anything. Although yes, it might be a foul, but your reaction's everything in this situation. If you know you didn't get it, then get back in and stop dwelling on that. It goes out for a corner kick.
Yeah.
Right? Then they obviously, I see another push in Fulkrug's back as well in the box.
Yeah, it was,
And because it's at Anfield, you don't get them. You don't get these little fouls and niggles. You know what I mean? And it worked against West Ham in the end, and I thought we was unlucky.
Yeah.
So there's two incidences there that I felt could have gone our way, but it didn't.
Yeah,
you know? And listen, fair play to Liverpool. They took advantage of it and they get the win. It was a bit unlucky. We should have got something out of it.
Yeah. Do you know what I think? Right, with Paqueta in particular, I've noticed him does that, but I think it's a cultural thing.
What does the little theatrical dive?
You think of like South American Latin football, right? Their whole thing is like they're okay with diving, like this is, and it's not, it's like whatever way possible, we're going to win this game, and we don't mind a little bit of bordering on cheating, right? It's something culturally is acceptable for them, right? It's like all this thing that's creeping into the game, Bridgie, and it's creeping into the English game as well, where you see where the players are like getting a little tap and they're falling down. We've seen English players doing it, mate, and it's like something we would never have done in our career. And I don't understand the mindset, but I think it comes from this idea where I am gonna win this game. I'm gonna rump you by any way possible.
Yeah.
Can we say that? I can't say that.
I don't know about rump. Rump. Okay. What are we talking about? Rump steak or?
No, like, do you? Like, I'm going to beat you by any way possible. And if I'm cheating, but I think the values of the English game and English players and what we're doing, it would never have happened in our time. But I'm seeing it, and I think Paqueta does that. He thinks, right, I'm feeling a touch, I'm going to go down.
Yeah.
But our referees, some of them will still go, nah, I can see you're doing that. Yeah. But in South America, I think they go, foul, even though he's been a bit. So Paqueta needs
to learn.
He needs to learn.
But he's been in that country for quite a long while now.
Yeah.
You've seen the ones he can get.
That's what I mean. He needs to understand.
And he needs to understand. Just got to come out of your comfort zone and see this don't work over here.
Yeah.
So if you're a smart footballer, you'd stop doing it.
You come across some smart footballers, people that are like, they got that dive in them, but they've also got that nastiness in them as well.
Yeah.
You know, one who stands out for me would have been Cafu when I've ever played against him.
Yeah.
Mate, he could stick it on you.
Yeah, I know.
Right, and he'd give you a load. So it's tough. But he's so intelligent, just like a little dive here and there.
So when you give it,
it's horrible to play against. Yeah. It's so frustrating.
The way you just name drop Cafu as well, bro.
I've already played against him once. It's probably a pre-season friendly,
just
mate.
Just pick that name off the floor there. I just had to
Cafu. Those players that are always playing, like the Italians always hate playing against Italian teams because of their diving.
Yeah. They
get away with it, and mate, it's frustrating to play against.
Do you know what, right? And everyone goes, oh, they do it, so we should do it. No, we're English. Right? We should have more of an identity into how we do it. We're going to do it the right way, whether we win.
I think the referee should be able to read it
and
more.
The referee should be better
and not fall for it.
Absolutely right. And it's like I do this when I watch Diego Simeone's team, right? And we all sit there before the game watching Diego Simeone's team and go, oh, there's going to be theatrics here. They're going to be done. And I'm watching them playing like children, going down. These great players, like. Pinching someone. Oh,
it was like the Mourinho.
Embarrassing, mate.
What was the thing that happened with Mourinho the other
week?
Grabbed
his bugle.
The way he went down, I'm like, oh, come on, man.
Yeah, Mourinho. What was that? Was that in Turkey?
Yeah.
What was he doing? No, but hold on, one second.
Yeah, we're going off script.
We need to talk about this.
Yeah.
What's the gaffer going to pinch someone else's nose for?
Oh, no, but it's funny though, isn't it?
He's not even looking. He comes from behind.
It's funny. I think it's quite funny. If he done it to you, you'd probably look round at him and go, what are you doing? Not go, oh, look at me.
There was poor reaction. It was poor for Mourinho doing
it.
Yeah. And then it's poor
funny
reaction.
It was funny though.
What's he pinching his nose for? We're trying to get a spot or something. Do you know what else I hate as well? Sorry, let me just, while this is in my head, I've got a bit of OCD, ADHD.
Yeah.
Bloody hell, everyone's got it these days, isn't they?
Yeah, I've self-diagnosed.
Everyone has definitely got it.
Well, so there's something wrong with us lot. Anyway,
that's probably why we're friends.
That's probably why we've gravitated to each other. Anyway, what I was going to say though, what was going on? Well, actually, I don't know if you've seen it.
Go on.
So I don't like players, and we're on this subject about kind of cheating and dark arts. I hate players that go chase the referee down and go, cards.
Oh, yeah.
Card. That's another thing that irks me.
Yeah.
Oh, card, that guy there, card. Look, ref, what you got? I saw something happen to Billy Sharp. He plays for Doncaster, right?
Yeah, good player, Billy Sharp.
He come on against AFC Wimbledon.
Yeah.
And I looked at it and I was like, hold on a minute. He comes on, I think it's the fastest red card that the league's ever seen.
I've read about it, I've not seen it. Go on, tell me.
It's the fastest red card. So Billy Sharp, he trots on,
Yeah.
Great lad, I love him to bits, right? Trots on, he's got loads of energy. I think under a minute, he's chasing down some ball. The defender gets in front of him, shows him a little bit of strength. He's a tall lad as well. And he kind of like... Billy kind of hits out a little bit, you know when you get shielded off the ball, it's hard for it. You're right. So get over. I think he's hit him a little bit, and then the guy goes, "Oh, did you see that?" Chases down the referee. He just hit me.
Oh, God.
Billy gets a straight red. He's off the field under a minute. Straight red. I was like,
he's actually a good lad.
I know,
good lad.
but I just didn't like the reaction of players wanting players to get red cards, man. Come on, man. It's just poor play, bro.
It's the snitch, innit? It's like in London we call them Bertie Smalls, the grass. Wikipedia it.
It's nothing worse.
Like grassing,
I hate that.
horrible.
Go give him a...
Oh, mate, let me be in charge of the refs. I'll just say any of that nonsense.
I'm sending you off.
Yeah, you're off. Red. Stop.
Back to the Liverpool game. Yeah, back to the Liverpool game. Salah's assist, by the way. What a ball.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, mate.
I didn't see it.
It's a long ball coming down the wing. He's kind of dropped the shoulder a little bit, left the defender for dead, mate.
Yeah. That's what he does.
And then the through ball. He must be like... He only must be halfway in between the halfway line and the touchline, mate. And he's fed this ball on the outside of his boot to like the edge of the 6-yard box with Diaz just running onto it, mate. The ball's a joke.
Mate, he's just...
Baller.
Like big news for Liverpool, him signing the 2 years.
That's
massive news for the club. And fair play to the owners and the people doing the deal. They had to get it done, and they did get it done. And just like, listen, I know that there was a lot of people in Saudi who really wanted to watch him play football, but I think it's great for the Premier League that we went for another 2 years, isn't it?
Yeah, he was a phenomenal player, and now he's
how
going to break more records.
He signed?
2-year deal. I mean, he's 30, takes him up to 35, I think.
Yeah. He's going to break more records now, isn't it?
He might need another year to get the goal scoring one. He's quite far off it, isn't he?
He's a while off.
He's quite far. What is he, 80 goals off of it? He's got to be.
He must be, I think,
to
hunt down Shearer's Premier League.
That's a tough one, yeah.
2 years he'll get 80 goals, won't he?
No, surely not.
No, I don't know. It depends if he stays
not in the Premier League. You never know.
What age did Shearer play to in the Premier League?
I'm not sure, but he was in it from... Do you know what the thing with Shearer's thing? He played in the Premier League before it was a Premier League. So then Premier League goals, he scored more league goals just because they've rebranded it. Do you know what I mean? Which is insane.
Way ahead of his time.
He's ahead of his great player, Shearer. I got a game that I went to. I went to watch my boy play football. We turned up late for the Chelsea game against Wolves. Mate, really, really strange, Bridgie, because a game that Chelsea had to win. Right, he ended up drawing the game, and like I've been going to Chelsea since I was a boy, played at the club, and now my boys go and we go, and I don't think I've seen the atmosphere as bad as it is.
I
really
spoke
bad.
to a few dads after the game because I had a few of the kids over at my house, and they were like, "Mate, it was just like we were passing it around the back, doing nothing. It was so slow."
Yeah,
and all we're thinking is, can someone just attack, please?
Yeah.
And he said the fans are just fed up, and they were like, they said it took it to go 2-0 down, for him to start passing the ball with any kind of urgency and going forward with any kind of urgency.
Do you know what happened? Right now, I don't think this would have been reported on. So I'm there. You're right. Fans are getting restless. Chelsea are being very patient. That build up. Fans are getting angry, and then it goes back to the goalkeeper. And I'm looking. Oh, this is interesting now because the fans were. It was at a moment where the fans were really, really frustrated. The goalie's got the ball. Everyone's split like patterns of play. We're going to pass it out, and the goalie's gone. I can tell he's gone. I'm no way passing this to my fullback now. This is going long because the fans are going to go on me. So the fans were affecting it, and I don't know if Enzo talked about this after the game. So he's got everyone up. And then the fans, he's booted it up the field. Ipswich defender's gone crash, headed it, bang, Ipswich scored. And I looked over the bench straight away and I saw Maresca. And I can tell he's gone straight. And he's like, he would have been.
See what I mean? Well,
do you know what I mean? But that's what it is at the moment. It's like.
Do you reckon Maresca is Chelsea standard? What is Maresca what they need?
I really like his personality, Cole. We speak to him after the game. I think he's a strong character. I like the fact he's a very, very, very decorated ex-player, been a captain, played for Juventus, played for Sevilla.
Yeah.
You know, I like that. My issue. I think he operates very well in how he sets the team up.
Yeah.
I think my issue is the recruitment. I've met the recruitment guys, and they've explained to me
what they're thinking,
what they're doing, and what they're trying to do. And I said, listen, well, I still think that you need experienced players. I still think, and I'll explain my reasons why. And ultimately, time will tell whether it is Enzo. I think there has to be a point where you running any business or any football club. This is what we want to achieve, and if we don't get above that, there'll be a change. So I think they've not come out and said it publicly, which I think has been a mistake. I think no, we have to get Champions League. You tell your players like. You're Chelsea Football Club. Yeah, you have to get Champions League.
You have to.
And if you don't get Champions League, I think then it's
again.
I think it'll be, well, we need to figure something out here. Do you know what I mean? Like, because I think that is if you spent $1.5 billion,
there's got to be consequences.
You have to get Champions League.
There's got to be consequences. You can't,
in my opinion,
because that is a bad. That's a bad turnout, isn't it? If you don't get Champions League, you spend $1.5 billion.
Yeah,
that's a bare minimum.
They should have ended up winning the game.
They should have ended up winning the game, but it's Ipswich at home.
Yeah.
In all
Ipswich at home, they're at the bottom of the league.
Mate, he made some great saves, keeper. I know, I get that, but they should have won it. They've Champions League's tough now.
Bridgie,
Newcastle, when they got game in hand, they go above Forest.
That's why it's a must win.
Let's put it before we move on quickly. I just want to say, right. You have to be accountable to your success, winning games of football. When you break it down, you have to get into the Champions League, right? I think, now our listeners and viewers might disagree with me here, but I think if us three said $1.5 billion, you take any team in the top 10, you got $1.5 billion to spend within 3 years. Will you be finishing in Champions League places?
I ought to think so.
Oh, absolutely.
I'd like to.
I'd be disgusted with myself if we didn't.
And look, I get the recruitment policy. I know what they're trying to do, but they're just buying everything young. And you have to, if you want to get Champions League, you've got to be serious about it. Get some experience in as well. Yeah. Get someone that's done it that can guide, because young players need to be guided. I don't care how good they are, spiritually, mentally, physically. They need something stern there that's been through the war already and turned it out already. Yeah. And just to be talking to them. Talent needs to be talked to every day. They need to talk to them, especially these ones.
Here's an analogy, right? When you go have any army in the world.
I like your analogies.
Right, if you like them, right? Any army in the world, right? Yeah. You have generals, you have colonels, you have... then you have your soldiers, right? Yeah. You don't just go, here, soldiers, go out. They need someone going... This is what you do. There's little leaders.
Well, that's the manager supposed to do that.
Yeah,
but you need someone on with them. You need someone with them.
Absolutely.
This is how we done it last time. So just make sure you're prepared for this.
I think you've noticed that Chelsea over the years, though. Like you had Thiago Silva, I think.
They did.
But like there hasn't been many, since we last played there. Definitely since I last played there. There haven't been many.
I think
there hasn't been many.
I think since the last title.
When you look at the players that we had when we were playing there, like Makaleli, Ballack, Lamb, everyone. Do you know what I mean? There's loads of captains in the team. You don't look at them and think there's many captains there.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, when you look at the boy in the middle, Enzo.
Yeah.
He's supposed to be that guy.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? He was supposed to be that guy to lead the team, but he's still young as well.
24.
And when you look at his so he's one of the ones that won the World Cup.
And still be young though.
No, but he's one of the ones that was supposed to lead the team, and he did win the World Cup.
Yeah.
But winning the World Cup in a team like Argentina's, where you got the leaders in that team anyway, then you've got loads of leaders. So he didn't really need to. He's seen how a leader should look, but he's not at that stage just yet in his career.
Yeah.
It might look like he is, but he's not that guy just yet. Yeah. And when you got Messi in your team anyway. That's another
cheat
story.
Code. Right.
That's all we've got time for in part one. Thanks for listening to the dressing room of Al Arabiya News. Catch you in a bit.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for joining Al Arabiya and welcome to Riyadh.
My pleasure. Great to be here.
Walk me through the discussions that you've had today with His Royal Highness, the Minister of Energy. There's been a great focus on nuclear.
Yeah, well, there's been dialogues across the energy spectrum. We've talked oil, we've talked natural gas, we've talked solar, we've talked energy storage, we've talked moving water, we've talked industry, but certainly a good chunk about nuclear as well.
And you're anticipating that you'll be signing an MOU in the coming months on that.
Well, I think in the short run, we'll sign a broader agreement about cooperation across the energy space in partnerships, in investments, in investigations. Nuclear is certainly one of those areas. To get a specific agreement to partner on commercial nuclear development in Saudi Arabia, that'll take a little bit longer. That'll be months, not weeks.
But you're going to get there.
I think it's likely we will.
Now, does that require that the Saudis sign a 1-2-3 agreement with the United States?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so that won't happen without that agreement being
Correct.
signed.
Correct. Yeah, we'll need a 1-2-3 agreement and a broader, specific framework for how we're going to cooperate together and how things will work. But based on the discussion so far and where we stand, I think it's likely we get there.
Excellent. When you think about what happens next in the energy field, specifically oil, a lot of conversations about what these lower oil prices are going to do to Saudi Arabia's ability, not just to project influence abroad, but also to build here at home. What is your timeline for how long these oil prices are going to be as low as they are today?
Oh, I can't predict oil prices, that's for sure. But oil prices are this is people looking ahead in the marketplace. And I think what you're seeing today is you're seeing reflected in the oil price probably an overly large concern about economic growth going forward. I'm quite bullish on President Trump's agenda and what it'll mean for economic growth, not just in the United States, in the world. But we're in the middle of negotiations and all that, and so people are concerned, and that tends to lead to some pessimism. But President Trump's a master negotiator. I think we saw it in his first term, that where people had concerns and anxieties about his policies, ultimately they led to strong economic growth. I see no reason we won't have the same result here, but I think even better this time.
So you would say to the Saudi citizen, don't be pessimistic. These oil prices are going to come back up. Well,
I think global demand is going to grow faster than people think in the next few years because of better economic agreements and wider flow of investments across the world and better economic growth. But yeah, I think the outlook for Saudi Arabia is quite bright indeed. Tremendous resources that have been managed in a long-term, thoughtful fashion. I think the outlook here is positive.
Walk me through what's happening right now in the shale industry. Is there a bottom in your mind that shale in the United States just won't be profitable anymore?
There's a portfolio of drilling locations. The best operators with the best locations have very low break-even prices. The lower quality operators that have lower quality have resources that are much lower quality, their price to break even is much higher. It's more a continuum. There's not a one price it works and one price it doesn't work. But I will say that the price at which it does work has dropped dramatically over the last 10 or 15 years. That's American technology, American innovation, American efficiency in supply chain. So the shale industry has continually reinvented itself and continued to innovate.
And in your mind, those who would say the president's putting us out of business, are they wrong?
Oh, they're wrong. They're wrong. That's concerns about short term, and that's, people always take a trend, however long that trend is, and extrapolate that trend. The world just doesn't work that way.
Talk to me a little bit about what's going to happen next when we think about Russian energy in Europe. Obviously, the United States has made a great effort to get U.S. LNG into Eastern Europe, particularly into Ukraine, for example. In your mind, is there a scenario where the president would allow cheap Russian gas back into Europe?
I can't comment on that, but certainly I'm talking to a lot of the energy leaders and ministers in Europe as well. I think there's pretty strong resolve there that, look, we hitched our wagon to Russia and it didn't work out well, and we don't have any intention of going right back to that. So I think Russian energy returning into Europe, that'll be up to the European nations, but that's probably a problematic proposition. Fortunately, the United States is rapid growth in natural gas production and rapid growth in natural gas exports have given a security blanket for European nations, and so much room to grow, so much room to run there.
And what kind of incentives is the U.S. government giving companies and producers to get that product into Ukraine and Eastern Europe?
Yeah, fortunately, we don't need... The best thing about energy is to let price and technology and individual negotiations between parties set a marketplace. One of the concerns, I think, of the last 4 years is we saw a desire to top-down control. This energy's good, this energy's bad, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. That's not how marketplaces work. That's not how innovation works. To give that quick example, Hadley, 15 years ago, the United States was the biggest importer of natural gas on the planet. Today, we're the largest exporter of natural gas on the planet.
Some would say that the former president's team helped that.
I think it happened in spite of the former president's team, because most of the development was on private land. We certainly chilled development on federal lands. We slowed the growth in exports of natural gas under the last president. No, American industry plowed ahead and we still had a positive result, but it could have been far more positive, It's the second largest export of the United States today, natural gas exports, liquefied natural gas, and the fastest growing export of our country.
When you take a step back and look at what the Biden team did over 4 years, obviously the Trump administration, energy dominance, a very different outlook for the future of oil and gas and other energy from the United States. In your mind, what were the things that they got wrong that you're trying to fix?
They got wrong thinking, as they said, an all-of-government approach to stop hydrocarbons, or they called it, in the interest of climate change. They didn't pursue policies that were in the interest of climate change. The biggest reducer of greenhouse gas emissions has been the growth of natural gas. They even did a study in my Department of Energy showing increased exports of natural gas would lower greenhouse gas emissions, and so they buried that report. 4 months later, said they were going to study the issue and pause it in the meantime. They really had an anti-hydrocarbon agenda, maybe in the mistaken belief that if we oppose hydrocarbons, somehow a new energy system will magically appear. You can't hamper, hamstring, or stand in the way of the existing energy system. Let new energy technologies grow and thrive and compete in the marketplace. The world just needs a lot more energy, not less energy. They were focused on energy subtraction. We're focused on energy addition.
Tell me how you have this conversation with His Royal Highness, because essentially you have a country, Saudi Arabia, the majority of which their oil supplies go to Asian markets. The majority of that number obviously goes to China. And now with these tariffs, there's a great deal of fear that that's going to slow economic growth, and that will have a direct impact on the kingdom and on the world. In your mind, what are the next steps in order to bring the world back to profitability?
Yeah, well, number one, there's, almost every nation on the planet is reaching out to the United States and engaging in dialogues with us. The tariff question really came from two things. America has been very welcoming to imports from all around the world. All we want to do is get all the countries of the world very welcoming to American exports, to import our products just as easily as we import their products. That's good for the global economy. What you're seeing now is concerns about, is that going to work out? Yes, that's going to work out. The other agenda President Trump had with the tariffs is to reindustrialize America. We've sort of hollowed out energy-intensive, large-scale manufacturing in our country. If you're in finance or advertising or media, it hasn't rained on your parade. But for so many Americans, we've shrunk the jobs and economic opportunities for them. Think the heartland of America. President Trump is adamantly focused on bringing those jobs, that investment dollars, back into our country to reindustrialize America. That'll be great for economic growth for the world as well.
So is the message to the region, just stick with us, we're going to get those prices back to a sustainable level? Because under 60 is not good for Saudi.
Yeah, again, you're talking short-term oil prices right now. I think the message to the region absolutely is American partnership is back. It's stronger. We're not shunning your industry or not visiting you because we think you're somehow against the world interests, even though you're you're providing the energy sources that make our world go round. Our interest is America is a strong, resolute ally. American leadership is going to lead to strong economic growth, which leads to strong growth in energy demand, which is great for energy producers and for energy consumers.
You know, there was some fear in the opening weeks of the Trump administration that the president might declare war on OPEC. Is that going to happen?
Oh, I don't see that happening at all. The nations here in the Middle East, I think, fundamentally want the same thing we want, which is today we've got 1 billion people that live nice, wonderful, energized lives like you and I do. We have 7 billion people that wish they lived that way. The only way to have those 7 billion people live like you and I is just massively more energy in the world. And to get massively more energy, you have to make long-term, multi-decadal investments in energy production, in energy infrastructure, and transport to bring that energy around the world. That was frozen for the last 4 years. You know, there's all this attempt that we're going to shame the world into stop growing their consumption of energy. Those 7 billion people just shouldn't deserve lives like us. That's just shameful, and that's just wrong. I'm seeing nothing but optimism on my visits here in the Middle East. That sort of common sense has returned to the United States. We're pro-energy, we're pro-prosperity at home, and pro-peace abroad. That's a pretty positive agenda.
Iran talks just taking place over the weekend in Oman. The readout has been, at least from the U.S. side, that these were constructive conversations. In your mind, does that rule out the possibility that the United States could sanction Iranian crude?
I'd say way too early to tell, way too early to tell. We had 4 years of let's appease Iran, you know, let's just ask them to be better actors and not enforce the sanctions that were already in place when the last administration came in. And what happened? Iranian oil exports surged. With the standing in the way of energy, we also had higher prices, higher exports, lots of money. You've seen what's happened with Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis and a rapid acceleration of the Iranian nuclear program. None of those were good results. Now we have a strong, firm leadership in the United States that's, again, pro-prosperity, pro-peace, and a very firm line on Iran that is just not acceptable, not just for the Middle East, but for the world, to have a nuclear-armed Iran. Strong, resolute leadership in alignment with our allies is going to lead to that positive outcome. We don't know exactly how that'll unfold, but we're not going to tolerate a nuclear-armed Iran.
Yeah, and Russian oil prices this low, not great for the president's war machine. In your mind, is that just an added bonus of the current price fluctuations?
Yeah, well, a key for President's agenda as well is peace in Russia and Ukraine. What a murderous war. We haven't seen a war on that scale for a long time. And the best result for everyone is to get that to come to an end. Yeah, but is there pressure on President Putin? He lost his largest export market for natural gas to Europe. He's got lower oil prices. He's become a pariah around the world. I think it's in Russia's best interest to get to a peace agreement as well. Certainly it's in Ukraine's interest. Certainly it's in Russia's interest. And it's in the interest of Europe and the world.
Mr. Secretary, it's wonderful to have you here in Riyadh. Thank you for joining us.
Hattie, thanks for having me.
So nice to meet you.
Great to meet you.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Did you ever wonder what space travel does to the human body? I'm Joanne Soria, and I'm going to walk you through the answer to that question and what risks astronauts face, as well as the challenges that come with long-term missions beyond Earth's orbit.
2, 1. Ignition and liftoff. Go SpaceX, go NASA Crew 10.
Our bodies evolved over millions of years to function perfectly on Earth, with its gravity, breathable air, and protection from cosmic radiation. Space, however, is a completely different environment, and changes begin to happen as soon as a person arrives in outer space. Here's what a lead flight surgeon has to say about this.
There's an adaptation phase that happens right away when you get up to space. The components of that are some motion disturbances that can lead to basically a kind of motion sickness in some people. And then the other factor is after that, or the process that your body undergoes to adapt to this new environment that doesn't have gravity in it.
Without gravity, radiation, protection, and natural environmental cues, astronauts experience a range of physiological and psychological changes that can impact their health. Unlike on Earth, where our atmosphere and magnetic field shield us from space radiation, astronauts are exposed to high-energy cosmic rays. This exposure can damage DNA, increase cancer risk, and affect the nervous and cardiovascular systems. In low Earth orbit, the Earth's magnetosphere provides some protection, but astronauts traveling beyond, say to the Moon or Mars, face much higher radiation doses. Long-term exposure could lead to neurodegenerative effects, immune system suppression, and accelerated aging. Just look at these before and after photos of Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore, who spent several months in outer space. So if you're worried about aging, I don't recommend a trip outside of planet Earth. And what about gravity? I know it might be cool to float in space, but gravity is crucial for how our bodies function. Gravity pulls fluids downward, and without it, bodily fluids shift toward the head, causing facial swelling and increased pressure inside the skull. This can lead to vision problems, a condition known as spaceflight-associated neuroocular syndrome, or SANS. Gravity also keeps our muscles and bones strong. Without it, astronauts experience bone density loss and muscle atrophy. Research has shown that astronauts lose about 2.1% of bone mineral density in their lower leg bones after a 6-month mission, and some never fully recover. Even the brain is affected. A 2023 study found that astronauts who spent at least 6 months in space experience expansion of the brain's cerebral ventricles, which could have unknown long-term effects. Then there's a toll on mental health. During long space missions, astronauts live in confined spaces with little social interaction and no exposure to nature, which can really affect their mental health. This isolation can lead to stress, sleep disturbances, mood disorders, and cognitive decline. So the longer the mission, the greater the risk. For example, astronauts traveling to Mars could spend years in deep space, facing extreme isolation and psychological effects of being millions of miles away from home. But the journey doesn't even end when the astronauts return. Recovery depends on how long they've been in space. For short missions, most effects reverse quickly. But the longer missions, some issues persist, and it can take months to regain full strength. According to Dr. Gilmore, most of the body systems recover in about 45 days.
And the body systems, most of them recover back to their baseline in that 45-day period. The one that takes a little bit longer is the bone and reabsorbing calcium that may have been lost. That can take onwards of a year, maybe a little bit longer sometimes, to regain the total amount of calcium back that might have been shed while they were in space.
Research from the 2021 Inspiration 4 mission found changes in brain, heart, muscle, and immune function after just 3 days in orbit. Another study in 2024 revealed that astronauts experience headaches more often than previously thought, with nearly all participants reporting them during long-duration missions. And despite decades of research, there's still so much we don't know about how space affects the human body. We don't fully understand how spaceflight impacts lung function, for example, or cognitive abilities and long-term mental health. Mitochondrial dysfunction appears to play a key role in space-related health problems, but the exact mechanisms remain unclear. What about pregnancy or giving birth in space? One of the biggest unknowns is how space travel affects human reproduction. So far, most studies have been conducted on animals, like mice, but we have little data on how human fertility and embryonic development would be impacted in microgravity. If humans are to colonize space, we need to understand how spaceflight affects pregnancy and fetal development over generations. We now know about all these challenges that astronauts face in space, but scientists are working on ways to protect them. Scientists are developing mitochondrial-based countermeasures, improved exercise regimens, and enhanced shielding from radiation. And as space agencies and private companies push the boundaries of human spaceflight, understanding and mitigating these health risks will be crucial. Space exploration is one of humanity's greatest frontiers, but to conquer it, we must first learn how to protect the most important part of the mission, and that's the human body.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Morgan Ortegas, thank you so much for joining me here at Al Arabiya. I want to kick off by asking you, you've just come out of Lebanon. Is that government moving fast enough?
Yes and no. So I will say, first of all, they're dealing with a historic challenge. You know, obviously, the past 10 years have been devastating for Lebanon. The financial crash, the port explosion, and of course, what you've really seen is militias around the country, especially Hezbollah, have a state within a state. Now, I'm incredibly encouraged by President Aoun, by Prime Minister Nawaf Salam. These are people that really care about reform. But, you know, you covered economics for a long time. Lebanon's financial situation is as bad as it gets. I mean,
they're in a hole.
It's worse than Greece during the financial crisis. These are one of the toughest things that the World Bank and the IMF have ever seen. So I think part of the reckoning is people really understanding just how bad it is. And it's not a good position whenever people in your country can't rely on the banks, right? Or they don't feel comfortable with the banks. So the parliament needs to pass the bank secrecy law, the bank resolution legislation, because ultimately what needs to happen, I mean, there's so much that needs to happen as it relates to economic reform, but you need people in Lebanon to feel safe and secure about putting their money in the bank, because what's happened, what's proliferated since that crash is a cash-based economy. And cash-based economy fuels bad actors, corruption, terrorism financing. And because of that, you did see, unfortunately, Lebanon was gray-listed at the FATF. So what I think the new prime minister has done is to put together an excellent cabinet. I mean, these are people, and I met them. First of all, everyone came in. They didn't have a party affiliation. And they swore not to run for the election next year in the May 26th election. So it was people that were coming just to try and help turn their country around. You're talking about Blackstone executives, HSBC, JP Morgan. I mean, these are Lebanese diaspora from around the world that said, I'm in a really lucrative career, but I'm going to put that career on hold to come back and try and save my country. So all of this is incredibly important. The government is working very quickly on these reforms. We've got IMF, World Bank spring meetings coming up where I know Lebanon wants to make the case. But what I said to their leaders, you can't make the case at the IMF Bank, World Bank spring meetings if you haven't passed the legislation in Parliament to show that you're serious about these reforms, that it's not just talk. So I'm really encouraged. I met probably 9 different cabinet members, the new central bank governor, while I was in Lebanon, in addition to the president and the prime minister, who I have a great relationship with. On the security side, we have something there called the U.S. mechanism, where we, as we have for decades, are supporting the LAF and trying to strengthen them to take on Hezbollah. You know, anytime you are trying to do something different, people get used to a certain way and it becomes the status quo. And shaking off the status quo is always a really difficult and challenging thing to do. There obviously has to be national buy-in into this. And that's why you saw President Aoun say in his inaugural speech that the only arms were going to be that of the state. The state would have monopoly on the arms. The state would provide security. The state would provide essential services in the south of Lebanon and not Hezbollah for those people. So we are asking and we are demanding and hoping for generational change in Lebanon. What we are asking of them is not easy, but if they don't do it, they won't save their country. And ultimately, decline is a choice. So they can choose to decline even further into the abyss, or they can choose this once-in-a-generation moment to take their country back. I think President Aoun can do it. I think Nawaf Salam can do it. They will have U.S. support if they make the tough and hard decisions, and they're on that road to do so.
There are concerns that disarming Hezbollah quickly could lead to a civil war. What is the U.S. response to that fear?
We've been hearing that for 20 years. When you have cancer, you don't treat part of the cancer in your body and let the rest of it grow and fester. When you have cancer and you want to be a whole patient, you cut the cancer out.
In your mind, is that something that you're worried about?
Of course, right? I mean, this is a designated terrorist organization with a lot of American blood on their hands. They've
been degraded, though.
Absolutely. Ultimately, this all comes down to the Islamic Republic of Iran. You know, remember that the devastation, part of the devastation that the Lebanese people face today, especially in southern Lebanon, was because of Iran and Hezbollah. The government of Lebanon didn't want to go to war with Israel. It was on October 8th, 2023, that Hezbollah in Iran decided to get into the war, which ultimately led for catastrophic consequences for the people of the South. And there's Shia villages, Christian villages down there. These people deserve a lot better. They were forced into a war that nobody wanted to be in, and their livelihoods and their homes and their communities were destroyed because of it. So I hope that they will make the choice to cast off people who only want war with their neighbors and instead to turn to a brighter future.
And the Lebanese armed forces, how do you feel about their ability at this point to secure Lebanon, internally and externally?
They have every ability to do so. I mean, the United States has provided support, training, and equipment for decades. We continue to do so. We've even added military advisors on the ground in Lebanon. It is not
so
a
to
capacity.
those who say Hezbollah is needed to protect us, the response would be
crazy. Right? No, the LAF can do it. And by the way, if we've been providing assistance for several decades and they couldn't do it, then there's a problem with their U.S. assistance. So I've never believed the argument that they can't do it. They have the capability. They just need the political will.
Talk to me a little bit about this part of the world. We're here in the UAE, Saudi Arabia as well. These are two countries that the U.S. wants to be involved in the stabilization of Lebanon. But can they do it when oil prices are below $65 a barrel?
First of all, I think it's so great to be back in the UAE. I love being here. It's sort of, I exhale when I land in Abu Dhabi or Dubai. So I'm grateful that they have me back in here and speaking at an important conference. You mentioned the Trump administration. I should say that these are some of our closest allies, closest friends and partners in the world. And that's important. You know, one of the first I believe the very first phone call President Trump made was to the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. We've already had the UAE National Security Advisor visit the United States. We're in constant contact and communication on a variety of issues, Lebanon, Syria. Obviously, UAE made the groundbreaking and really courageous choice to be a part of Abraham Accords and to lead that effort. So the Houthis in Yemen. I mean, what's great about UAE and Saudi Arabia is there is not a challenge in the Middle East that we don't look to solve together. I mean, I never look, even in Lebanon, my first calls are to Saudi and UAE and Qatar, and I'm saying, where are you on this issue? Here's what I think. Here's where the United States is. Where are you? Can we do this together? Can we work on this together? In fact, we sent together UAE, Qatar, the United States, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia. We sent a note to Lebanon that said, if you'll enact these reforms, we'd be happy to host something for you on the margins of Spring Bank Fund meetings. I say that to say that we're going to continue to move in concert together on all of these challenges in the Middle East. You know, in the Trump administration, we understand that we're putting Americans first. We're putting what foreign policy is best for the American people first. And part of the way that we do that is understanding that we don't necessarily have the right prescription for every country in the world. We're focused on saving our own country. So in the Trump administration, we really work with our Gulf partners in order to help solve these big challenges. It's an excellent relationship. It's some of our closest relationships in the world, and I'm really proud to be a part of it.
So lower oil prices great for U.S. consumers,
Yeah.
but not great for this part of the world. How worried are you about essentially causing struggle in these countries? Because at the end of the day, these are regimes in the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia that still rely dramatically on the price of oil.
They do, but listen, we have a really close partnership.
You're not worried about instability?
I'm not worried.
As a result of the administration's
Not at all.
policies?
We have a close partnership, yeah. No, I'm not worried about that.
In terms of projecting foreign influence, though, it's difficult for them to do that if they don't have the money coming in.
They are incredibly wealthy nations. I think they're going to be okay.
They're worried. They're worried about the administration's policies with regards to global markets. Is there going to be a recession? Can you assure them that that isn't the case?
Listen, President Trump won basically on the economy, on promising that he was going to bring a better life to Americans. But what he and the administration have said as it relates to tariffs and to the economic policy is that they need to bring manufacturing back to America. And they need, and the president wants to have reciprocal relationships around the world. I think that's a very common sense thing. If you go to the average American and say, should we be doing business with X country who tariffs the United States way more than we do them? Reciprocity, I think, it should be a fundamental principle of our foreign and economic policy. So, the president's been clear that sometimes, I think the way that he phrased it today was that sometimes you have to take medicine in order to fix the patient. And that's what the president's economic team feels like they're doing right now.
But there's a lot of fear, for example, in Saudi Arabia, Vision 2030, that costs a heck of a lot of money. Lower oil prices, they've already had to tighten their belts and scale back some of those major projects. If this economy, this global economy, becomes a recession, that's bad for your biggest partner in the region.
Yeah, we think that that we are right setting a lot of problems, a lot of challenges that the U.S. economy had. I'll certainly let the president's economic representative speak for his trade and tariff policy, but as it relates to our relationship here in the Middle East with our Gulf Arab partners, I don't think it's ever been stronger than it is right now under the Trump administration. There's a lot of cohesion, a lot of work together. If they have concerns on anything related to the president's export policy, tariff policy, economic policy, they will express that to us directly because unlike the previous administration, we don't go, months or years without talking. We talk almost on a daily basis.
So regional instability is not something you're concerned about?
Well, listen, we've had a lot. We inherited probably the worst regional chaos in years. I mean, in many ways in a generation. I mean, we inherited hot wars all over the planet, right? A hot war between Russia and Ukraine. Obviously, even before President Trump was inaugurated, the Biden team allowed Steve Witkoff, my boss, to go to Doha to negotiate to get some hostages out, which was huge, right? That we were able to help get that ceasefire and to bring some hostages home. And we want to bring the remaining hostages home. So we were, listen, here's how I've described it. We were handed dumpsters on fire, and we've been trying to fix it. So am I worried about regional instability? Well, that's what we inherited. What I'm not worried about is our ability with our Gulf Arab partners to be able to solve those problems together. We have big things that, that we walked into. Another one is the Islamic Republic of Iran. UNSCR, UN Security Council Resolution 2231 expires this year in October. And then the JCPOA, what was left of it at the UN, goes away. Iran has been in defiance of the JCPOA for 3 years, and no one's done anything about it. They've been enriching at a minimum of 60% since, I think, April 2021.
And in spite of that, President Trump reached out to Iran. They responded. What's the next step?
We'll see. The president needs to determine if and how and when he wants to go into negotiations. He's extended the hand of diplomacy, but I think he has made very clear that what we're not going to do is get into the Biden trap, where you do indirect talks that last for years and the Iranians just string us along. Not happening under this administration. If we're going to have talks, they need to be quick. They need to be serious about dismantling their nuclear weapons program. We will absolutely extend the hand of diplomacy and be willing to talk. President Trump loves to get a deal. He's a deal guy, right? That's what he's always excited about, when he can get a deal. But the deal has to not be where we're getting played. And we think under the Obama administration, during the JCPOA, and under the Biden administration, all Iran has done is to sort of hold their nuclear weapons program hostage And they got nowhere. And in fact, you know, they're in violation of basically every IAEA standard that you could be. They're like I said, they're enriching uranium at record amounts. I mean, we are in an incredibly dangerous place with them. But we don't want it to be that way. President Trump has clearly said he wants a peaceful future for both countries. But we're not going to be extorted the way the Biden administration was.
Morgan, it's wonderful to see you here in the UAE. Thank you for joining Arabiya.
Thank you.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers,
as Arabs, as Middle